Yeah, soccer will do it like on a boat in the Poconos or something.
Okay, that's fair enough.
I'll go south and we'll all reconvene a couple weeks later.
Start your day with Kayal and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. Each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Has your furnace or AC been on the fritz for years and you've been putting a Band-Aid on it? Well, stop procrastinating. Right now, there are amazing rebates and tax credits available. Enjoy up to $2,600 in federal tax credits, $1,400 in manufacturer's rebates, and up to $950 from PECO. As they say, now's the time. Don't procrastinate. Contact us at Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Go to marvinekanze.com.
Are you a small business owner who needs immediate cash flow? At Swish Funding, we have flexible funding options from $25,000 to $2 million. For the best rates and terms for your business, just one application to Swish Funding gives you access to our entire network of funders, with cash in your account in as little as 24 hours. To qualify, you must be in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000. Apply at swishradio.com and use code FAST. Swishradio.com, code FAST.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
A promise is potent. Born of intention, fueled by commitment. It's seeing things through. Always showing up. And we know a thing or two about promises here at Susan G. Komen. Over 40 years ago, we locked arms with you toward one vision: a world without breast cancer. By investing in life-saving research and standing up for patient rights, we are shifting the system so all people everywhere get the care they deserve. Because if you've just been diagnosed and don't know where to turn, we've got you. If you can't afford the treatment you need, we've got you. And if you are driven to raise money to honor the best friend you've just lost, we have a place for you here. Because of you, we're supporting those who need help today while tirelessly searching for tomorrow's cures. Ending breast cancer needs all of us.
I'm Abby Hornacek.
I'm Ben Domenech.
I'm Dana Perino, and this is the Fox News Rundown.
Friday, April 11th, 2025. I'm Jared Halpern. Did President Trump bout a market pressure or pull off the art of the deal by pausing reciprocal tariffs?
Whatever it was the right thing to do. The economy was melting down. Confidence was declining. Our trading partners and the world were in deep concern about the role of the United States.
We speak with Fox News political analyst Karl Rove.
I'm Lisa Brady. A warning to parents about an open door online, letting in predators, often on a ruthless mission for money.
If your child has an hour alone with an internet-connected device and is approached, they're going against what is often actually organized crime.
And I'm Tebby Troy. I've got the final word on the Fox News Rundown.
Be cool. President Trump posted that message on Truth Social Wednesday morning, a few hours before a major reversal on his reciprocal tariff rates announced 1 week earlier.
We don't want to hurt countries that don't need to be hurt, and they all want to negotiate.
Instead of those reciprocal tariff rates, the president is imposing a flat 10% tariff on most imports coming into the U.S. for at least 90 days. He says more than 75 countries are reaching out to start trade talks. The exception is China. Products coming from there will now be charged 145%, an increase following Beijing putting a higher tariff rate on U.S. goods.
I know it's a lot of people take heat for saying it, but I blame the people sitting at this desk more than I blame China. If China can get away with what they got away with taking hundreds of billions and trillions of dollars right out of our pocket.
Speaking with reporters this week, President Trump said he was mindful of market reactions to the global tariffs. The Dow Jones, NASDAQ, and S&P had massive sell-offs. After the administration hit the pause button, historic single-session gains were recorded. The Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, and other top administration officials say what the president announced this week was the plan all along: force countries to renegotiate trading relationships and not retaliate like China did.
You could say he blinked, that the collapse of the markets caused him to reevaluate, or it could be that the author of The Art of the Deal had said, I want to get to a point where I've got everybody clamoring to cut a deal with me, and then I'll pause.
Karl Rove is a Fox News political contributor and was the deputy chief of staff to former President George W. Bush.
But whatever it was the right thing to do. The economy was melting down. Confidence was declining. Our trading partners and the world were in deep concern about the role of the United States. I mean, we are 30% of the world's economy here. We may be only 4% of the world's population, but we have an outsized role in making the world work. And if we were going to call a halt to trade, then this is going to be very problematic for countries all around the globe.
What are the politics involved? I mean, you worked with President George W. Bush, who I think is fair to say was a pretty big advocate of free trade. Has there been kind of a realignment here on how the political parties think about these trade issues, about protectionism, about tariffs?
Well, I hope not, because there is an immutable law, the law of comparative advantages. No legislature passed it. No leader of a government has signed it. It's a law of nature. There are going to be some places and some peoples who do better at certain things. And the good news for America is that we're really good at innovating, creating, and making, which is why we have become a gigantic world power, where, the average American has average income per capita GDP in the United States is about $84,000 per person. We've risen dramatically over the last 24 years. And it's because we are good at making and creating things, and we have a comparative advantage, therefore. And there are other countries that have a comparative advantage. For example, Colombia does a damn good job of making coffee. And so we buy a lot of coffee from there. We don't do so well making coffee in places like, the only state that makes coffee is Hawaii. In the winter, we're not good at growing enough vegetables in Southern California and parts of Florida to satisfy the national needs. So we import them from Peru and Ecuador and Chile, where it's summer when it's winter here. So we will not be a prosperous country if all we're doing is selling each other stuff. Because, as I say, we're 4% of the world's population. So to be a prosperous country, we need to engage in trade where we have an advantage. We're really good at making airplanes, for example. In fact, the only reason that the only other real competitor in the world are the Europeans, and they have to subsidize that. So we want to have a level playing field. Wherever there's a level playing field, the Americans will find a way to win.
But I think the president's argument is that, one, those countries that you mentioned aren't buying enough American products. And two, when they do, they are putting barriers up that were not in existence in this country. Is that kind of a fair read by the president?
Well, half of it is. He's right. Wherever there are what do we call non-tariff barriers, where they either have high tariffs on American goods or barriers to the importation of American goods. Like, for example, the Koreans and the Japanese, they have cattle raisers, and so they don't like American beef. Same with Australia. They like to sell us beef, but they aren't willing to buy beef. So wherever those are, we ought to be endeavoring to try and reduce them. And trade is one of these weird things that enriches everybody if it's done on a fair and equal basis. So, yeah, the president's, and hopefully as he engages in these negotiations, he's going to say, look, Canadians, you want to have access to the U.S. market? Well, then allow access to Wisconsin cheese, for example, to your market. That's one of the weird, that's something that the Canadians have a high tariff on because they don't want the competition from Wisconsin cheese. Well, fair is fair.
The president's talked a lot about rebuilding manufacturing. He certainly has built up Republican appeal in, I think, what we used to kind of call the working class, right? Blue-collar workers. There were a bunch of coal miners at the White House this week. There were a bunch of UAW workers at the White House last week. These trade issues remain popular with that voting bloc.
Well, yes and no. If you look at it, the president's approval on the economy was 43% and declining. And if you look at the approval of his tariff policies, the disapproval is climbing up towards 60%. Now, part of that is the stock market. 61% of Americans own stock. So if the stock market is going down, that makes people nervous. 6 out of every 10 Americans. So I think one of the reasons why the more the president talked about, we're going to put high tariffs on everybody, the more nervous people got about it because they knew the consequence would be they would, in essence, raise prices and hurt company profits and margins and pay increases.
What's your assessment of how Republican leaders in Congress have been handling these narrow majorities?
I got to tell you, Speaker Mike Johnson has been fantastic, I think. I mean, the guy's got at one point he was down to he couldn't lose more than 2 Republicans. Yeah. And that's really hard to keep everybody in line. He's been terrific. And then, of course, John Thune, whom I've known for a long, long time, worked with him when he ran for the Senate and for the first time in, I guess it was 2002, and lost. And then we he was sort of like morose, and we said, run again in 2004, and everything that we did in 2002 we'll do again and more. And the president will be at the top of the ballot in South Dakota, and he won. He's been terrific, and I think he has been a good colleague in the Senate, and I think he's been a good partner with the House. And there'll be tensions between these two bodies, and we're not there yet on the big, beautiful bill, but we're getting close, and it's because of the steadiness of these two leaders.
This is a hard thing for presidents to do, these reconciliation bills. Yes, you can avoid the filibuster, but it makes, individual senators, individual members of Congress pretty powerful. We certainly saw that play out during the Biden administration when Build Back Better was pared down to what became the Inflation Reduction Act. Joe Manchin single-handedly about cut that bill in half, right?
Yeah, I think that he did. It was a disaster when it got passed anyway, but thank God it was not as bad as it could have been. Yeah, you put your finger on it. Think about this. In 2017, the Trump tax cuts passed. I can't remember the exact number of the House Republican majority, but it was like nearly 30 members, I think it was. And the president signed the bill on December 22nd, 2017. So a long road is ahead of us to get this done. It's particularly made complicated by the fact that it's not simply reauthorizing the president's tax cuts of 2017. It's adding these additional ones like no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security, none of which are really growth-oriented. That is to say, they're not going to give a kick to the economy like reducing tax rates and making the system simpler, easier, lowering our corporate tax rate so that it's in a competitive range with the rest of the world. Those were all pro-growth measures, allowing small businesses to write off the cost of new equipment and plants, immediately. That encouraged economic growth. Taking the Social Security tax off of, look, if your principal source of income or only source of income is Social Security, you're in all likelihood paying little or no tax at all. Most of those people pay no tax at all. And if they do pay a tax, it's literally measured in a couple of bucks.
You add to that the other elements that the president wants included, right? I mean, immigration, my goodness, how long has Congress been working on some sort of comprehensive border enforcement immigration measure?
Well, remember, the only thing they can do under reconciliation involves money. So
that's true, dollars and cents. So this is going to be plussing up kind of enforcement.
Yeah. Right. So all of the structural changes are going to need to be addressed in a different bill that's going to require 60 votes in the Senate. But this is more money for enforcement, more Border Patrol agents, more judges in order to more quickly litigate the question of who can come into the country and who has to leave.
As we look at immigration, kind of wrapping up this conversation, that big ruling from the U.S. Supreme Court giving the green light for these deportations to resume under the Alien Enemies Act. First of all, what's your make of kind of the president's use of that? And is this issue settled, or is this an issue that we're going to continue to kind of hear about it as these cases continue to be looked at and challenged?
Yeah, we're going to continue to hear about it because what the court said is, yes, you may invoke that act, but you then have to have due process. So people are going to be able to say in a court, you claim I'm an alien enemy. I'm not.
Basically, you have to prove that there has to be some sort of due process that these individuals are members of Trinidad, Aragua, or MS-13.
Right, and that they meet the standard of the law, which are that they are engaged in activity against the United States of America. So yes, it was a win-win for both sides. The president got an affirmation that he can use this authority, but the opponents of using the authority got that everybody who is covered by this act does have due process rights and has to have their day in court.
It's notable, though, that the Supreme Court moved these cases out of D.C. into Texas, right?
Yeah. Well, Texas is the affected state. I mean, you don't.
And where most of these individuals are currently held, right?
Right, that's correct. And so it's like where you picked them up and where you're holding them is where you have to litigate this question. So you can't move it to a liberal judge in Vermont or San Francisco. It's where they were interdicted and or held.
Karl Rove, it was a busy week, as it always has been since this new administration has taken office. Appreciate you taking some time to talk it through with us. And the politics, I know there's always an election around the corner, so we'll keep these conversations going.
Well, thank you, sir, and great to be with you. And yes, buckle up, Buttercups. This is going to keep going at this pace for some time to come.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, always live on the free Odyssey app.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/news. That's ethos.com/news.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Greg is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Hi, I'm Greg. I'm not an actor. I'm just a regular person. 8 years ago, I just didn't feel like I was on my game. I started taking Prevagen, and I want people to know that Prevagen has worked for me. Give it a try. I want it to help you just like it has helped me.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Does your home never seem to have enough hot water? With the Bradford White Infinity Tankless Water Heater, you'll never run out. The Infinity Tankless heats as much water as you need, whenever you need it. Plus, they're super efficient to save you energy and money. And like all Bradford White water heaters, they're built to be the best for years of reliable performance. So ask your plumbing professional about going tankless with a Bradford White Infinity Series Tankless Water Heater. Visit BradfordWhite.com today to learn more.
Lexus of Cherry Hill, an elite of Lexus dealer and a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. Why would you buy your Lexus from anyone else? The 2025 Lexus models are here and moving fast. Tony and his team at Lexus of Cherry Hill are your source for the Lexus of your dreams. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Face it, you deserve a Lexus, and you deserve award-winning customer service. Start your journey at lexusofcherryhill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Join us at Odyssey as we do our one thing, together millions of things, for our planet. This spring, Fairmount Park Conservancy invites you to connect with your Philadelphia neighborhood parks. Join your local Park Friends group during Love Your Park Week in May, or join us for weekly volunteer events all year long. Fairmount Park Conservancy works with the City of Philadelphia and its communities to bring parks to life. For information and to sign up, visit myphillypark.org.
Yo, Philly, Landon Dickerson here. You showed up for us all season, and now we need your support again. Join me and the world champs on Saturday, May 17th for the Eagles Autism Challenge, presented by Lincoln Financial. I look forward to this event every year, and all I gotta say is you won't want to miss it. Come bike, run, or walk with any of your favorite Eagles players. Let's work together to transform the lives of individuals affected by autism. Register today at eaglesautismchallenge.org. I'll see you there.
Look through your children's eyes, and you'll see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. When they discover the forest, their imagination is inspired by the smell of pine, the crunch of leaves beneath their feet, the sound of birds calling out for attention. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating forest world. You are the hero in this book. This is a memory being made. This is what they will laugh about years from now. These are the roots, grounding and nourishing them.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Then look through your children's eyes and discover the magic all around you. That's discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now. Ride Home with Rich Zioli. Weekdays on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Kayal and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Whether you're here in Philadelphia or if you grew up a New Yorker like Sean Farish, if Larry Krasner or Alvin Bragg really wanted to clean up the streets of their respective municipalities, jurisdictions that they are the district attorneys of, get subways and public transportation cleaned up, they could do all of this if they really wanted to. They have it in the budget. They're just on an agenda and a vendetta to empower the criminal.
Start your day with Kayal and Company. Weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
At IHOP, you can get a satisfying, craveable breakfast for only $7 with IHOP's House Faves. Enjoy fluffy buttermilk pancakes, your choice of hickory smoked bacon or pork sausage, and eggs your way with the Breakfast Faves combo. Or enjoy a savory ham and cheese omelet, French toast breakfast, or house scramble, all for just $7 each. Stop by today and try any of IHOP's House Faves, available weekdays from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., all for just $7. For a limited time, dine-in only. Price and participation may vary by location.
Don't know who to trust? Go with the sure thing. PJ Fitzpatrick has been your trusted roofer for 45 years. They've earned thousands of 5-star reviews and backed all new roofs with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. The PJ Fitzpatrick team of experienced professionals installs most roofs in just one day. Set up a free consultation this month to save thousands. Plus, they have a variety of financing offers that work with any budget. Don't wait. Check them out online at trustpj.com. That's trustpj.com.
Insurance companies often have a basic strategy: delay, deny, defend.
Some try to grind you down, but they have another tremendous weapon, a software called Colossus. They know which attorneys are great and which are not so great. They know who is likely to take the last offer and who will take them by their scalp, kicking and screaming to trial. They know that they have to pay some firms early and fairly. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. The insurance companies have done their homework. Before you hire a lawyer for your injury case, do yours. Visit forthepeople.com and see our settlements and verdicts for cases like yours. We became the largest injury firm in the world for a reason. When you hire the wrong firm, you may be beat before you start. All law firms are not the same. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, 2005 Market Street, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Click this link now to review my bank transfer. I didn't make a bank transfer. Ugh, another phishing message. Are you frustrated by these too? So much of our lives are online today. To make sure my information is protected, I checked out CISA's Secure Our World resources. They've got 4 simple ways we can stay safe online. First, learn to recognize and report phishing. Next, create a strong, unique password for each online account. And use a password manager if you can. Then turn on multi-factor authentication for extra security and you'll receive a code when logging in. And finally, turn on automatic software updates for convenience and safety. Click here to track my delivery. Another phishing message. But now I know how to protect myself from scammers, and you can learn too. Go to CISA at cisa.gov/secure our world for more quick, easy tips to be safer online.
What is dedication?
My biggest fear in the middle of my addiction was that my kids wouldn't have a father. And I started thinking, you know what? This isn't my story. I definitely had to become a better man to be a better father. It's important to me that my kids are empowered and truly believe that if they can think it, they can do it.
That's dedication. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
Wednesday's rally on Wall Street did not last through Thursday. Down across the board as tariff concerns remain. The White House clarifying Thursday Chinese imports will be tariffed at a rate of 145%. The Dow lost 1,015 points, the S&P 500 189, the NASDAQ 738. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt on the point of the tariffs.
To bring back jobs that have been fled overseas, to no longer allow China to dump cheap foreign products into the United States of America while they prevent American-made products from entering their market.
There was some good inflation news Thursday. The Consumer Price Index, the CPI, declined by 0.1% for the month. Year to year, it stood at 2.4%, and core CPI minus food and energy stood at 2.8%. Today, we get the latest numbers on the Producer Price Index and quarterly earnings from JP Morgan Chase, Wells Fargo, Morgan Stanley, and BlackRock. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Behind the scenes on Capitol Hill, there is some bipartisan work happening. And one of the issues crossing party lines is online exploitation, especially involving children. First Lady Melania Trump joining a roundtable event at the Capitol recently.
The widespread presence of abusive behavior in the digital domain affects the daily lives of our children, families, and communities.
She spoke in support of the Take It Down Act, which would make it illegal to knowingly publish or threaten to publish sexually exploitative images, including AI-generated deepfakes, also requiring platforms to have reporting and takedown processes in place. This as a growing number of states take action.
Keeping our young people safe from harm is one of the most sacred responsibilities of any lawmaker.
New Jersey Democratic Governor and dad, Phil Murphy.
In a world with rapidly evolving threats, particularly in the virtual realm, it has become harder and harder to keep our nation's kids safe. And it was not that long ago that threats like deep fakes didn't even exist.
Murphy's signing a bill that makes it a crime to create or share deep fakes for unlawful purposes, for instance, harassment or extortion. That new law, driven in part by a New Jersey high school student who became an advocate after she was targeted with sexually explicit fake images, and the boy responsible was given just a one-day suspension from school. But there's another rapidly evolving problem. Online predators who specialize in sextortion, sometimes with tragic results.
Unfortunately, this is a really growing crisis, and it's happening on mainstream platforms.
Haley McNamara is a senior vice president at the nonprofit National Center on Sexual Exploitation.
We know that in the last number of years, at least 20 young people have lost their lives to suicide as they've been experiencing this. And the National Center on Missing and Exploited Children said that they've had a 148% increase in the number of sextortion reports received in the last year. So this is a growing problem, absolutely.
Wow, and those are just U.S. figures, correct?
Yes, yeah, that's just within the U.S.
Wow.
And of course, this is a global problem.
Are teenagers the most common targets?
Yeah, anyone can be a target of this, but it does seem like the most common victims are actually young boys, teenager boys between the ages of 14 and 17. And you can maybe imagine why. Unfortunately, there's a really common tactics that are used where they'll get a message from a girl who maybe appears to be their age, claims to go to the school down the road, and begins quickly turning the conversation sexual in order to share or exchange explicit imagery, and then uses that really as the extortion, the blackmail, often for financial reasons, although sometimes also to create more child sexual abuse materials or even to facilitate in-person sexual abuse as well.
There's so much that's disturbing and upsetting about the way these incidents happen, but certainly that element of surprise being such a big part of it, where they think they're talking with a certain type of person, maybe even someone their own age, and then not only does it turn out not to be, but then they're almost immediately facing this threat. And sometimes it can turn very quickly, right? As soon as they go ahead and share an image, boom, they find out who they're really dealing with.
Yeah, that's part of what makes this such a crisis, is because this can unfold in the course of a couple hours, as little as 20 or 30 minutes. And often parents will think, well, my child would never, have this experience. But if your child has an hour alone with an internet connected device and is approached, they're going against what is often actually organized crime. There have been some surveys of around 1,000 or so Instagram accounts associated with sextortion, and they traced them back and realized that those 1,000 accounts were only linked to 20 to 25 individuals. So these are really targeted campaigns by adults who are unfortunately skilled at gaining trust very rapidly and turning a conversation into a place where a child becomes vulnerable very rapidly.
Yeah, they really seem to know how to break down the victim? How have they become more skilled at this? Have they become more skilled at this over time, or is it partly, just the inherent vulnerability of the young targets?
I think it's both. I think one of the big things that really is fuel to the fire of this problem is how easy it is for people to contact kids online. So many social media platforms by default will allow strangers to contact children, will have profiles set to public, or will have friend lists set to public. Sometimes that's how a predator is finding someone. They find one person at a school, and then they can see everyone who they are friends with. And it can become almost like a virus in a way, spreading through friend groups as well.
Yeah, it's interesting too that speed and isolation are two of the things that work in the predator's favor here. Once the extortion attempt is revealed, they apply overwhelming pressure very quickly. But all kinds of kids have fallen into this trap. The victims aren't necessarily isolated people. There have been student athletes who've taken their own lives, very good students, kids who had no indication of any depression or social issues. Do parents have a false sense of security about who can fall prey to this?
Unfortunately, I do think that's true. Predators are being very intentional in and very calculated and following a formula in how they're making a child feel. And they prey on this feeling of urgency and also shame and isolation. Sometimes they'll even threaten the child saying, oh, well, what you sent me was child sexual abuse material or child pornography. I could report you to the cops unless you pay me. Or they'll obviously threaten to send it to their friends and family. There have been cases, I know there was one case of a young boy who tragically lost his life, where he got, within an hour, 200 messages from this abusive account, this faceless account, really just creating that sense of urgency and like there's no escape and like their lives, unfortunately, are over. So it is something that parents desperately need to be aware of and to talk about their children with preemptively. But at the same time, we know that because these tech platforms open the door for predators to contact them, it can happen so fast. We really need to shift from not only educating parents and families, but also to creating a framework that can hold these platforms more accountable.
Yeah, what tools would help law enforcement and cybersecurity, officials to be able to close this door? Would something like the Take It Down Act help?
There's no federal law on this. So what the Take It Down Act does is it criminalizes the publication or threatening to publish that kind of content. And it also requires websites to take down reported non-consensual explicit content within 48 hours of notice by the victim, and to have clear policies and procedures in order to do that. And that, I believe, would do a couple things. One, it would give a potential victim who is being told that these images are about to be published online some degree of confidence that it can be possible to get those images removed quickly. And then also, it would change the incentives for these online platforms to take survivor reports more seriously.
In cases where the predators, the extortion schemers, are caught, what kinds of charges or penalties do they currently face?
It's very state by state right now. So a lot of states are creating criminal codes against people sharing or distributing the content. I believe 48 states right now have some kind of law there. So that is positive. But again, so often these people are behind anonymous accounts, and police just aren't doing a very good job of tracking them down, finding out where they are, finding their IP address. And sometimes, unfortunately, they're even international. If they do trace it back, they're not even in the United States, the actual person who's enabling this harm, which is why I think the aspect of the Take It Down Act that focuses on the platforms taking more responsibility to intervene, to at least remove non-consensually shared images in a timely manner, is really important, because sometimes the police just aren't tracking down who these predators are.
And clearly not enough anymore for parents to just try to say, don't send nude photos, right? How can parents get past that to maybe having a conversation about how to handle the unexpected crisis that might come up, and the reassurance that's needed to try and avoid a tragedy?
Yeah, I do think it is just important to talk early and often about all kinds of different issues around online safety, especially around sexual safety online. But I would encourage parents to even use the fact that you heard this interview as an excuse to start the conversation. Sometimes by making it a conversation not about the child and have you ever been asked for a nude photo, have you ever sent something, comment on the cultural trend, comment on these alarming statistics of sextortion being an increasing problem, and talk about how you heard about the formula that's often used and the dangers of sending that kind of imagery, but also the fact that there are solutions, and there are solutions. One resource I would really point people to is the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, similarly named actually to the legislation we're talking about, has a program called Take It Down. And it's a website that you can go to and you can submit a report, and they help you to coordinate the takedown of any kind of imagery that was taken if you were before the age of 18.
Are you hopeful that we can start to turn a corner on this and that maybe, Congress will take some action?
I have a lot of hope about this. The Take It Down Act is really bipartisan. It's already passed the Senate, and it has 120 different organizations that are signing on, from law enforcement to advocacy organizations, including our own, and even some technology companies like Snapchat and Meta are in support of the Take It Down Act. It's a really reasonable piece of legislation, so I have a lot of hope for it. At the same time, I would still say call on your representative and ask them to endorse it in the House, because that will help go a long way.
Haley McNamara with the National Center on Sexual Exploitation, thank you very much for all that your group does and for your time.
Thank you so much for having me.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Greg is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Hi, I'm Greg. I'm not an actor. I'm just a regular person. 8 years ago, I just didn't feel like I was on my game. I started taking Prevagen, and I want people to know that Prevagen has worked for me. Give it a try. I want it to help you just like it has helped me.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Are you paying too much for term life insurance? A man age 50 non-tobacco user can obtain $500,000 of coverage for as little as $110 per month. Level rate for 20 years. That's right, guaranteed level rate for 20 years. If you're a smoker, there are great rates available for you as well. Call Term Busters for a quote. 1-800-908-7636. You're probably paying more than you should. Call 1-800-908-7636. Remember, call Term Busters. 1-800-908-7636. Sample rate for preferred non-tobacco rate class. Exam required to qualify.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it time to invest in yourself? Well, how about this? Start a PI Dental Center with decades of experience in complex dental treatment, and I've been a patient of PI Dental for 20 years. Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, they're board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and replacement of teeth, and PI Dental Center are the originators of the teeth in a day. It's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere one day. So visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
This is Jordan Lundy of Lundy Law. When we say we hope you're never injured in a slip and fall accident, we mean it. But if you should suffer a slip and fall injury, we'll work quickly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. And we mean it when we say there are never any upfront fees, ever, and we only get paid when your case is over and you get paid. Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello. Today's cutting-edge appliances are technologically advanced with many features designed to make life easier. To ensure the appliances you choose accomplish that, it's important to compare and explore a variety of options at once. That's why at National Appliance Warehouse, we created an incredible showroom for customers to do just that. 6 times the size of an average chain store, our showroom is large enough to display the over 100 brands we sell. And I'm not the only guru. Our whole team of friendly professionals not only answer questions, but suggest questions to ask so that you end up with the perfect appliances for you.
Spring into savings now at National Appliance Warehouse. Save on LG. Get a deluxe stainless steel kitchen suite with French door refrigerator from LG. Regularly $5,700 for only $2398.88 after rebate. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. The U.S. trade war with China ramping up as China this morning announced it's imposing a 125% tariff on U.S. goods starting Saturday. Says it's in response to abnormally high tariffs imposed by the U.S. President Trump recently raised the tariffs against China to 145%. Multiple people are dead after officials say their sightseeing helicopter split in two and crashed into the Hudson River near New York City. NYPD Commissioner Jessica Tisch.
4 victims were pronounced dead on scene, and 2 more were removed to local area hospitals, where sadly both succumbed to their injuries.
Those killed include Siemens executive Agustin Escobar, his wife, and 3 children. And the Senate confirming Dan Kane as chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. The vote coming overnight. He'll replace Fire General C.Q. Brown. America's listening to Fox News.
Is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
The 89th edition of the Masters is underway at Augusta National Golf Club, and Justin Rose came out hot. Rose is heading into day 2 with a 3-stroke lead after experiencing just 1 blemish on his scorecard in round 1, a bogey on 18, on his way to a 7-under 65. Behind Rose, Scotty Scheffler, Corey Connors, and Ludwig Oberg are 4 under, with Scheffler, the defending Masters champion, shooting a bogey-free 68. Rory McIlroy, who was looking for his first green jacket, struggled down the stretch, finishing at even par after carding double bogeys on 2 of the last 4 holes. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. President Trump's tit-for-tat trade war with China is something traders cannot get past. That was evident in the losses on Wall Street Thursday. Investors do not like uncertainty, and the Trump administration's approach is very much a moving target. Some tariffs may be on pause, but tariffs against China are now up to 145%. There are other challenges facing the economy. The Fed Bank of Dallas says President Trump's crackdown on immigration risks slowing growth with the loss of cheap labor. The Fed Bank says the current rate of arrests and deportations could shave a point off GDP growth this year and add close to 0.3% to the inflation rate. Swiss drug company Novartis says it plans to invest $23 billion to build up its U.S. infrastructure to ensure key drugs are made here. In the next 5 years, the company says it will build a biomedical research hub in San Diego and 6 new manufacturing facilities in various states. I'm Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Water quality continues to be in topic. Ensure your family is drinking clean, pure water with the Kinetico water system from Martin Water Conditioning. The Kinetico system improves all the impurities from your water. What comes out of the tap? Crystal clear, all natural, delicious water. Put the Martin Water Conditioning family's passion for water to work for you. Do what I did. Contact Martin Water Conditioning. Visit martinwater.com. martinwater.com. Be sure to tell them Dom sent you.
Steel walk-behind, zero-turn, and stand-on mowers are built to get the job done. Shop online or at your local Steel dealer. Steel. Let's go mow.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-355-8282. That's 800-355-8282. Again, that's 800-355-8282.
Ready, set, stroll. Fans 55 and over are invited to circle the diamond during Independence Blue Cross Senior Stroll the Bases following the Phillies game against the Giants on Thursday, April 17th at 4:05. Grab tickets now at Phillies.com. You're on the hook to catch some NL East action at CBP when the Phils face the Marlins on Friday, April 18th at 6:45, Saturday, April 19th at 1:05, and Sunday, April 20th at 1:35. Snag tickets now at Phillies.com.
At IHOP, you can get a satisfying, craveable breakfast for only $7 with IHOP's House Faves. Enjoy fluffy buttermilk pancakes, your choice of hickory smoked bacon or pork sausage, and eggs your way with the Breakfast Faves combo. Or enjoy a savory ham and cheese omelet, French toast breakfast, or house scramble, all for just $7 each. Stop by today and try any of IHOP's House Faves. Available weekdays from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., all for just $7. For a limited time, dine-in only. Price and participation may vary by location.
This is Larry Steinhaus, and did you know that I buy houses in any condition? That's right, I buy hoarder houses, I buy trashed houses, I buy burnt-out houses, or even houses with bad tenants. If you are a tired landlord, or you inherited a property, or you just have a property you don't want, give me a call at 855-939-1137, and I will personally answer the phone and make you a full-price offer. That's 855-939-1137. Don't suffer with that property anymore.
Now, don't get suckered into the same old free phone game by Big Wireless. That comes with a lot of fine print, plus. Oh, in other words, you pay more. At the end of the day, you paid for that, quote, free phone 3 times over. There is a better way. Pure Talk, my cell phone provider, a veteran-owned company, my sponsor, my wireless company, has a much better offer. A free phone with a qualifying plan for just $35 a month, and you get a brand new Samsung Galaxy A26. Just make the switch to Pure Talk for $35 a month. You get unlimited talk, unlimited text, 15 gigs of data with mobile hotspot and roaming, all on America's most dependable 5G network. Just dial pound 250, say the keyword Pure Talk, and Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team will help you make the switch in as little as 10 minutes. Again, just dial pound 250, say the keyword Pure Talk for your free Samsung Galaxy with qualifying plan when you make the switch to Pure Talk, wireless by Americans for Americans.
Yo, Philly, Landon Dickerson here. You showed up for us all season, and now we need your support again. Join me and the World Champs on Saturday, May 17th for the Eagles Autism Challenge presented by Lincoln Financial. I look forward to this event every year, and all I got to say is you won't want to miss it. Come bike, run, or walk with any of your favorite Eagles players. Let's work together to transform the lives of individuals affected by autism. Register today at eaglesautismchallenge.org. I'll see you there.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
I'm Jordan Mailata, offensive tackle for the Philadelphia Eagles.
I'm Nikki Mailata, Philadelphia Children's Alliance board member, child advocate, and lawyer.
Join us for the Philadelphia Children's Alliance annual Bear Affair fundraiser on May 1st at the National Constitution Center.
It's a one-of-a-kind event with a live and silent auction. The funds raised will support PCA's mission to end child sex abuse.
Get your tickets at bearaffair.org.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Friday, April 11th. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app. And, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure over on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock today. 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Anna Hummel in for Dawn Stensland. One last day this week in studio from Florida. Hello, Anna.
Woo! I am so happy I made it through the week. And I didn't sleep through my alarms, which I had nightmares pretty much every night about sleeping through my 18 alarms, but I did it. Beautiful. I'm here.
She's here.
Yes.
And then she's flying the hell out and going back to warm, sunny days.
I am.
Hello, Gregory.
But don't forget, she will be on the show a couple days next week as
That's
well.
Right.
So
That's right.
Yeah.
Back doing the Comrex thing.
Yeah,
People
she'll be
what?
she'll be like, I'll be in the comfort of my own home. I'll have
scarf.
Yes. You won't be in these 50-degree studios.
No fedora.
Yeah.
No garage door debacle.
Yeah. Can we these are first world problems. I know these are first world problems, but, you know.
I mean, how do we want to handle this?
First world problems are still problems.
We just ask that stuff works.
We start at 6 a.m.
Yeah, well.
Yeah.
Philadelphia morning radio may not have started at 6 a.m. because there was a line of morning DJs wrapped around the building trying to get in today.
Yeah, with explanations of like, well, I can manually lift the door. I'm like, well, how about you do that? It would take 3 minutes and my station would be unattended. Oh, no. Because somebody's going to ransack the joint in the next 90 seconds. Got a text and a call from a morning music DJ. I thought either he got into an accident or maybe like, Odyssey's corporate headquarters was on fire. I answered like, yeah. He's like, hey, garage isn't opening. Just a heads up. Cool. On a drizzly, rainy day. Yeah, what are you going to do? Got to throw off the routine from time to time, right?
Yeah, it makes life interesting.
Yeah, I mean, who am I to sit here and talk about routine? I don't stick to the show sheet, right?
Right, there you go.
It's true.
Nothing like a cortisol shot to wake you up in the morning. Just jolt you of the jolt of stress.
Damn right.
Yeah.
All right, we have a lot to get to today. Tony Bruno at 7:30 as we wrap up the week. Cut sheet 7:45. We've got helicopters and planes colliding and crashing. You've got all kinds of stuff going on.
What time did that Phillies game finally end last night? I think 1:20 or something like that. It was a 2.5 hour, 2 hour and 40-minute rain delay last night in Atlanta.
Yeah, did you see Trey Turner drop that foul ball pop up down the third baseline?
Yeah.
Tom McCarthy's like, it was a bit windy.
I mean, you say this all the time. If you're gonna play spring baseball, then do it. Then do it in domes.
I know.
It's ridiculous.
I know. April's officially a crummy month.
The game started at 7:15.
7:15,
and it didn't end until 1-something.
I know.
What?
It was a longer shift than Dawn Stensland going from 6 to noon. It's outrageous.
I mean, there was a two hour and something rain delay. So.
Yep.
But
all right.
And they still lost.
Well, first series loss of the year happens to the Braves. It'll happen. They play 12 more times or something like that.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
It is. Not as ridiculous as some of the stories that we have for you today. I've got the good, I've got the bad, we've got the ugly, we've got the you're going to dismiss what I have to say, and I'm telling you that's a mistake. We'll give you that in the big take. We have the SAVE Act, one step closer. The big, beautiful bill, one step closer. How about this? Yeah. Bipartisan clock support.
Yes. Thank
God. We can all get behind that. I don't care what direction. Just keep it the same all year, please.
Agreed.
No, see, I do care what direction.
Really?
And I want it the same all year.
You want standard? You want daylight?
I'll tell you in a little bit.
Okay.
It's called a tease there. You like that?
Yes, I do.
How about that? And also a golfer.
Tease me, baby.
Yeah, we love to tease on this show. A golfer at the Masters decided to take a leak in Rays Creek.
Yeah.
Sometimes you got to go.
That actually rhymed.
I got to say, I don't blame the guy. You got to go sometimes.
Yeah, we're going to have this conversation of, have you ever had to relieve yourself one or two in public beyond, a porta potty, a commode, a Wawa gas station break bathroom area?
One of the advantages of being a male is that you can kind of pee anywhere.
Yeah.
I totally see Anna Hummel. Well,
we'll get into it.
Yeah, we will.
It's messy.
Yeah.
It's always messy.
And also a very interesting story. It is complicated. Your phone is making you mediocre in life.
Yes.
Wait till you hear this story.
Yep.
And this Twitter thread from a guy who can speak firsthand to it.
Nobody listens to me when I say these cell phones are rewiring our brains.
Yeah.
We no longer we don't have facts in our brains anymore.
No.
Because we just say, hey, Val Kilmer, since we were speaking about him yesterday, Val Kilmer was in what movie? Tombstone, okay. And then we look it up and we say, oh yeah, I remember him in Tombstone, blah, and then we forget it.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas back in the day, you had to store things away in your memory, and you remembered it forever.
That's correct. All right, let's get down to business. Round number one of the news, and there is a ton of it. 6:05, Florida Zone.
Yeah.
Anna Hummel.
All right, today is April 11th, 2025, and it's currently 42 degrees in Philadelphia. Today's weather, expect breezy and colder with rain and drizzle. Sorry, apparently this is my fault.
It is.
Wet roads and lower visibility with a high of 48.
Garage is your fault, too, just so you know.
What
the hell?
While we're at it.
Nick.
Just a bad omen all around.
Nick, you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Mm-hmm. Yep. You guys were very close to Hummel, Phil, and Jimmy Kelly in the morning today. Just saying.
Tonight, breezy with rain with a low of 41. In the news this morning, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware rank among the best states to work remotely. While the number of remote workers have been shrinking locally and nationally, telework opportunities still exist. In Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and especially Delaware, conditions are favorable for those who work from home. A new report by personal finance company Wallet Hub ranked all 50 states and Washington, D.C. from best to worst for remote workers. The number one spot went to Delaware, with Jersey ranking 5th and Pennsylvania in 7th place. Would you guys like to guess who was in last place for best places to work remotely from?
I'm going to say a red state. I'll go Florida or Texas.
Greg?
I was going to say Florida.
Wrong. Alaska.
Oh.
Alaska's the worst place
it
to work
says
remotely?
Yes.
Meaning, because it's dark half of the year?
It's maybe you need to get out and see people because you're not doing that really anyways.
Uh-huh.
So
Interesting.
don't work from home in Alaska.
So do we consider this a good thing or bad thing that our listening area is the best for work from home?
It tells me that we have weak leadership in this area. That bosses are allowing it.
Yeah.
That was my first takeaway when you sent that story last night in our group text. I'm like, there's too many soft managers that are permitting this to happen.
Maybe because they want to work from home too.
And even if I allowed it as a boss, I would make you feel guilty and uncomfortable for taking the advantage of it to the point where I basically guilt you to coming back in. I'd be a terrible brand manager.
I was just going to say that.
I don't want to work for
You
you.
have no idea how this works.
I know, you're right. I would either be like the greatest brand manager because I've got like the 30 shares because I demand excellence, or I'd be fired in 6 weeks and be an HR nightmare.
Yeah.
One of the two.
There's no in between.
No.
Body found in shallow basement grave after fire in West Philadelphia. Investigators say a body was found bound and in a shallow grave in the basement of a house in a Philadelphia home that caught fire on Thursday night. Deputy Commissioner Frank Venore said the body has not been identified yet, and police are unsure exactly how the man died. The first responders were called to a home on the 2200 block of South Street around 7 p.m. for reports of a fire. Firefighters found a body in the basement of the home and removed it after extinguishing the fire.
Oh, God.
What a gem to find a body in the basement.
Yeah, that's got to be awful.
Yeah.
Bad enough to have to fight fires, and then you got to deal with corpses. I don't deal with corpses well. We talked about the pallbearer story last week. The whole thing just...
I think we have another corpse story coming up, if you know what I'm referring to.
Yeah, this is really...
This is disturbing.
Yeah.
I have a hot take on this that no one will like.
Well, it's better you than Greg. Greg's taking enough bullets this week in the YouTube chat.
It's true, I have. Yeah. Coming up in the cut sheet, we have a disturbed New York City man who may have taken advantage of a dead body.
And lastly, a man 45 shoots a 13-year-old, then flees following a fistfight. Is it in King Sessing?
King Sessing?
Is that right?
I think so.
Okay. Officials say a 45-year-old man shot a 13-year-old child who was fighting with another juvenile on his property. The man then fled the scene while the child is in critical condition in the hospital. Police responded to 57th and King Sessing Thursday evening, just after 6:30.
We have a lot of bad streets in this city.
I got it. I'm
bizarre
learning that.
names. Bizarre.
Due to a reported fight between two kids, within minutes, police got a call about a shooting on the 800 block of 56th Street. Responding officers were met at the address by a 13-year-old who had been shot in the stomach, but he is expected to survive.
45-year-old.
Classy.
Shooting wow.
Yeah.
Man.
Probably a career-oriented individual.
Do we have a description of the individual, Sana?
No.
Okay.
Thanks for asking, though.
Yeah.
He's the head of a local bank here.
Maybe, maybe it's exactly what you expect.
Just curious if there's a description. When there's not a description, you know the description.
Family man.
I know it, but I can't say it.
Exactly.
Active in his community.
Yeah.
I'm sure he was a scholar.
Yes. Teachers still adore him to this day.
Yep.
Right. And Kayal and Company News Live for the 6 a.m. hour.
Thank you very much, Anna. All right, 6:10 Friday morning. Let's wrap up the week with one last big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Which is brought to you by First Bank. The SAVE Act, one big beautiful bill and one big mouth that can maybe save the Democrat Party. It was a good day on the Hill for Republicans on Thursday, and the Democrats continued to show you warped logic. The GOP with victories as they move closer to ensuring even more voting integrity in American elections, as well as Donald Trump's one big beautiful bill that will include tax breaks. Meanwhile, the Democrats continue to spout off irrational, incoherent, and irresponsible rhetoric as the party continues to have what looks like open auditions for who can lead the left moving forward, when in reality, none of these current politicians, outside of the most quiet one, has a shot. But that doesn't mean that an outsider can't crash the party. More on that coming up in a few minutes. But let's start with the SAVE Act, which passed the U.S. House, requiring U.S. citizenship be proven in order to register to vote. I know, such a radical idea, right? The final vote was 220 to 208, with actually 4 Democrats joining Republicans. But 208 Democrats did not. Why? Well, it's very simple. They want illegals to vote. In a country where proving your identity and your status is required to rent a home, buy alcohol and tobacco, purchase certain medicines over the counter, open a bank account, board a plane, adopt a pet, enter a casino, get a tattoo, donate blood, get food stamps, and countless other instances in everyday life, the left is okay with not needing ID to vote. Here's Rep. Nikema Williams, Democrat from Georgia, making absolutely no sense. Listen and watch.
In Georgia, over half of the population doesn't have a passport, and our driver's licenses, even the real ID, doesn't prove citizenship. This bill could force Georgians to pay more than $700 million just to register to vote. Y'all, that's a poll tax, plain and simple, and it's blatant voter suppression. Voter suppression by any other name. Mr. Speaker.
To steal a word from her, y'all lives in Georgia and around the country are in the super minority with this ridiculous position. According to a 2024 Gallup survey leading up to the election this past November, 84% of respondents favor requiring photo ID to vote, and 83% support requiring proof of citizenship when registering to vote, for the first time. But keep on grifting. Here's Rep. Brian Steele, Republican from Wisconsin, with the easiest layup rebuttal to Ms. Williams. Listen and watch.
Mr. Speaker, I view that as insane. We should be making sure that only U.S. citizens are voting in U.S. elections. You'll hear arguments about it's burdensome. Mr. Speaker, I think it's absurd that we're protecting beer more than we're protecting ballots. You have to show a photo ID when you go in to buy a six-pack of beer. You should have to go in and show that you're a U.S. citizen when you register to vote. It's just that simple. And I remind my colleagues that we had this debate in this chamber last Congress. 5 Democrats joined us in voting for this bill. Well, in a few moments, we'll be voting, Mr. Speaker. It'll be darn interesting to see how many Democrats have the courage to come across the line and say, yes, only U.S. citizens should vote in U.S. elections. My colleagues should support this bill, and I yield back.
All time for 46 out of 47 European nations require proof of citizenship to vote. Yet in America, only 36 out of 50 American states require it. The math makes us look like a joke on the voting integrity stage. Next up, Trump's one big beautiful bill, which secured a major victory with the House, despite some GOP pushback. According to Mike Johnson, the budget resolution will reportedly pave the way for $1.5 trillion in savings. The vote came in at 216 to 214, with 2 Republicans, including Kentucky's Thomas Massey, voting nay. With that would come $1 trillion in tax cuts per Axios. And from one big beautiful bill to one big mouth. No, that is not Jasmine Crockett, despite her daily attempts to be the loudest, dumbest human in politics. I'm talking about someone who actually has a chance, in my opinion, in 2028 if he decides to run. And that would be ESPN's Stephen A. Smith. Now, I know many of you are going to scoff at the notion that this talking head on TV can't win, but I have plenty of reasons to believe he would have a legit chance if he officially enters the race. Here's why. Donald Trump was a political outsider. And in 2016, at one point in time leading up to the election, Donald Trump was given a 2% chance to beat Hillary Clinton. Let me repeat that. A 2% chance to upset Hillary Clinton. And it happened. Why? He was an outsider. He had charisma. He was a great debater. He had a set of balls and was not going to back down to career swampy, slimy political lifers. Oh, and by the way, Hillary Clinton, she kind of had some baggage. The GOP was weak. Look at what they trotted out after Bush 43. McCain, Romney, Jeb Bush. Now fast forward to 2025 and potentially 2028. Look at the Democrat Party. Kamala Harris, no chance. Mayor Pete, no way. AOC, no shot. Jasmine Crockett, we'll just move past her. Tim Walz, don't get me started. Andy Beshear might be a good choice from Kentucky, but nobody knows who the hell he is. So here's who I think would be your top 3 choices in a Democratic primary. Gavin Newsom, slim chance. Stephen A. Smith, I believe a viable chance. And the front runner, clearly in my eyes, Pennsylvania's Josh Shapiro. And I thought when Stephen A. Smith was angling to be ESPN's top-paid broadcaster in very public negotiations about wanting $20 million a year, that politics was a leverage ploy versus his employer to secure the bag. Now it appears it wasn't. He's been all over the place, doing political news hits on every network, and dedicates a lot of his YouTube show to political and social commentary. In a recent interview with Barrett Media, he said, quote, "It's time to stop messing around. Life is great, especially at ESPN Disney. I hate the thought of being a politician, but I'm sick of this mess. I am officially leaving all doors open." Now, I've said it on this show before. I'll say it again. I think Stephen A. Smith is a top-notch grifter. He's good at debating. The stage doesn't scare him. And I'll tell you this much. If he runs as a liberal, he'll be in the mix. If he runs as a moderate or centrist, which he claims to be, I think he has a real chance. He knows progressive, woke nonsense is a loser. And I'm not alone in thinking that he has a valid shot. Here's Jason Whitlock of Glenn Beck's The Blaze breaking it down. Listen and watch.
What Stephen A. Smith is doing, and people are going to take Stephen A. Smith seriously as a presidential candidate, and he may win the Democratic nomination, and he may win the presidency. Because we haven't fixed what's wrong with America. Our eyes are open, and many of us are demanding change, but the change hasn't happened yet. And I'm not sure if it's going to happen. And for Stephen A. Smith to be running out there and admitting, yeah, I think I want to run for president, is an indication that the people controlling him say, no, there's no real change. We'll be back to business. And people are like, how's it? Kamala Harris got away with it. She, an illegitimate nominee for the Democratic Party. They run out Biden, install her. She never has to compete in the primary. She never has to earn the right to be the Democratic nominee. She never had to answer any real questions. She never had to prove any level of competency. And they ran her for president. And yes, Trump won all the swing states. But she came within 4 or 5 million votes of beating him in the popular vote. And if they were able to cheat just a little bit better, she would have won the presidency. If they feel like, man, we got Kamala Harris this close, we got Joe Biden across the finish line, Stephen A., that's easy work.
That's coming from Jason Whitlock, who hates Stephen A. Smith, and Jason Whitlock is a conservative. You better not sleep on Stephen A. Smith. And the black vote that jumped up a bit for Trump in 2024 could easily go the other way in 2028. Let's hear from Stephen A. Smith himself right now on News Nation. Listen and watch.
The last few weeks, I've had no choice but to get a bit more serious about it. I've been approached by people on Capitol Hill. I've been approached by people who are elected officials in office, whether it's governors or mayors or what have you, and people have legitimately and seriously asked me about that. I have no desire to be a politician. My life is pretty well. But I've decided I'm no longer going to close that door. I'm going to keep my options open. I'm going to entertain the possibility. And if it comes in 2020, late 2026, 2027, where I look at this country and I think it's an absolute mess and there's legitimate reason to believe, whether it's via exploratory committees or anything else, that I indeed would have a legitimate shot to win the presidency of the United States, I am not going to rule it out, and I'm not playing. I just think that it's a mess right now. I'm not scared. There's a lot that I have to learn. I am no aficionado, make no mistake about it. But damn it, let me hunker down for 2 or 3 months. I'll know the issues. And once that happens, then imagining me on a debate stage with these people, these politicians, this is what I do for a living. And if for no other reason than to stand on a debate stage with tens of millions of people watching, where I get to sit back and talk about what you've been doing as politicians to literally dissipate and disintegrate the quality of America before our very eyes because of your own selfishness. Me having an opportunity to do that, that is what I mean when I say I will eat them alive. I am not a politician. I don't have a political record for them to lean on. They all do, which means I get to look at your record and what you've done and challenge whether you can legitimately say, not just with the cameras rolling, but in front of my face, that you actually operated on behalf of what was in the best interest of all of America. Who's going to pull that off in front of my face? Good luck with that. I wish they would.
Stephen A. Smith on News Nation sounds a lot like somebody from 2012, 13, 14, 15 that grew sick of the Republican Party, had a big ego, was a great speaker, saw weakness within a party, saw an open opportunity to elevate his platform. I can't seem to put my finger on who that is. Oh, that's right, Donald J. Trump. But, Nick, it won't happen. He's a sports guy. Okay. Glenn Jacobs, a.k.a. Kane from the WWE. He's now the mayor of Knox County in Tennessee. Clay Travis, Sid Rosenberg, myself, others left sports media for this platform. Don't think an outsider can't crash the party and have success. Donald Trump proved that. I would not rule out Stephen A. Smith with a very weak, identity politic-laden Democrat Party. But we'll worry about that in 2026 and 2027. In the meantime, let's get everything finalized with the SAVE Act and that big, beautiful bill. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Brought to you by First Bank. If you're ready to drive your business's success with a trusted local partner, well, then you can count on First Bank for personalized support and smart solutions to help grow your business. First Bank, your trusted local partner for success. Visit myfirstbank.com to learn more. Member FDIC, equal housing lender. 855-839-1210. Come back, get everybody's thoughts on that. If you want to jump in, you can fire away on social media at 1210 WPHT and, of course, in the YouTube chat. And then yesterday, two big decisions and one big unearthing with Social Security with Doge, as well as a Supreme Court ruling with that MS-13 member. We're going to hit on those stories as we continue. It's Kayal and Company, Anna in for Dawn, and we're back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
With Fidelity Wealth Management, a dedicated advisor gets to know you and your goals to build a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth. Backed by a team of specialists, they'll analyze all your accounts, even the ones they don't manage, to keep an eye on taxes and provide proactive portfolio insights that can help you unlock your wealth's full potential. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. Member NYSE SIPC.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
President Trump is making New Jersey safer, securing the border and deporting dangerous criminals. And he's getting no help from Phil Murphy and Trenton Democrats. I'm Jack Chittarelli. That all changes when I'm governor. On day one, we'll end Murphy's sanctuary state and ban sanctuary cities. We'll work with ICE and take the handcuffs off our police to keep our communities safe. It's time Trenton Democrats realize we need to protect our communities. When I'm governor, we will.
Paid for by Chitterelli for Governor Inc., 99 Gray Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
Make magic happen with Kitchen Magic. Family-owned Kitchen Magic has been making dream kitchens come to life for over 45 years and 60,000 homeowners. Kitchen Magic's experts will guide you every step of the way, from free in-home design consultation to top-notch installation. Whether refacing, new cabinetry, or complete makeover, your kitchen transformation is covered with quality American-made products. Your new kitchen will be as functional and enduring as it is beautiful. Right now, enjoy an amazing 40% off installation. Visit kitchenmagic.com.
Are you looking for a lawn care service that delivers great results and is safer for your family and pets? Choose Natural Lawn of America. At Natural Lawn, they use environmentally friendly products to grow lush green lawns naturally. Now's the time to start. Schedule Natural Lawn's full-service program today and get free seeding every year. For a greener, healthier lawn plus free seeding, call 800-FREE-SEED. Call 800-FREE-SEED now. Choose the locally owned and family-operated Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Get your tickets now for Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Matt's on Fayette Street in Conshohocken, Saturday, April 26th, supporting Plymouth Whitemarsh High School baseball.
It was fun. Hysterical.
Super funny. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com! Calling on East Greenville to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it today.
Kayal and Company, live on a Friday morning, 6 o'clock hour, brought to you by Bucks County Estate Traders, where you can browse over 16,000 pieces, all high-quality, famous brands, meticulously cared for and curated by their experts. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield. Love the stories this week. We've had so many good stories, a great variety, like all the big stuff, and then just these random obtuse stories, which I feel like always makes for a good show. So let me get your thoughts on this, Anna Hummel. We've had the big take, the SAVE Act, the big beautiful bill, Stephen A. Smith, the Democrat Party. Thoughts, observations, any takeaways that you want to delve into?
So this whole argument for voter suppression insofar as you having ID or needing ID is somehow voter suppression. I understand that the objective, it seems, is to swing the swing states. Like the long-term objective is to swing the swing states to create somewhat of a uniparty state. And by
Correct.
State, I mean country, right?
All blue.
Right. But the messaging there, and walk me through this because I feel like maybe I'm missing something. But if you say that having ID or requiring ID is somehow voter suppression, what's the underlying message there? Is it saying that black and brown people can't figure it out? Because that sounds pretty racist. Or that they can't afford ID? Assuming that also seems kind of racist.
It's as obnoxious of a statement to make as when Kathy Hochul, the governor of New York, just last year tried to argue that there are African-American kids that don't know what a computer is. Like what? It's 2024,
right?
And black children don't know what computers are,
right?
If a Republican had said that, if Trump would have said that, Al Green would try to draft more articles of impeachment against him,
right?
Yet Kathy Hochul, and this is what I think the Democrats do, is they try to tell certain quote marginalized communities that no, you need to be dependent on us because if you don't vote for us, nobody else will do anything for you. Yet, you ever notice how Democrats only pander to marginalized communities every election cycle?
Yeah.
Right? Voter ID, I've never heard of a person that couldn't find a way to get ID if they needed it for something.
And then like that guy, I forget his name, but he was like, why are we protecting beer more than ballots?
Right.
Like no one is complaining that, you walk into a club, everyone needs to show ID, whether it's fake or not, whatever, but you need to show some form of identification. No one has an issue with that. And then Sunny, is it Hostin?
Yep.
The View chick. I mean, the most sexist thing where she's like, these married women like either can't figure it out or they their birth certificate doesn't match their ID. I was really not following her logic too much, but it just seems like
most of America usually doesn't.
Yeah, right, exactly. So it seems like those are the most racist and sexist takes to have on this. So I don't know. That's kind of where I landed.
Well, think about this too with voter ID and how this is just a basic, should be a logical requirement. I bring up this story all the time when we talk about ID. When my mother-in-law came down to Nashville to visit my wife and kids, we would go out to restaurants and stuff like that, and she would get carded for a vodka cranberry. my mother-in-law is 63 years old, right? I mean, it's the law, the restaurants, the bartenders, the hostesses. They're under the camera, they're under surveillance. You have to show it, but I mean. And my mother-in-law, like, she understands it because she works in the food and concession business as a small business owner. She gets it, but it's aggravating, it's annoying, and it's common sense. Do I not look like I'm above, the age of 21?
Right.
Really? So you flip it back around to the whole ID requirement, and it's just absurd. So they're going to continue on with that grift, and we laid it out on this show 2 years ago during the primaries in 2022. I mean, it was easier to vote in the state of Georgia, where they claim voter suppression, where, the left tries to say these are Jim Crow 2.0 laws, right? Joe Biden said that. It's actually more difficult to vote in the state of New York, which is a blue state. And yet there's this narrative that Republicans are trying to suppress voting. And then on the other side,
ID.
Right. But on the other side, the Democrats are trying to import millions of voters.
Right.
Which one seems a little bit more plausible? And we've laid out the numbers for the swing states. You brought that up.
Yeah.
All 7 swing states look like they were well on their way to going blue, and Trump still somehow swept all 7 of them.
He did.
There you go.
Yep.
All right. The Stephen A. Smith thing. I wanted to just mention this. I've got a couple of numbers here. So according to McLaughlin, the 2028 Democrat primary poll, Kamala Harris still the runaway favorite. She got 33% of the vote. Pete Buttigieg, 9%. Gavin Newsom, 7%. AOC, 6%. Josh Shapiro, 3%, which is way off base. Tim Walz, 3%. Stephen A. Smith, 2%. Do you think, and by the way, I've got another poll here. We haven't done polls in a long time. I kind of miss polls, even though we're still a couple of years away. I love polls. I love anytime you can quantify something. I'm a numbers guy.
The fact that you're bringing up this grifter just makes my skin crawl.
I'll be done in 9 seconds, I promise.
Thank you.
Per Overton, they give J.D. Vance a 9% lead over Stephen A. Smith in a 2028 hypothetical. J.D. Vance, 43%. Stephen A. Smith, 34%. I'm just saying, I think he has a chance. I would put Shapiro as like a 3-1 favorite over Stephen A. Smith, but to discount, I'll put it this way. Stephen A. Smith has a better chance than Michelle Obama ever did. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, but you said Kamala Harris was number 1 in that poll with like a 48%.
33%.
33%.
Which I love.
Yeah.
Do
it again. Try it again.
As the kiddies say, run it back. Yeah. Don't change anything.
Exactly.
Give me Kamala and Tim Walz for a year and a half on the campaign trail.
Yeah. Absolutely.
All right. So let's get to this story. We got this. I think this was late in the evening last night or early this morning. The Supreme Court, this is from the AP, says that the Trump administration must work to bring back the mistakenly deported Maryland man. And I just want to give you about 4 or 5 highlights and some facts. And this, to me, should be a very simple story to process and a simple story to rule on. So the administration claims that Abrego Garcia is a member of the MS-13 gang, though he's never been charged with or convicted of a crime. This is the guy from Maryland that was mistakenly shipped back to El Salvador.
That everybody's saying is a father and a
family man.
Family man.
He's a good guy, right?
You can be both those things, right? A gangbanger and a dad.
Right.
Most are.
Right.
Most are. His attorney said there's no evidence that he was in MS-13. Okay. And there's obviously conflicting there reports between what the administration thinks versus the defense attorney. The administration, the Trump administration, has conceded that it made a mistake in sending him back to El Salvador, but argued it could no longer do anything about it. Which is kind of funny.
Well, actually, the lawyer or the person in the administration that argued that, I think they let go, right? They fired that person.
The lady under Bondi in the DOJ.
Yes,
That was kind of a forgotten story this week in the news cycle.
Yeah.
So he had a permit from Homeland Security to legally work, keyword, legally work in the U.S.
Okay.
He was a sheet metal apprentice pursuing a journeyman license, his attorney said. His wife is a U.S. citizen. Now, here's the thing. He is, according to the administration, an MS-13 member. And I asked Anna this before the show, and I'm pretty sure this is fact. MS-13 and Tren de Aragua, by this administration, have officially been deemed terrorist organizations.
Yeah.
So SCOTUS, at the end of the day, ruled against the administration, Trump had a couple of good victories the last handful of days with SCOTUS, 5-4, 6-3, 7-2. Now SCOTUS says, nope, you have to return him. You made a mistake. If they have deemed this to be an official terrorist organization, and I don't know the answers to this, I guess you have to be a real competent attorney or a Supreme Court justice, why would they allow him to be brought back into the United States after the fact that MS-13 and Tren de Aragua are basically on the same par with Al-Qaeda, ISIS? They're a terrorist organization. Should not be in this country at all. And look, I guess it comes down to, well, he either is or he isn't.
Right, that's the
a
fact
member
on the
of
table,
MS-13,
yeah.
Right? But it seems to me, if in fact he is, the administration could be wrong in accidentally shipping him back, but they could be right in identifying him as a gang member. I don't want MS-13 in this country. So I don't know why SCOTUS would rule against that. And what happens now when he does come back? Do they keep him under surveillance? Are they going to monitor him?
There's something weird about this whole story because, and by the way, the Supreme Court has given the Trump administration until 9:30 this morning to come up with how they're bringing this guy back.
What do you fly a plane? Do you meet halfway? What do you do?
There's something strange about this story. I'm wondering if this guy was working undercover or something. Maybe he was a gang member and was working undercover because they said he's in danger in this El Salvador prison, right?
Well, I would think everybody is in that joint.
You think he's like a Fed?
I have no idea.
A snitch?
I'm just speculating how they can be so wrong with this. Maybe at one time he was, and he was kind of working undercover to help the feds.
Yeah, that happens a lot.
Yes, and he kind of got swept up in this thing because they thought he was a member of this group because he was posing as one.
Mm-hmm.
I have no idea, but was he here legally?
No, he had a work license. He was legally acknowledged by Homeland Security,
And he's married to an American.
and he's married.
So
his wife's a citizen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So are you here legally then?
No, he's here. He is here technically legally. I don't think he's illegal. He's legal yet not a citizen. It's kind of in that
you're
limbo stage.
a legal resident.
Right.
That's fine. But the issue is he or is he not a part of MS-13?
Right. That's ultimately the conversation.
Yeah.
And it doesn't seem like it's ever been proven one way or the other.
Conflicting reports.
Bryn Mawr Builders says this guy had protected status from 2019. He can be deported to any country except El Salvador. That's what the order from 2019 says.
Well, if that's true, then ship him somewhere else.
That's what I'm saying. There's so much around this that seems to me like this guy was working for the feds or something. Because
that's an interesting theory.
Why would he be able to be shipped anywhere but El Salvador unless he was working against the El Salvadorian government?
Working for the feds as a part of this administration or the prior administration?
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. And by the way, it's just a speculation. I have nothing to prove that, but I'm just speculating because that's what we do here.
That's what we do. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. And then yesterday, how about this? This is going to make your head explode because it actually made Elon Musk's head explode. He had to read this story in the reports multiple times once his Doge staff unearthed this. They reveal bizarre findings of unemployment insurance claims, and apparently this is next level crazy. So the Department of Government Efficiency on X shared eyebrow-raising findings from a survey of unemployment. And if anybody's ever worked in radio, they know what unemployment is like. Trust me. I've done it multiple times. I'll probably do it again, too. The Doge Post states that they found with the survey where there were over 24,000 people that are over 115 years old that claimed $59 million in unemployment benefits. 28,000 people between the ages of 1 and 5 years old that claimed $254 million in unemployment benefits, and 9,700 people with birth dates over 15 years into the future. Unborn babies that claimed $69 million, nice, in benefits. If my daughters at 10 could claim unemployment, I would follow through with that and line our pockets a little bit.
Yeah.
This is startling. Again, I think some of the Medicare, Medicaid checks that were being cut, Social Security checks that were being cut Remember about a month ago, Doge was like, yeah, we found people 140 to 149 years old that were legally dead. I think some of that was embellished. I don't know that was all authentic. I think a lot of it probably was, but then they throw in some icing around the cake. But this is the most crazy part to me. People that are not even born yet are signed up for unemployment. Who's cashing these checks?
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
What bank accounts are receiving these direct deposits?
Yeah.
Like, that is startling. And if you think that this is, well, I always thought that professional athletes, for the most part, were the worst when it comes to blowing money. Like, I've never felt bad for a pro athlete that made $150 million in his career and now is completely poor because they have terrible money management skills. I thought they were the worst on the planet until I realized our federal government is disgraceful with money.
It's crazy because this whole country was built on checks and balances, but when it comes to power, not when it comes to spending. And so no one has been keeping track of what the government is doing with this money and where it's going. And it's absolutely unbelievable that unborn babies that don't even exist yet are collecting dollars.
There are people that aren't even born that already have a bigger net worth than I do.
By the way,
outrageous.
Elon Musk during the cabinet meeting spoke about a little bit of this.
Oh, we have it?
Yesterday, so roll this film.
Thanks to your fantastic leadership, this amazing...
Okay, can we just stop it for a second?
Yeah.
Just the ass-kissing nature of these cabinet meetings. I like the cabinet meetings. I want more of these. I think every administration should do it. Everybody get around and say, all right, Jimmy, what'd you do this week? All right, come on.
You like the transparency?
I like the transparency. We're paying for this. I want to know what these MFers are up to.
Yep.
But the nature of the butt kissing that goes on, like with your fantastic leadership.
I know.
Oh, sir.
I know.
Has there been a man that has walked on water since you?
It's a big circle jerk.
It's just a giant. Yes, it's just a giant that. All right. Start it over. Sorry.
Excuse my mouth.
Thanks to your fantastic leadership, this amazing cabinet, and the very talented Doge team, I'm excited to announce that we anticipate savings in FY26 from reduction of waste and fraud by $150 billion. And I mean, and some of it is just absurd, like people getting unemployment insurance who haven't been born yet. I mean, I think anyone can appreciate whether, I mean, come on. That's just crazy. You know, some of these things, people ask me, like, well, how are you going to find waste and fraud in the government? I'm like, well, actually just go in any direction. That's how you find it. It's very common. it's, as the military would say, target-rich environment. So I think we're doing a lot of good in excellent collaboration with the cabinet to achieve these savings. And it will actually result in better services for the American people, and that we're going to be spending their tax dollars in a way that is sensible and fair and good.
And your people are fantastic. In fact, hopefully they'll stay around for the long haul. We'd like to keep as many as we can. They're great, smart, sharp, right? Finding things that nobody would have thought of. Very computer savvy.
Yeah.
There you go, Elon Musk showing a little personality. And I think this is what drives the swamp nuts, is because the swamp is the playground for these career political hacks that go in with $10, walk out with a net worth of $183 million, and they're pissed that the billionaire guy, the wealthiest guy on the planet, is coming in and putting an end to all of their monopoly money, you know, Ponzi schemes.
It's fun to see.
It is. It really is. And I love every bit of it. 855-839-1210. We'll come back. What do we think about finally ending the charade of daylight savings time? Bipartisan support. We'll talk about it next here on Kayal and Company. But first, a word from our friends at Bucks County Estate Traders, because the truth is they don't make furniture like they used to, right? You want to go back to the glory days when all of these products in America were great? Well, Bucks County Estate Traders for furnishing your home. That's a start. If you're tired of cheap, mass-produced junk, let me tell you about Bucks County Estate Traders. Their massive Hatfield showroom, over 16,000 pieces of high-end furniture. Brands like Stickley, Baker, Henredon, the kind of quality craftsmanship that has withstood the test of time. And you can save thousands compared to new retail prices. No matter your style, maybe you're looking for that classic look in your home, modern, rustic, traditional, you'll find stunning pieces that fit today's home. Whether you're furnishing your living or dining room, a home office, or even that man cave. Oh, yeah, the man cave at the Kayal household's coming. Bucks County Estate Traders, they have it all. And unlike the big box stores, if you see something you love, you can take it home the same day. Every piece comes with a QR code, Pull out your phone, take that picture, and it gives you details instantly. And their expert staff, best in the business. No pushy salespeople, straight shooters who know their stuff. Check out their website. You can call ahead, and they'll have the pieces you want ready to show you on the same day. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or stop by their showroom in Hatfield.
The extensive selection at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City combines luxury with performance across the full line of sedans, SUVs, coupes, roadsters, and more. From the powerful engine of the 2025 C-Class sedan to the impressive towing capacity of the 2025 GLE SUV, you're going to find a luxury vehicle that meets your needs. Schedule a test drive behind the wheel of your dream Mercedes-Benz. Shop Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, Atlantic City, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or ConsumerCellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Free speech lives here with Kayal and Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Kayal and Company, 6:51 Friday morning. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your day, perhaps ending your day, perhaps starting a nice 3-day weekend. Daylight saving time story, bipartisan support, Dems and Republicans saying enough is enough. We just have to arrive on a conclusion. We'll get to that. Anna has some news. Bruno at 7:30 and the cut sheet at 7:45.
Anne writes in. She says, I'd like to know how they found the fraud, meaning the unemployment fraud, since unemployment is usually distributed by the states. Is there a federal unemployment? I'm trying to figure out how he found this. Did he audit a state? Each unemployed person needs to apply to the state they live in.
That is correct.
Thank you, longtime listener every morning. Thank you, Ann.
Yes, and you are correct. As somebody who has filed in Pennsylvania and Tennessee, it is a state thing, and it's a pain in the ass.
It sure is.
Yes, it is.
Cindy writes in, happy Friday. Yes, I said Friday.
Yes.
I've been a daily listener since Don Imus retired. That's a long time. So thank you, thank you, Cindy, for listening for as long as you have. I have to let you know how much I'm enjoying Anna as a fill-in for Dawn. Great job
thank you so
finding
much.
her. Thanks, Cindy.
Appreciate it.
There you go.
So that's your mom, I'm assuming.
Yeah,
Anna.
Yeah.
On a Venmo, mom said, "Hey,
wake up, mom.
Here's $25. You know what to do." Did we actually? I think we've talked about this. Did we air Imus at one point on this station?
We did, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that was a long time ago, though.
Oh my goodness.
It was a long time ago.
Yeah.
He got a one share, so
Yeah.
they were like, maybe not
Yeah.
this show.
Sorry, Don.
I
can't relate.
Maybe not.
One share.
Trying to. Well, you really are cocky, aren't you?
Yeah, I just.
Tina writes in, and by the way, I'm not like these are just the emails I've gotten. So Anna must have friends flooding her inbox. She says, "Hi, Greg. I looked for your WPHT contact info, and yours came up. I didn't know you were the boss. Yes, I am. Thank you very much, Tina. I just wanted you guys to know my husband has been listening to the morning show for a while now, and subjects me to it when I'm in his car.
Subjects.
Friday, I heard Anna on the show, and on Monday, I signed up to your YouTube." So I can listen when I'm not in his car. Anna is a great addition to the show. She reminds me of me and my friends. And
I like Anna. She reminds me of myself.
By the way,
I'll take it. Thank you.
Her YouTube chat name is Tina. Her husband is 40 and she is 33.
Oh, nice.
He listens every morning.
Okay.
Awesome. Thanks, Tina.
Thank you, Tina. I
appreciate that.
Yeah.
Any other personal information? We get cup size, maybe. What else is in there? I'm 7 years younger than my hubby. My hubby has a
blood type.
There you go. There you go. 855-839-1210.
It's a little smattering from the email bag here.
Nice. Just to wrap up the hour, I'm getting a lot of tweets about the, and I knew this would be the case, and that's why I wanted to give that opinion. Jay says the Democrat Party runs like the mafia. No way that they would let Stephen A. Smith be the nominee.
Agreed.
The bosses control the primaries. The Republican Party's run by the people. Look, I still believe Shapiro's the favorite. But I think Stephen A. would destroy a lot of these people on the debate stage. LJ Kolodzyjewski says, do you actually believe the elites of the world are actually going to allow the people to choose their own president? Like, well, wait a minute. The elites of the world didn't want Donald Trump in office anymore. Hell, he got shot, and he still won, and won the popular vote, won all 7 swing states. So, I trust me, I'm with you. The elites, they want what they want, and they do everything they can to get it. But sometimes, things happen.
You're like, wow, democracy might work still. Might still be a thing.
Exactly right. And the last time I checked, to this point in time, Kamala Harris has still never won a Democrat primary. She's been in 2, and, she was in 1. Should have been in a second one, but she was just anointed. 855-839-1210. All right. News to kick off the second hour. We've got some daylight savings time stories to get to. And then before Tony Bruno gets here, we got to have this conversation. I can't believe I witnessed this yesterday. A college golfer from Arizona State, so still technically an amateur, was playing in the Masters, and he decided, I can't hold it any longer.
When you have to go, you have to go.
I get that.
I guess when nature calls, nature calls. But I thought there was decorum at Augusta National. Maybe I can get on there eventually one day. Back after this. Stay right there.
It's official. Newsmax has become a news giant. It's even listed on the New York Stock Exchange. Over 40 million Americans regularly turn to Newsmax for the news they need to know. They're tuning into the Newsmax channel on all major cable systems. They watch Newsmax 2 on all streaming platforms. They go online to Newsmax.com for breaking headlines. Millions more have downloaded the free Newsmax app on their smartphone and home TV. Reuters says Newsmax is one of the top news brands in America. Even President Trump says Newsmax is terrific, and he's watching. Tens of millions of Americans like you have made the switch to Newsmax for the news they can trust. So make the switch today. You won't ever look back.
At Wells Fargo, we know what got you into your business. Whether it's manufacturing, running a restaurant, or your business from home. What you didn't get into your business for was banking. But luckily, Wells Fargo offers business checking, payments, and lending all in one place, in your neighborhood and on our app. So you can focus on doing what you love. Wells Fargo, you're good at business, we're good at business banking. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/business. Terms apply. Wells Fargo Bank and a member FDIC.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Your smile is more than just a first impression. It's a reflection of your overall health. That's why you deserve the expert care you can get from my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz of the Bentz Dental Group. They have the knowledge, and the diagnostic ability really prides himself on that to assess your specific situation and develop a plan for your dental and overall health. Don't put it off another day. Call the Bentz Dental Group now, 610-272-6949 or BentzDentalGroup.com.
A message for qualified investors from Noble Gold Investments. If your portfolio is over $250,000 and you aren't hedged, you're sitting on a ticking time bomb. With markets at all-time highs, history tells us what comes next. A 10% allocation into gold and silver can help diversify. Experienced investors know that in times of economic uncertainty, real assets, not paper promises, offer true security. Noble Gold Investments makes it easy to add institutional-grade gold and silver to your portfolio, so you can hedge like the world's smartest investors. For nearly a decade, Noble Gold has helped thousands of Americans protect their future, turning numbers on a screen into real, tangible assets. And right now, when you make a qualified investment, Noble Gold will add a free 10th-ounce gold coin to your order. Disciplined investors protect what they've built. Visit NobleGoldInvestments.com today. NobleGoldInvestments.com.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
A message from Bradford White Water Heaters. How you heat your water matters, and you do have a choice. So choose efficiency, choose reliability, choose innovation. Choose a water heater that's manufactured in America using the finest components from around the world. Choose Bradford White. Still is and always will be built to be the best. So make the right choice. Ask your plumbing professional to install a Bradford White water heater in your home or business. Visit BradfordWhite.com to learn more.
Does it seem like allergy season is always here? If you suffer, it sure does. Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical team at Innovative Medical Associates can offer several remedies, especially if you're an allergy sufferer. Through the use of her unique hydration therapy protocols, Dr. Molly has helped many deal with the day-to-day frustrations in what seems like a forever allergy season. And then there are environmental issues. Many times, after going to medical professionals in several states, people have come to find relief thanks to Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff, and we all know that there are many issues out there in the world. For more information, contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit Innovative Medical Associates on their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 to 9 a.m. and again from 4 to 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Scott Auto Group, which includes Scott Honda of Westchester and Vineland, along with Scott Kia of Springfield, and the all-new Scott Kia of Limerick, is focusing on one thing: you, the customer. Expect a seamless buying experience, transparent pricing, and no hidden fees or agendas. Plus, enrollment in the Scott Advantage Loyalty Program, where you benefit from savings on essential services, free PA safety inspections, and extra discounts on your next vehicle purchase. At Scott Auto Group, their focus on you provides a thoughtful and professional way to do business. Visit them at scottautogroup.com, where it's always smooth sailing.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not.
The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Mustard.
You're the real tough cookie with a long history of breaking little hearts like you wanted me. That's okay, let's see how you do it. Put up your dukes, let's get down to it. Hit me with your best shot. Why don't you hit me with your best shot?
That's right, Kayal and Company.
Hit me with your best shot.
Hit us with your best shot on the phones, on social media, in the YouTube chat. Nothing but a bunch of tough cookies on this program. What did Stalker say at lunch on it? He's like, I just throw you into the water. You either swim with the sharks or you get eaten alive.
I like it.
Kind of made me a little queasy. It's like, this guy. 855-839-1210. Bruno, bottom of the hour. Cut sheet 745. A lot of great stories to get to, including a man who decided to do something that was very non-classy, lacking decorum. We'll get to that. And also, which side are you on when it comes to daylight savings time? Yeah. Do you like it to be nice and light later in the night, or are you one of those people that like darkness at 5:15 p.m.? We'll get to that story coming up. But let's get down to the news at 7:04. Round number 2. Everywhere she goes, she brings the clouds, the rain, and the cool temperatures. It's on a Hummel.
Yeah, I just got a notification on my phone that a cold front this weekend in South Florida, bringing sweater weather.
You're like the blue. You're like the blue wave.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on, but I'm starting to believe that I am a bad omen, which is not good for my self-esteem. But that's
juju.
okay.
Yeah,
that's okay.
As long as the content's good with you, you can do anything else you want.
I don't know.
Amen.
I feel like we've had great shows.
Oh,
so.
the shows have been phenomenal.
Good.
Yeah,
good.
So that's all I care
Just
about.
bad weather,
Sorry.
right? I mean,
Look, I'll take. I will absolutely take electric shows and crappy weather versus glorious weather and bad radio. I'll take that every day.
Okay, great. Good. That makes me feel better.
There you go.
All right, today is April 11th, 2025, and it is currently 42 degrees in Philadelphia. Today's weather, expect breezy and colder with rain and drizzle, wet roads, and lower visibility with a high of 48. And tonight you can expect breezy with some rain with a low of 41. In the news this morning.
It's just so wrong. I'm going to watch the Masters and that beautiful green grass, and the weather here stinks.
Oh, for God's sake.
It's just, I got to live vicariously through my TV for another weekend.
Yeah.
I guess so.
I'm sorry.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
This morning in the news, Philly's jail population has reached its lowest level in recent memory. That's good news. Philly's jail population has reached its lowest level in recent memory. The result of a behind-the-scenes effort that has quietly reduced the number of people incarcerated in city-run facilities by more than 20% over the past 6 months.
That's not a good thing.
I think it's bad.
Yeah, no, that's just
letting out criminals on the street.
Yeah,
we're not locking them up to begin with.
That's the ineptitude of Larry Krasner and this damn administration that he has here that just lets everybody say, oh, you were impoverished growing up, so you'll get community service.
Yeah, you didn't have a dad, so you get 47 get out of jail for free cards.
This story, Anna, you just made my story.
I'm sorry. I thought it was people were committing less crimes, but I guess that's not the case. I'm sorry. There's more criminals on the street. Yeah. Are they getting? Is it like a few minor offenses they let you off, or you're just saying that it's?
Well, it's any of these progressive DAs, whether it's New
Okay.
York or Philly. I mean, we should probably have to analyze the top 10 cities, the top 10 biggest DA offices in the country, and just really maybe Dom can do this later today. I give Dom a little show prep idea. Is Krasner actually the worst district attorney in America? It's pretty close. It's pretty close.
I don't know. The one in San Francisco is pretty bad.
She's bad. Bragg is bad.
Boston.
Boston's DA is bad.
Yeah.
Atlanta.
Yeah,
you get the picture.
Yeah, it's like a merryman of J-offs.
Yeah.
Not good.
Nothing like having a bunch of defense attorneys parade around like district attorneys.
Fewer than 3,700 people were in city custody as of this week, according to data from the Philly Department of Prisons, the lowest tally in at least a decade, and more than 50% lower than the 8,000 people who were jailed in 2015.
Okay. You said the number was 3,700? Was that your number?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Fewer than 3,700.
Fewer than 3,700.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Every Pennsylvania state police trooper now equipped with body-worn camera. How was that not a thing before?
Well, it's because we're not Florida.
Okay.
I mean, now we will see if, and I know Dawn had this story multiple times, like reporting on the developments of getting to this point where we've reached the finish line. Every officer, for the sake of transparency, and then we can stop the facade of my rights were violated, or did the officer act overly aggressive?
Sure.
Did the criminal suspect maybe not comply? I love how it's like optional to criminals. Like when the cop tells you to do something and you don't do it. Like it's not optional, right?
Right. You
It's
have
not
to
multiple choice.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
It's fill in the stinking blank.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Pennsylvania State Police on Thursday announced that its entire force is now equipped with body-worn cameras. Officials said the statewide initiative spread across over 80 stations and also included upgrading mobile video recorders in 1,400 patrol vehicles. Quote, body cameras play an increasingly vital role in law enforcement. Yeah, of course. Helping to preserve critical evidence and foster accountability, ultimately increasing the public's trust in our offices. And that was Senator Lisa Baker.
Hey, here's an idea. If you want to talk about full transparency and surveillance to make sure that, A, the officers are doing the right thing and also that the criminal's not lying, why not just start purchasing a bunch of Teslas? We've seen that the Tesla surveils all these people, right, as far as damaging and vandalizing Teslas. Let's get away from the old Ford vehicles that officers use or Chevys, and let's start going Tesla badass vehicles for cops.
Yeah. How far can you get on like a standard Tesla on a single charge?
I've never owned a
It
Tesla.
might not be good if you're trying to do a long.
Well, that's
speed-
true. Yeah, if you're
high-speed
chasing
chase.
if you're chasing OJ.
Yeah.
By the way, a guy writes in and says, "Don't worry, federal prisons are filling thanks to ICE."
Yeah.
Okay.
Fair
All
point.
right. Millville fire. Community comes together after 2 kids found dead, 21 displaced. Firefighters responded to the 300 block of South 4th Street around 11 o'clock Wednesday night. 2 children unfortunately died in the fire. Their names and ages have not yet been released. Officials say 21 people are now without a place to live after the fire severely damaged 6 homes, including 2 duplexes. The origin and cause of the fire are still under investigation. Bags of donated clothing, blankets, and personal items dropped off at the Phenom factory. It's for families in Millville who lost everything in that deadly fire last night.
Wow.
There you go. That's Kayal and Company News Live, 7 o'clock hour.
Former home of Angels great Mike Trout.
By the way, look at the photo right now on the YouTube chat.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, is that perfect?
Oh.
Anna Hummel in her
So I'm not wearing it. Oh.
Look
yeah.
at that. There's the old rotary phone with the cord.
Hang on, I got to give credit to
who did this.
Who did this? This is
Look at the hat Hummel has on.
I know. I like this hat.
Princess and Weiss or Wise? I don't know.
Okay.
Thank you on Twitter.
God, when is that picture from? The 60s right there on the right? New Lady Norelco Professional. Home hair dryer dries hair fast as quieter.
Yeah, that's a great
comparison.
Yeah, you know where you know like in the beauty parlor
Yeah.
where the ladies put their head underneath the
It's for the perm, right?
The dry to perm, yeah.
Yeah.
I get the perm out. That's what that looks like.
It sure does.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Please hit the like and subscribe.
Do you have like any articles of clothing that you know are ugly, but you wear them anyways because you just like them?
I don't think it's.
Everything I wear to work every day here.
I don't think it's ugly at all.
Oh, you don't?
No, I actually think it's adorable.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
I am adorable.
Stalker had to be careful there. He was like, it's adorable. Yeah,
Yeah.
adorable. That's adorable. Let's go with adorable. By the way, because you look like a lady that could easily get like the curls going. Does your hair kind of get naturally curly?
Yeah, my hair is curly. It's just super oily and like disgusting right now because it's dirty,
Okay.
but it's pretty.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is getting? I'm going to show my age here and my oblivious nature to a lot of things in life. Are perms still a thing? Do broads still get a perm?
Do broads still get a perm?
I'm really.
I asked this question. My mom was a beautician. She was a hairstylist before
Yeah.
she worked in newspapers. She owned her own beauty supply. She went to it was this place up in Allentown by where we used to work, Greg, with the radio cluster on MacArthur Road. And she went to this like Empire Beauty School, and she had her own little business, and she had 2 or 3 of those big things, those big helmet things that you lower over your head.
Yeah.
And when she would do perms, and I would have to come by from time to time, and this was when I was like 7, the smell in that place is atrocious.
Yeah.
I need the YouTube chat to jump in here. Are perms still a thing?
I don't think so. I think what's kind of hot right now are the hair extensions.
Yeah.
Everyone has fake hair.
It's true. Okay.
Yeah, and so I feel like right now it's not necessarily straight hairs in or curly hair. People like those, they call them like the big sexy curls, like kind of you'll see it on like the news and stuff like that. Oh no, that woman has straight hair,
Yeah,
but
she's got
typically
straight-
they like the voluminous look with the big curls.
Mike Carr says young men are getting perms now.
No.
What?
Well, I mean that was a thing in the early '80s. I think it was late '70s, early '80s. Guys.
Oh, that's true.
Guys got perms.
Yeah, Michael Brady on the Brady Bunch had a perm.
Yeah.
He had that real curly hair perm look.
Yeah, it's
he had a lot of other things too.
Is that like a Jerry curl?
That was a weird. No, it was
Or
an
is that
actual,
something different?
It was an
I don't
actual
know.
perm they would get
Okay.
for their hair, to make it all curly and.
Right.
The Jerry curl was like an late 80s thing, wasn't it?
I don't think I really even know what it is.
It's like
Is it like a wet look?
Yeah, it's got like
Okay.
a slick, shiny.
Yeah.
You never saw Coming to America with Soul Glow?
I actually did see that movie.
Did you really?
Yeah, but I don't remember that character. I don't know. I haven't seen it in a
Okay.
while. Please don't judge me.
We judge everything on
I
this
know,
show.
that's true. That's true.
855-839-1210 is the number if you want to jump in. 7 o'clock hour is brought to you by Natural Lawn of America. Give your lawn the natural care it deserves.
Don't
With
give your lawn a perm.
No, do not. Do not. But you want beautiful organic green grass with organic fertilizers and safer eco-friendly weed and insect controls. Natural Lawn ensures that your lawn thrives naturally year after year, and you can get free seeding every year. But time is running out. That's right. So you better call 800-FREE-SEED today.
What? 800-FREE-SEED? Okay, I'm just writing that down.
Yeah, 800-FREE-SEED.
Do you think Tony Bruno had a perm back in the late 70s?
No, I actually, well, maybe he did, but I've seen pictures of Bruno from the late 70s, early 80s when he had somewhat close to a full head of hair.
Yeah.
And also in the early 90s when he left local radio for ESPN, he had like maybe 50% of his hair left, but he didn't get rid of it. I don't think he went bald until the later 90s with the shaved head look.
Gotcha.
But he'll fact check me if I'm wrong on that coming up a little bit later. Bruno will actually join us at the bottom of the hour. The cut sheet is up at 7:45, and then we're going to get to this daylight savings time story when we come back. Kayal and Company, Anna Hummel in for Dawn Stensland here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, it's Rich Zioli. I'm joined here today by my friend, the co-president and CEO of Cooper University Healthcare, the one and only Dr. Anthony Mazzarelli. Dr. Maz and I are here to tell you about our buddy, Dr. Mike Veneria. Not only is he my dentist, he's my family's dentist as well. And not sure if you knew this, he's Dr. Maz's dentist too.
That's right, Rich. Dr. Mike Veneria is and has been my dentist also. And, doctors choosing doctors, that can be quite a selective process. And not only do I go to them, but for years, my sister and my niece and my nephew, the whole family goes.
Well, it's no secret. We're all delighted by the care that Dr. Mike Veneria and his award-winning team provide, and you need to check him out.
Whether you're looking for pediatric, general, cosmetic, implant dentistry, you don't need to look any further. Dr. Veneria's office does everything. Dr. Veneria's office also exceeds all CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control, like their centralized UV sterilization of airflow, which is incredibly important to me.
Locations are right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. Your perfect smile's waiting. Call 856-786-2020 or visit veneriadental.com.
Bill Spadia lies about being with President Trump from the beginning. Here's Bill Spadia in his own words.
I'm not here
to fight for Donald Trump. Again, I have my issues with Donald Trump. I wrote about how he failed as a president. Trump should have been tougher in his first term. I've said this before. President Trump failed. I don't want him to run again. I do not want President Trump to run again.
Bill Spadia, full MAGA? More like full of Paid for by Chitterelli for Governor, Inc., 99 Grey Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
It's time to take action and take charge of your finances by saving more and spending with purpose. First Harvest Credit Union is here to help empower your financial goals. Open our growth checking account and earn as high as 2% annual percentage yield, while earning more and enjoying flexible access to funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth checking or your nearest branch to open your account or to get details. First Harvest Credit Union, empowering members to do more for 85 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Some people follow the rules, but where's the fun in that? I'm Soraya, and this is Rule Breakers, the podcast where we celebrate the rebels, the risk takers, and the ones who make their own way. Every week, I sit down with the boldest voices in sports, entertainment, and beyond to talk about breaking barriers, defying expectations, and rewriting the rules. No limits, no apologies, just real talk. Follow and listen to Rule Breakers with Soraya, an Odyssey podcast available now for free on the Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Will new tariffs impact small businesses? Rising costs and economic uncertainty can hurt your bottom line. But with Swish Funding, your business can stay strong. We offer fast, flexible funding solutions from $10,000 to $2 million for working capital, cash flow, and more, and as little as 24 hours with no collateral needed. If your business earns at least $50,000 per month and has been around for over a year, you could qualify today. Go to swishradio.com and use code FAST. Swishradio.com, code FAST.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
At Citizens, we know when you're into something, you seek out advice. We all do. When you're into fitness, you got a trainer.
Another 12 reps. Let's go.
Wellness, a meditation expert.
And breathe.
And a stylist when you realize fuchsia wasn't your color.
That's so you.
So, what about advice for your money? From making a plan to reaching your goals, Citizens has the guidance you've been looking for all along. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at your local branch or online at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Family-owned Kitchen Magic has been making dream kitchens come true to life for more than 45 years. Dawn Stensland here. You know, with endless options, colors, styles, and expert guidance, Kitchen Magic has brought over 60,000 beautiful American-made kitchens to life with all new cabinetry, refacing countertops, and storage solutions. The best part? Right now, enjoy 40% off installation when you visit kitchenmagic.com. 40% off installation? Visit kitchenmagic.com now. Schedule your free in-home design consultation. Kitchen Magic, where magic happens every day. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Drive in with Kayal and Company mornings 6 till 10. Drive home with Rich Zioli afternoons 3 till 7. Live and local on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Yeah, baby. It's Kayal and Company hanging out on a Friday morning. 7:20 here on the program, as they say. Nick Kayal, Anna Hummel in for Dawn Stensland, Greg Stocker, Phil Lomquist, Jimmy Kelly. Tony Bruno will join the festivities at the bottom of the hour. The cut sheet is coming up at 7:45. Headline, Stop the Clock. GOP and Democrats come together to end daylight savings over both health and economic risks. So let's have a conversation on this. We've talked about this. I think we got into this in the fall, and then maybe a couple of weeks ago when we pushed the clocks ahead. What is it, fall back, spring ahead, or spring back, fall ahead,
no,
whatever.
You're right, first one.
I never understood that little phrase there. All I know is I hate on a Hummel. I hate at 5:15 on December 2nd on a Tuesday night, and I look outside, and it's pitch black. Now, I can deal with it when it's still 48, 50 degrees, but then you get to those days in the winter where it's dark, the roads are covered in rock salt, everything is dead.
What's that like?
It's depressing.
Just kidding.
Yeah. And then I absolutely there's nothing I love more than spring and summer, especially in the summer, on a Friday evening after the work week, playing golf, or on a Saturday, late Saturday tee time, 3:30, and you're finishing up your round of golf at 7:45. You're coming up the 18th fairway. The sun is beginning to set. You're going to sit outside, have a drink and an appetizer afterwards, and it's not dark until 9 o'clock. I think it's much better for your mental health that it's lighter later. I'm not even kidding here, not for the sake of it, and I'm not mocking mental health. I think I think I get a little bipolar or a little seasonal depression.
The SAD, the SAD.
Yeah, when it
seasonal
gets darker.
affective disorder.
I hate it.
It's a thing.
I hate the cold. I hate the darkness. So I am all for where we are right now. And if we can agree on that, Democrats and Republicans, and put that into motion, I would be on board with that.
So I like it when it's lighter later, but for work purposes, for people who do what you do, morning radio.
Yeah.
Do you feel like it's kind of better when it gets darker earlier so that you kind of get more in the
that's stalker's
wind down, let's relax and go to sleep mode? Because listen, it sucks when when you have to wake up at, whatever you wake up, 3:30, 4 a.m. and the sun is shining outside and you're putting yourself to bed like a baby.
Toddler. Yeah. My son, my 4.5-year-old sometimes goes to bed after I do. Like that's how.
Really?
Yeah, that's how
that works.
Yeah, it's just it's so what's so
he reads you a bedtime story.
He reads Greg a story.
So they're coming together to pass this bill.
Yeah, so you've got Ted Cruz and Ed Markey once again. So they want to save AM radio in cars, and they want to fix the daylight savings issue.
I kind of like this duo.
I do too.
Yeah.
Could that be a 2028 ticket? It's going to be the third party of Ted Cruz and Ed Markey. And then they lay out, and there's a couple of other individuals. Lisa Blunt Rochester of Delaware agreed it's time for a, quote, permanent time for our country. And, so I look at it from the risks. I don't really get the health risk. Like, I looked at it this way. When I start to go to bed at 8:45 and it's still really light out, so like in the next 6 weeks, that'll probably be a thing.
Yeah.
It'll suck for the first couple of days, but I'll get used to it. I'll make sure the blinds are really tight so there's no sunlight dripping through.
Right.
And I'll live with it. But here's the thing. I'm one of these people that does morning radio that doesn't hate waking up at 4 o'clock. I legitimately shoot out of bed ready to go. And I love to sleep. So when I go down at 8:30 or 8:45 or sometimes 9:30, 9:45, like I have no problem I'm out in 10 minutes.
This must be nice.
So I'm one of the few. Like our buddy Bill down the hall, he hates getting up at 3:30.
Yes.
He hates it. And I've never really, now I don't want to do it on the weekends if I don't have to.
Right.
I try to catch up on the weekend and I take a nap throughout the week, which I think helps. So
right.
I would really say that to people. Like, I know I get mocked on this show for my nap. If you can grab 75 minutes around lunchtime, if you're in that position to do that, do it.
It's a game changer.
Yes.
So with the change, what direction are we going? Or do they want to keep it on standard, or do they want to go daylight all year round?
Neither side has agreed upon what is best. They're still in the assessing the risks and benefits of the health of people and the economic risk.
Trump has already been on record saying that he's like the country is split on this 50-50.
It really is.
So he's not going to touch it. So does it? This is not going to go anywhere, is it?
I mean, who really is against lightness later? We should. You say the country's split. Phil, let's if we can throw up a YouTube poll. You want light later or you want light earlier?
I think an argument is like the kids in the morning waiting for the bus when it's dark, but do we really care about them? I mean, you have children. Do you care?
No.
Okay,
No, I don't care about my children either. Much less this issue with children. You're in Philadelphia. You're going to get shot whether it's light or it's dark.
That's a great point.
Right?
You should bring that up to City Hall meeting.
Yeah,
Listen, these kids are going to die no matter what. At least let it be light or later.
A lot of the kids that live in the city don't even have the ability to take a bus anyway. Well, then that's an even reason for why we need to have them walking in daylight. No, we need to lock up criminals and keep them off our streets.
Exactly.
Okay, let's not put this on daylight savings time. So you're for light later.
I'm for just keep it the same. Whatever we decide, just keep it the same year round because I don't like the change. The change throws me off, and I hate complaining. I sound like such a wimp, and we talked about first world problems, but that 1 hour does throw you off, especially in the springtime.
It does.
Lose that hour.
By the way, the poll's up right now. Do you want it light or later? 85% say yes.
Yeah.
So it's. I mean, the voting is very early.
Yes.
Very early.
Not all precincts are reporting it.
but right now, 82% now. So it's the majority vote. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Like and subscribe while you're there.
The Democrat senator from Delaware says, quote, "What works in my home state of Delaware may not work in Washington state, but I know I speak for many Americans when I say it's time. It's time to figure this out." Ed Markey spoke about his work shifting daylight saving time twice to help with some of the issues that were brought up each time, including better guaranteeing trick-or-treating happens at worst at dusk. Markey quipped that his decades-long work on the issue earned him the nickname of the Sun King. He says, quote, "We need to stop the clock. We know that changing the clock disrupts sleep." This is the same ridiculous excuse I heard from another politician. I actually think it was on the Republican side. How much sleep gets disrupted? What, one day you're a little groggy because you lost an hour? Or one day you're a little extra rested because you gained an hour?
Yeah.
What, your body clock was thrown off for 3 months because of this?
I think it's for the people who are like right on the precipice of having maybe a cardiac event, and having just that 1 hour tips them over. Like there's some crazy stat where the cardiac events on the first Monday after daylight savings is like the highest across the country for that.
Yeah, to your point. Several studies have noted issues with mood disturbances, increased hospital admissions, and even heart attacks and strokes.
Well, here's an interesting. Gern Blanson has a very interesting thing on the YouTube chat. He says, "Put daylight savings time on a national ballot and let people vote."
Hey, I'd be all for that.
I'd be all for that too.
I think my side's going to win.
Yeah,
light later.
Arizona doesn't.
They're I think they're the only
state,
one, right?
They're just on standard year round.
I believe so. And they're also Arizona, but is that split between Mountain and Pacific as far as the time zones? Because Tennessee's that way.
Yeah.
Tennessee and Chattanooga's Eastern time zone. Nashville is Central time zone.
That's with Florida too. Like the parts of the Panhandle are
Central
time.
Is that right?
Yes.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
80-20 right now in the YouTube voting is 80-20. Do you want it later? YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. You want to bring Tony Bruno in on this?
Why not? Let's bring Tony Bruno in. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning, and thank you for joining me today. By the way, Anna getting major love, and justifiably so, even with the hat. I got to get one of those
despite
hats.
the hat.
Yeah.
I like this.
Despite the hat.
There it is.
Yep. Look at that.
There it is.
Hats and headphones.
Got to get one of those.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's a Hummel. It's the Hummel boutique store. Headphones and hats.
By the way, I've been doing a lot of weather research, but Philadelphia today, 10-day forecast, 47 today for a high, and then 39 degrees tonight.
Yeah,
Dude.
And the sunrise is 6:28 a.m.
Yeah.
And then the sunset is 7:35. So to me, as you know, when I lived in LA, I was up at 3 o'clock in the morning because I was on the air at 5 a.m. Pacific time, which is 8 o'clock in the East. And so regardless of when I started, I always want to be up 2-3 hours before the show. You have to. I'm up 2 hours before this segment every week.
I know you are,
because I wake up at the same time. One, because I'm old and we wake up earlier now. I realize as you get older, yes, older people get up earlier. I actually go to bed late and still wake up earlier. So I haven't gone.
That's amazing.
I'm not Nick. I don't go to bed at 8 o'clock at night.
Damn right.
All right. I go to bed at 10, 11, midnight some nights, and then I'm back up at 4. I'm back up at 4:30, no matter what time it is. Even with my alarm set to go off at 6.
Yep.
I'm still up at 4:30.
That's good work out of you.
Wow.
Yeah.
But I like it. I like it when it's light later.
So do I.
Again, whatever you have to do with the clocks, I like it being light outside. Take a walk out, watch the sunset.
Yeah.
And and it's still nice out. And then before long, when we get to June 21st, I believe, which is the first day of summer, that'll be the longest day of the year with the longest amount of light in one day. And then it starts going back right after June 21st, like a minute a day.
Right.
So I love it. I remember, and here in Florida, it gets later. Here in Southwest Florida, the sun doesn't set. I'm watching like New York, and it's already dark.
Yeah.
And it's still like an hour of sunlight still left here. So it's because we're closer to the equator. And to Anna's point, Tampa and Southwest Florida weather are completely different, although it's not going to be that cold, Anna. It's going to be 81 in Tampa today, down to 60. Tomorrow, 75, 57. So it's not like one of these cold snaps is going to bring in, we have to go out and cover our tomato plants.
Right.
You could
But
cover
Philly is
you could cover a whole bushel of tomatoes with Hummel's hat.
It's true.
But today in Philadelphia, 47 and 39 for a low with rain. And then tomorrow, even worse, the high 43, the low 40.
Yeah,
so that's what we're getting now.
Sunday
in the
looks
middle
like,
of April.
Sunday looks like the nicest day here, where it's going to be about 60. So like that's good.
Yeah.
And then next week it gets into the high 60s.
Yep,
So
that's right.
we'll be back on track.
I just love the fact that Bruno's wearing the tank top today. He's like, sun's out, guns out, baby. Look at that.
Well, Robin and I yesterday went to...
Give us a flex, Bruno.
Yeah. We went out to the lot yesterday and transferred 140 12-foot long sheetrock pieces because it was in the front of our garage. We had to transfer them to the back because our garage door is being installed today. So have you ever lifted up a 12-foot long piece of drywall?
No.
The 8-footers one person can do. A 12-footer with so Robin and I were like pack horses yesterday, and we are jacked. We are jacked today. Yeah, brother. I'm gonna go. And by the way, those 140 pieces of drywall, that's only 1/3 of the drywall required to do the house when it's finally done.
What's the time frame for your house, Tony?
I don't know. It's always about 2 months behind. I want to be in the house by the 4th of July. First it was Christmas.
Yeah.
Then it was, maybe by the Memorial Day weekend. And now because, when you work crews, people don't want to work anymore. So, the drywall guy is supposed to show up, and he doesn't show up because he can't find more guys to work.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
It is.
They've all been deported.
That's what
They're all in El Salvador with Bukele.
What did you think of the of the Supreme Court ruling that the that Maryland man must be returned back from El Salvador? I think it was a 9-0 decision, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was pretty bad.
It's amazing. One day the Supreme Court rules in favor of Trump. The next day a judge in Texas says, no, not. I mean, this is the craziest system of justice I've ever seen. The president's supposed to have the authority, right, as the commander-in-chief to make all these decisions, and then some strapper judge like this guy that they finally slapped him down.
Boasberg.
What's the guy's name? Yeah, that idiot. And then his family's corrupt. So you got corrupt judges in district courts.
Yep.
And not even like major federal courts.
No.
District courts.
Yep.
And then all of a sudden the Supreme Court rules in favor that the president has the authority, and boom, next thing you know, oh no, some judge in Texas or some judge in California is going to shut it down.
Yeah.
So listen, I believe in due process, but when you break the laws in a country, you don't get the benefit of the doubt. I went on vacation on a cruise ship. I got off with a heart attack. I had to go to the consulate in Curacao, in the down in the Pacific, down in the West Indies.
Mm-hmm.
And what did I have to do? I had to go to the consulate so it can stay past when the cruise ship leaves. You're no longer a 1-day tourist.
Yeah.
You are now illegally in the country.
It's true.
And if Robin didn't go to the consulate and get an extended visa, we would have been arrested in a country while we were on vacation, and I had a heart attack. So I don't want to hear this crybaby stuff about, oh no, you go to any country, you have a right to be there, you cannot be removed. That is absolute crap.
Exactly right. 855-839-1210. Cut sheet in about 10 minutes. Before we get there, I want to have this conversation for about 5 or 6 minutes. So yesterday, a golfer who plays at Arizona State, he's an amateur, Jose Luis Ballester, earned a spot into the Masters by being the U.S. Amateur 2024 champion. And he carded an opening 76, which is not good. It's 4 over par, but that's not the story here. This individual, Mother Nature was calling, and he decided to relieve himself. And he decided to, as I like to say, take a leak in Rays Creek. Phil, this is clip K4, and I believe this is the press conference afterwards where he was asked about this. And then we're going to have a moment of honesty on the program with all of our panelists and our members. Let's listen to this first. Here's Jose Luis Ballester talking about doing a number one.
Well, I completely forgot that we had those restrooms on the left of the tee box.
Oh, okay. 13th tee.
Yes, correct. And then I'm like, I really need to pee. Didn't really know where to go. And since JT had an issue around the green, I'm like, okay, I'm just going to sneak here in the river. Probably the people would not see me that much. And then they clap for me. Probably one of the clubs that I really got today, like real loud. So that was kind of funny.
Are you concerned that there might be any blowback from that at all? Or, I mean,
blowback.
They did see you.
Yeah, if the wind
they
blows,
saw me, they saw
get
me.
on your pants.
I mean, it was not embarrassing at all for me. So if I had to do it again, I would do it again.
Yeah, hey, man.
Own it.
I mean, Tony, you and I and every other guy out there that's ever played golf has pulled up towards a bush or a tree on a fairway and relieved ourselves of a couple Miller Lights, but we weren't playing at Augusta National and doing it in Rays Creek.
And this guy's playing with 2 champions. He's playing with Scotty Scheffler, right? He's playing with 2 of the greatest golfers on earth. He's a college student at the Arizona State, and he's got the hat backwards. I mean, this guy violated. And what I like about it is, like, you know, at the Masters, everything you have to call them the patrons. It's all this sanctimonious crap that you have to go. You know, if you're a broadcaster, you can't call it the front 9. It's the first 9. You can't call it the back 9. It's the final 9. They're patrons. They're not custom. I would give me the greater, the Waste Management Phoenix Open, where people go crazy. And then the golfers like it too. So, you know, it's like the Frank Thomas commercial. And girls and guys, she'll like it too. So to me, I believe in decorum on the golf course. But this kid's a college student. You know, he shot 76. He'll be home before Anna is this weekend, and so he doesn't care.
Yeah, he's not making the cut.
Listen, who hasn't gone out by the way? You know, the Truist is coming up in Philadelphia and how many times have you taken a leak there behind a tree, Nick, when you can't get to the?
I've done it a ton of times on the golf course. But here's the ultimate question.
I did it at Marion. a couple of years ago when they had the practice round for the U.S. Open. You know, when you're older, you know, when you get into your 60s and 70s, when you got to pee, you got to pee.
Yeah, 1 vodka cran for Tony. He's spritzing like a madman.
That enlarged prostate.
All right, so let's go around the room here. Forget golf courses for a moment. Is anybody willing to address this on live radio? Have you actually had to pull over on a highway?
I did it.
Have you done it in somebody else's yard?
3 months ago. I did it going up to the Poconos 3 months ago.
So what, Route 33?
I don't remember. I think I was on the Turnpike, honestly.
The Turnpike.
I just, you know, like Oh no, I do. I don't. I have no shame. I will do it wherever.
This was not a construction porta potty.
No, it was. You know how you have those off things, and then there's like little wooded areas. I just ran into the wooded area and peed and went back.
All right.
If you're on like 275 here in Florida and you got to pull over, you know, I get out and then I go to the passenger side and I open the door, making it look like I have to do something.
Yeah.
And that's when I pee. So that you don't want to be outside in the lane where some drunk or some moron driving, not paying attention, can hit You go to the other side, the passenger side.
Yep.
You open the door and then pretend you're looking for something while you pee right on the breakdown lane. So
by the way, Bix on the YouTube chat says they relieve themselves. I'm trying to be careful here. They relieve themselves in the aisle of airplanes now. That's absolutely true. We had that woman who
How'd she pull that off? Well, like a Shiwi or something? Because there's just no way can aim with this thing at all.
And 91 Sixers is correct. I even peed on a miniature golf course at one point. I had to wait. You know what happens when you get to the end and everybody's standing in line waiting to put the ball in so they can win a free round?
Yeah.
I said, screw that. I went to the previous hole. Nobody's there, and I peed on that green.
Wow.
You know, it's nature calls.
Yeah.
Didn't we learn that from Ace Ventura when nature calls?
You're absolutely right.
What are you going to do?
Yeah. Yeti 376 says, I work on the Blue Route 76 and 95. We pee on the side of the highway all the time.
Okay.
There you go.
Yeah.
On a Hummel, have you ever...
That's not safe, man. Safety first, guys. Come on.
Hummel, have you ever relieved yourself in public?
Oh, yeah.
Well, you're a Florida chick.
Yeah.
That's routine,
here's
right?
what you got to do. You don't really have to cover your body. You just cover your face.
True.
Right?
Okay.
So I remember one time I was like going on some road trip. I think it was in New Zealand somewhere. I don't even know.
Yeah.
And there's hundreds of miles where there's nothing.
Right.
So you pull off and there's no bushes, there's no landscape to kind of cover, no woods, nothing. So I just got out. I had a hoodie on. I just pulled it over my face and you just pee.
Yeah.
No one knows it's you. Plausible deliability. That wasn't me. I don't know who's that. Yeah. But probably the most disrespectful one that I did was in college.
Oh boy.
It was a mission, like a church, you know.
Yeah.
Which country now? Because your world, every time we talk to Anna, she's, I'm in New Zealand and I'm in Vietnam and Nick hasn't been to Miami.
I know.
But Anna,
and she's been to Thailand.
Anna's been all over the world.
Thailand is probably my favorite just because it's anything goes. But no, this was in Santa Barbara. There was like a very famous, so famous I forgot the name, mission. And, I was drunk and just being silly. And I'm like, I'm going to pee on this church. Like, not respectful. I wouldn't do it today, but it is what it is.
We've all done stupid things like that.
Yeah.
We've all dropped a deuce in a pew. What are you going to do? All right, there it is on a Hummel. 855-839-1210. We'll get to the cut sheet on the other side. What is on it? What did not make the cut sheet? That's usually the most pertinent question. Get ready. The never-ending cut sheet on a Friday. Stocker has it locked and loaded, and we're back after this on Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
At IHOP, you can get a satisfying, craveable breakfast for only $7 with IHOP's House Faves. Enjoy fluffy buttermilk pancakes, your choice of hickory smoked bacon or pork sausage, and eggs your way with the Breakfast Faves combo. Or enjoy a savory ham and cheese omelet, French toast breakfast, or house scramble, all for just $7 each. Stop by today and try any of IHOP's House Faves, available weekdays from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., all for just $7. For a limited time, dine-in only. Price and participation may vary by location.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116.
Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Spring is here. Don't let stiff or achy joints hold you back. Rescue Natural Supplements is proud to bring you Rescue Glyco Plus. This incredible supplement is specially formulated to support joint comfort and flexibility with a powerful blend of green lip muscle complex and UC2 collagens. This unique combination helps maintain healthy cartilage and provides smoother, more comfortable joint movement. Right now, Rescue Glyco Plus is buy one, get one free for anyone with our exclusive radio code. Just use the code RELIEF to double up your order for free. Again, that's RELIEF. Call today at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable rescue product consultant. You can also use the code online when you visit res-q.com, res-q.com. Get back into action with less pain and more comfort. Again, use that code RELIEF to buy one, get one free on Rescue Glyco Plus.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go. And that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. It's springtime. Time to think about your lawn. What about your lawn care service? Years ago, I chose a lawn care service which delivers great results and is actually safer for my family, kids, and pets. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. At Natural Lawn, they do not believe in using harsh chemicals. Instead, they use environmentally friendly products to grow lush, green lawns naturally. With organic fertilizers to the safer weed and insect controls, your lawn thrives season after season without compromising any safety. But you don't have to just take my word for it. Homeowners everywhere are making the switch to Natural Lawn's proven eco-friendly approach and loving the results. Now's the time. Just schedule Natural Lawn's full-service program. Get free seeding every year for a greener, healthier lawn, plus free seeding, 800-FREE-SEED. Call 800-FREE-SEED. Tell them Dawn sent you.
From North Wales to Willingboro, we know your favorite stations, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Daily Company, 7:48 Friday morning. Nick, Anna, Greg, Tony, Bruno, as we get ready for a Friday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet. Don't forget, still ahead this morning, another chance for some movie passes with our morning mystery movie clip. Phil Omquist today in music history. And by the way, Phil Omquist heading to the White House tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, no sporting events, no concerts. But he's heading to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Maybe we'll get a.
Will he get to see the Lincoln? Will he get to see the Lincoln bedroom? That's
Well, if he gets to meet Trump will definitely show him the Lincoln bedroom.
Well, I mean, Trump has showed up at these tours. Although he's probably in Mar-a-Lago for the weekend.
That's true. Yeah, golfing. Yeah, which is where I should be as well. But we don't have good enough weather yet. But that's neither here nor there. Time to get down to business. 7:50. Let's find out what's on that cut sheet.
First, we have
what's
there we go.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Friday? Sponsored by Garden State Earthworks. Do you have water on your property giving you a headache, soggy yards, damp patio, floating, wrinkling pool liners, water invading your home? Call Garden State Earthworks, your drainage solution at 856-848-4444. 856-848-4444. Make sure you call Garden State Earthworks and tell them you heard about them from WPHT, Kayal and Company. Thank you, Garden State Earthworks, for sponsoring the ever-important Friday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet. Elena Haba announced yesterday, this is cut 35, Phil, an investigation into Democratic Governor Phil Murphy.
Uh-oh. Is this weaponized lawfare?
Acting U.S. Attorney for the District of New Jersey, Elena Haba, said she is opening an investigation into the state's governor and attorney general. Haba, former personal lawyer and spokesperson for President Donald Trump, appeared on Thursday's edition of Hannity on Fox News. She slammed Governor Phil Murphy and Attorney General Matt Platkin over their opposition to the administration's immigration enforcement action. She goes through the counts here. Roll it.
We know that the governor has on his website currently do's and don'ts for his local state of law enforcement. Those do's and don'ts instruct them not to cooperate with illegal immigrants who have administrative warrants that have been issued by the court after due process saying that they are no longer welcome here. They have gone through the court system. They are to be deported. It is instructing them to go against our federal rules, our executive orders. And I am unfortunately going to announce on your show tonight, Sean, and I want it to be a warning for everybody, that I have instructed my office today to open an investigation into Governor Murphy, to open an investigation into Attorney General Platkin, who has also instructed the state police not to assist any of our federal, and they list our federal agencies that are under my direction, the FBI, the DEA, all these individuals that are trying to clean up our streets in New Jersey, not to cooperate. That will no longer stand. Pam Bondi has made it clear, and so has our president, that we are to take all violent criminals and criminals out of this country and to completely enforce federal law. And anybody who does get in that way, in the way of what we are doing, which is not political, it is simply against crime, will be charged in the state of New Jersey for obstruction, for concealment, and I will come after them hard. Those investigations will start immediately. The governor and the attorney general.
How about that? Look, to me, this is very simple. In 2023 and 2024, we had, weaponized Department of Justices. We had, Letitia James, Alvin Bragg. We had all these district attorneys and attorney generals. And now we have two things. We have district judges in the federal court, Tony Bruno. You were talking about this earlier. 3 layers at the federal level. You have the district justices, the appellate court, and then the Supreme Court. And now we have these mayors and these governors that don't want to follow the law. And Tom Homan has made it very clear, and he's recited the piece of federal legislation which gives ICE the authority and DHS, like Kristi Noem, the ability to come in there and do their jobs. And these Democrats, whether it's Mayor Wu in Boston, Phil Murphy in New Jersey, or any other Democrat politician, they're really, to me, it is a thumb of the nose to the American people that they are willing to protect violent criminals over the safety of their residents, many of which who probably voted for these nut jobs.
Yeah, and Phil Murphy's a weasel. We all know that. The guy's stumbling around in some casino late at night, drunk, is disheveled, his teeth are all crooked. This guy's a crumb bum. But he's on his way out. He knows he has no political future. He and Jim Kenney will be down here in Florida getting wasted on Fort Myers Beach any weekend now. But the bottom line is, New Jersey, Prosecco buzz. There's nothing like a good Prosecco buzz at an Atlantic City casino at 3 a.m. with a stumbling drunk, the mayor, Phil Murphy, and his snaggletooth. So the bottom line is, and everybody in New Jersey knows, you pay among the highest property taxes in the world. And what are you getting for those property taxes? Even bad towns in New Jersey have high property taxes. Yep. So imagine people who live there in some of the most nice neighborhoods, how they're getting screwed over when it comes to taxation without representation. So it's a disaster.
That's correct.
Cut 24 here, Phil. This was a tragic story happened yesterday in New York City where a helicopter it was one of those tourist helicopters, right? Where
Family of 5.
Yeah,
It was parents and 3 kids, and obviously the pilot.
3 children, 3 adults, 2 of the parents, and then the pilot were killed. You can see. I mean, if you want to see this video, you can see something happened with the propeller where it fell off of the helicopter, and it just here. Watch this video right now. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to see it. You can
Look
see
at this.
Oh
my gosh.
Horrific.
Did it split in half before it hit the water? Or?
So if you look up there, I think you can see the propeller. Maybe not in this video, but one of the videos I saw, you can see the propeller come down right after it, or maybe before it. I don't remember.
The pilot radioed in sometime before that they were low on fuel, so I don't know how that relates to what happened. But
how do you put
I heard Phil
yourself in
Murphy.
Yeah.
I heard the governor yesterday during the live news conference about this, and he said, we had this is almost as tragic as the incident where the airplane landed on the Hudson.
Yeah.
No, it's not, because an airplane, you can land in water if you do it right.
Yep.
A helicopter, once the rotor or the tail rotor goes, you have no shot.
Yeah.
You're not landing in the water slowly. You're coming down, and it's one of the worst things. And having been in a Bell Jet Ranger for a couple of years, flying over Philadelphia and the suburbs, there's nothing scarier than being in a helicopter and you're hovering and you're just looking down there saying, we're just up here, still. But if something goes wrong in a helicopter, you are not making it, especially over a river or over any land. You're not going to make it.
We have Eric Adams, but Anna, did you want to say something about this?
No.
Okay.
No, I was just going to say this. Yeah. I think the thing you're talking about was Sully, was when they landed the plane on the Hudson.
Sully Sullenberg.
Right.
Roll Eric Adams yesterday.
Thanks so much, DM Daughtry. Our hearts go out to the family of those who were on board and all 6 who were on board of the helicopter. It's almost reminiscence of the plane going down here on the Hudson River.
They survived.
Yeah.
They all did.
Thank God we didn't lose any lives back then.
But unfortunately, we did this time, so it's nothing like it.
It's still fresh and it's still new. The investigation is ongoing, and we have the entire family members. We're lifting them up in prayer. Here's what we know at this time. At approximately 3:17 this afternoon, we began receiving multiple calls for a helicopter that crashed in the water. These calls generated the response of many agencies, as Deputy Mayor Daughtry stated, including FDNY, NYPD, the Port Authority, and our Jersey partners, the police officers in Jersey as well, and the Coast Guard. 3 adults and 3 children were on board a Bell 206 helicopter that had left from the downtown Skyport just about 3 p.m.
Ugh.
The pilot and the family visiting from Spain, what our preliminary information has at this time.
Yeah, so they were up there and they were on a sightseeing tour. It was apparently the kids were 4, 5, and 11, just
They were celebrating one of the kids' birthdays.
Oh, jeez.
I know, it's really sad.
Phil just rushed me in this story. It was a executive for the company. Is it Siemens? SIEMENS?
So. Yes.
Siemens executive and family identified. So it was. It's a European technology company. So the executive, his wife, and young children. Agustin Escobar, his wife, Merce Camprubi Montal, and their children, 4, 5, and 11 years old.
Shame.
Wow. It's horrible.
And imagine those poor people that have to go out, because obviously the first responders go out there and they know once they see that copter go down that the chance of surviving is virtually none.
It's not a
having
rescue,
to go
it's
out
a
there and do
recovery
those
at that
rescue,
point.
it's a recovery mission. And those are the heroes, the people who have to go out there and try to save anybody. But that's the unfortunate. I'm getting a lot of people commenting, that's not true, Tony. You can land in a helicopter if you lose this. You fly in a Bell Jet Ranger. I'm not talking about military helicopters where you can glide in and these are tourist helicopters. They're great pilots. Don't get me wrong. When you're flying over a river and your tail rotor goes out, you have no control.
Yeah.
The tail rotor is the thing that most of the time is what causes these accidents, because that's what controls you from spinning around. People who don't understand it. I actually learned how to fly a Bell Jet Ranger when I was in a copter. So I know the dangers. A helicopter is nowhere near as safe as landing on aircraft in distress. Not even close.
The crash occurred at 3:17, and it was just 15 minutes after they departed from the Wall Street heliport.
Yeah, it's
Do we know where they were going?
I think
The tour around the Statue of Liberty and stuff.
By the way, I would never do any of that.
No, I'll watch it on YouTube.
Yeah, it's like I get it. I understand. It's not like I'm really not making light of this tragedy, but it is going up in one of those helicopters. No, thank you.
No, I'm good flying. Like I'm good on an airplane.
Yeah,
You're gonna, Greg. Would you get in a chopper for something else, or it's just because it's New York?
If I was going to a military base and it was like a military helicopter, then yes, I would.
Okay.
But just one of these things where you're just like, hey, let's go up in a helicopter and fly me to nope. No, thank you.
You won't go see like a volcano in Hawaii or any of those things. All right, fair enough.
I'm good.
I'm good too.
I'm good.
They got drones for a reason, I guess, right?
You go. I'll be at the bar. I'll see you when you get back.
I'm good locking myself in my basement.
Oh my God.
Hiding from my family.
Yeah.
On a flying home today, so I figured I'd bring in two stories to really ease her mind. That one and this one. This is a Frontier. You flew in on Frontier. You're flying home.
I believe I'm flying home on Frontier.
Okay.
Flew in on Spirit.
Okay, this is cut one. A Frontier flight forced to land at Dulles International in Virginia after a beeping sound heard in the cargo area.
Okay.
Roll cut one here, Phil.
Great.
We are following some breaking news from
It's
Washington.
Frontier.
Yeah, there it is. That's what I'm saying.
We are showing you
This is
live
all for you.
from
Thank you.
Skyfox
They don't even
over
give you
security
terminals.
search
No.
of the Frontier Airlines flight.
gosh.
In just the past few minutes, the last few minutes, we learned there was a beeping sound of some sort coming from the cargo hold during that flight.
Oh, good.
Details right now still very, very limited.
There's the dog.
plane was headed from Dulles down to Atlanta, Georgia. The aircraft circled near the airport before it was finally able to land. That happened just before 3:30 this afternoon, about half an hour ago. We know that the passengers also deplaning now. They'll be reunited with their bags after a security check first, and then hopefully they will be rerouted and put on another plane. We will keep you posted on this breaking story.
And two American Airlines planes clipped wings at Reagan National Airport with multiple congressmen reportedly on board. This is cut two, Phil.
All right, Aisha, we've got this update now on a Fox News alert. This just in from Reagan National Airport in Washington, D.C. We just started getting word that two American Airlines planes clipped wings at that airport. This is according
What is happening, by the way?
Like on the ground or
the FAA.
in the air?
This happened around 12:45 p.m. Eastern time, so just a couple of hours ago. We're told one plane was headed to Charleston, South Carolina. The other was headed right here to New York City, to JFK. One was taxiing, one was parked. The Metropolitan Washington Airport Authority says there is no effect on flight operations at that airport.
There we go.
Both aircraft have since returned to their gates and no injuries have been reported. The FAA is investigating at this time and they will give us more details on this incident as we get it. That's a live look at Reagan Airport.
Do you kind of want to see the pilots of those two planes? Can I just say what we're all thinking here?
Yeah, ground control to Major Tom has not been working out very well, and that's a ground control situation. You know, once the planes land, you know, the ground control takes over what's going on the field. So again, I don't get this. I don't get how this keeps happening.
I know.
Do you?
After further review, Anna Hummel, I'll be driving you back to Florida.
And then when I fly back to Florida, I fly either American. And I'm not talking about the little American planes. Those are the ones that keep having problems, those little regional jets. You know, the big planes, for the most part, they're still safe. But Frontier and Spirit, that's spinning the bottle. Which one do you want, Frontier or Spirit?
Why are you telling me this?
Don't forget don't forget Allegiant. Allegiant's right in that category as well.
Yeah, but Allegiant, you don't hear many Allegiant problems down here. Like in Punta Gorda, Allegiant flies out of there.
Yeah.
That's why Avelo is a good airline down here.
Yeah.
You know, there's a lot of different airline choices. And again, Frontier, I'm not knocking the people who work for Frontier or Spirit. It's the clientele. It's the customers. There's always incidents.
That's not like
people get
in the air
these planes.
issues. It's more just like, you know, in the gate, you take off your clothes issues.
Yeah.
which I can deal
Exactly.
I'll never.
I have no problem with that. I have problem with the other people who want to fight all the time.
Yeah.
Just get on the damn plane,
Yeah.
sit down, and get the hell out.
Sometimes with Frontier, you don't even get a terminal to walk down. You have to walk out into the wild, so to speak, and just go up a little ramp.
But you do get free ice.
By the way, Joe Beermaster, the car master, says, I work for airlines. This happens all the time. So, okay.
Oh, yeah.
Good.
All right, so the airline industry, the Secret Service, what other institutions in this country are not nearly as buttoned up as we thought?
Yeah.
All of them?
Other than radio stations?
That's correct.
I can't think of many.
By the way, let's stay in Florida here. You're both Tony and Anna, your senator there, Ashley Moody. She 2 weeks ago, she introduced a bill to deny student visas to Chinese nationals because the CCP passed a law requiring them to cooperate with intelligence gathering. The number caught here and arrested on our bases has exploded. Today, the CCP issued a travel warning for their students considering studying in the U.S. This is Ashley Moody. Roll this.
I filed a bill yesterday to deny now student visas to Chinese students because China has just passed a law that now requires every national to gather intelligence, including Chinese students here studying, gather intelligence and report back. How do we not pass a law that prevents student visas in that respect? I mean, in the past few years, we've had an explosion of Chinese students that were caught gathering evidence or gathering information on military bases, on college campuses. How do we as lawmakers, policymakers, not do that?
300,000 Chinese students.
Wow.
It's a lot.
And part of their requirement from the CCP to attend an American institution, not only to get their education here, is to report back to the communist government.
That's what they're saying here.
Yeah, if that's true, that's got to get shut down right away.
Imagine all these kids working in labs and stuff.
Yep.
Yeah, China and labs doesn't make me feel really warm and fuzzy.
Whether it's technology or bioweapons or cancer research or whatever.
Yeah, gain of function research.
Yeah.
By the way, Ashley Moody replaced Pam Bondi as the Attorney General of Florida, and then got the seat after all the stuff that happened here in Florida with people moving on.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty much everybody in Florida now has a job in the Trump administration.
Yeah, that's pretty much right. Yeah. There's something about Florida and then throw in South Carolina where they just crank out GOP politicians.
Speaking of China, two new AI videos came out to mock the tariffs in the United States. I'm going to play the 22 first. I can't play there's music that goes along with it. It's CCR, but John Fogerty really it puts a stranglehold on his music. So if we play any CCR music here, we're gonna get flagged. So we're just gonna play the video. YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. Nick, if you want to narrate it here, roll it, Phil.
Yeah, we've got a sign in the background that says "Make America Strong Again." Yet all we have are fat guys in Nike t-shirts. Eating Doritos, eating chips, drinking soda, sweating. Look at that pouch. Ah, jeez.
I mean,
that's a man.
It looks like a casino. It looks like a casino on a weekend when there's an all-you-can-eat buffet.
Right.
Make America rich again.
And there goes Nike and Tesla and Apple signs tumbling over.
Yeah.
Can we just go back to the beginning? Just freeze it on the first scene. Right there. Look at this guy. He's got a Nike sneaker, 2 bags of Doritos, a Coke, and he's stitching up the Nike shoe that cost 8 cents to make, and then we charge $145.
And he's eating
Fritos.
Yeah.
Fritos, and he's drinking a Coke.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Just making a mess, getting...
And there's a guy next to him sleeping.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's me taking a nap.
He's getting cheese dust on those Nikes.
Yeah.
So,
well, at least he's gone nacho cheese instead of Cool Ranch.
That's true. It is a better flavor.
The troll game with China getting strong.
Exquisite. I think it's top notch.
Oh, yeah.
I appreciate it.
By the way, we don't know if China did this or if the Democrat Party did this because it's the same.
The Democrats couldn't pull this off.
It's really the same.
Come on.
It's really the same thing.
Some 22-year-old dude in China is doing this.
Yeah.
By the way, I want everybody to realize that Anna does not have to feel concerned about flying. Flying is still the safest way to travel. Now, if you take SEPTA to get to the airport,
that's true.
Then I would be concerned. So stay off SEPTA. You're much safer flying than taking a SEPTA bus, trolley, or
Thank you for the tip. Yeah, I'm going to Uber there.
Or the Broad Street subway.
Yeah.
Yes.
There you go. Yeah. By the way, China just raised tariffs on the United States to 125%.
Yeah, I saw that.
Another AI-generated video. This is Cut 29, depicting MAGA supporters, including Trump himself, working in warehouses, sewing, and manufacturing. Roll this.
Got Elon and JD.
Making
JD looks like he fits right in.
Nike shoes. Yep.
Where's LeBron? How has LeBron escaped making shoes at Chinese slave labor shops? Everybody's talking about how Nike, it's going to cost more. They cost them $1 to make those shoes.
I know.
And then people are paying $500 for a pair of Jordans.
Yeah.
The same crappy shoes that they make in sweatshops.
Excuse me.
And now they're worried about China. The slaves made LeBron James a billionaire,
It's
right?
true.
So if anybody should be ashamed of themselves, it's LeBron James who exploited, Nike and LeBron James exploited slave labor so that they become billionaires off $10 shoes, which they charge. And these idiots stand in line. Listen, you can do whatever you want with your money, but if you're going to cry about paying for sneakers, you were already paying $500 for a pair of $20 sneakers, for God's sake.
It's true.
My Hokas were made in Vietnam. By the way, nice shoe, by the way. Very comfortable. Way more comfy than Nike.
Anna visited the factory in Vietnam when she was there at the Ho Chi Minh Trail, I believe.
Anna interned at a sweatshop.
YouTube.com/at1210WPHT if you want to see all of these videos or you want to see the fun and frivolity that we have every morning here from 6 to 10-ish. By the way, if you're watching right now, everybody watching, please hit the like button. Smash that like button and hit the subscribe button. Thank you, Tony Bruno. Please. It doesn't cost you anything and it helps us a ton. Barack Obama in 2015 said that if we didn't write the rules, China will, and we would lose U.S. jobs.
Oh, I'm sure that was embraced 10 years ago.
Well, that's what's funny about this is, we've played all week, last week and a half, all of these Democrats from 2015, 2005, 2010, 2011, basically saying the exact same thing about China and tariffs. It's just that they did nothing about it.
Yeah.
They just let China steamroll us.
Doge, the border, deportations.
Yep.
Basically everything Trump's saying now.
Arguably, it would have been easier to do then than now, but they didn't want to pull the plug on it because they knew it would be, inflict a little bit of a bit of pain on the American people.
So let's go into the Wayback Machine. Barack Hussein Obama, 10 years ago. Roll this.
The argument is, number one, that's the biggest market in the world. Number two is those countries are already selling to us. I keep on pointing out there are a lot of Japanese cars here in the United States, almost no U.S. cars in Tokyo. Number three is that if we don't write the rules, China will write the rules out in that region. We will be shut out. American businesses, American agriculture, that will mean a loss of U.S. jobs.
So Trump just basically echoes what Obama says, but he actually goes along with it and proceeds and puts it in motion. I actually said this to my wife last night because I played this clip for my wife. She loves when I play clips, by the way.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, I pull out like an Obama clip.
Is that during your nap or when you go to bed at 8 o'clock?
No, like she'll be she'll be scrolling her Facebook feed and then she'll show me some like political meme or a joke and make me laugh and I'm like, well, speaking of that, let me show you this. So I play that clip and she goes, oh, isn't that really what Trump's doing? I said, yeah. So I said last night, new rule. I am no longer discussing politics with family members that are not aware of party realignment. I'm not going to argue with anybody that thinks a Democrat from 2000 is still a Democrat today with policy. I'm not arguing with you if you think the Republican Party is the same as it was in 2004 under George Bush. If you're not up to date with the modern political realignment, you and I can't have a conversation. Just saying. I'm done.
Yeah.
I'm done, Anna.
Yeah.
Done.
I get it. A lot has changed. They basically flip-flopped.
Right. Like if you don't have the newest iPhone, we're not having a text exchange. I'm done with Android users. I'm done with Democrats from 30 years ago, Republicans from 20 years ago. Download the latest version or don't enter my space. How about that?
That's fair.
Yesterday, the cabinet meeting. Tony, I said this earlier. I love the concept of cabinet meetings. I think that every administration should do this on TV once a month and sit around a table and just discuss, hey, Joe, what'd you do for me this this week? What'd you do for me this month? What are you working on? We do that here.
Sounds like a brand manager meeting every Thursday.
We do that here. So, like, why is the federal government immune from doing this? I love the concept of it. I just the butt kissing is just next level nauseating. Oh, sir, with your help, we could never have done this. It's like they're lining up to smooch his rear end, and it is nauseating. Let's start with Pete Hegseth. Cut 7, Phil. Roll it.
Mr. President, we just got back from Panama last night. We were at the Panama Canal with our Southcom commander ships, F-18s, troops, and signed a couple of historic deals. One which is with the Panama Canal Authority, a framework for U.S. vessels, first and free through the Panama Canal. And then also a memorandum of understanding with their security minister for the presence of U.S. troops. Fort Sherman, it's an old U.S. base there, as well as their naval station and air station, jointly with Panama to secure the Panama Canal from Chinese influence. That's something you said, we're taking back the canal. China's had too much influence. Obama and others let them creep in. We, along with Panama, are pushing them out, sir. And so we had a very successful trip there. President Molino sends his regards, very complimentary of the U.S. He's a great ally, and I think they want the Communist Chinese out. And with our troops there partnering with their forces, we've got a chance to push them all the way out, sir.
And then I had a couple of cocktails at a Panamanian bar and put it on the government credit card.
Boom.
Boom.
By the way, I have no problem with this. You don't have to air it. I'm sure MSNBC and CNN didn't air this live.
Yeah.
It's your choice to take it.
Sure.
You know,
well,
I was more upset that Dr. Jill Biden was running a cabinet meeting.
Agreed.
At the end of the Biden disaster. I hate to do the whataboutism.
Yep.
But, you know, imagine if Melania, who's behind me again this morning, in case you're not watching on the stream.
Yeah.
Imagine if Melania Trump was running a cabinet meeting.
Yep.
You know, while Donald Trump was playing golf.
Yeah.
You know, it's ridiculous. And then there's an Android and iPhone thread going on right now. I've never owned an iPhone because I will not pay for a phone that costs $1,200 every year just to update the pixels on the camera. That's a cult. That's a cult.
Guess you and Nick can't
when
be
you have
friends.
to change phones every year.
All right,
Android
so let's figure it out here. Greg, Anna, Nick, Dawn, all
Nick.
iPhones.
Time for another poll.
Jimmy Kelly,
Right.
iPhone. Phil Almquist, Android.
You know, it's funny. I never realized that, but when I text Tony and Robin, yes, both of you have Androids, right?
Yeah, green boxers.
Yep.
Yeah, you guys are green boxers. Interesting. Okay.
Communist.
Listen,
I'm not anti-Apple. My computer's an Apple. I have one of those Mac Minis.
My wife's the same way.
But the phone, you know, the phone is ringing, as the Wonder Pets used to say all the time when somebody was in trouble, usually an animal.
Yeah.
If you remember the Wonder Pets.
Wonder Pets.
Great pull by you.
Who's up next? Tulsi Gabbard.
Oh, Tulsi.
She says that documents related to the assassination of RFK and MLK will be released within the next few days.
Here's a take for you coming up after the clip.
This is cut 8, Phil. Roll it.
And lastly, we've been scanning. I've had over 100 people working around the clock to scan the paper around RFK, Senator Robert F. Kennedy's assassination, as well as Martin Luther King Jr.'s assassination. These have been sitting in boxes in storage for decades. They have never been scanned or seen before. We'll have those ready to release here within the next few days.
That's great. Bobby, how do you feel about that?
I'm very gratified to hear.
That's hitting close to home, isn't it? When you think, I'm thinking about Bobby when that statement's made.
I'm very grateful to you, Mr. President.
Well,
no surprise, I'm very grateful.
Yeah, I was just going to say, we actually have Bobby with us. Bobby, your thoughts on the revelations that could be revealed?
I don't think anything will be revealed, because I think the CIA destroyed all the documents regarding my father's death.
By the way, Sirhan is still alive.
It's true. It's true.
Sirhan's still alive. Lives in San Diego, in prison for the last 50 years.
Wow, that's
pretty
horrible.
good?
Come on, man.
You were going to hell. You were going straight there. You know, you're not going to take a flight to Florida. You're going further south.
Wouldn't be the first time.
By the way, too, here's the take. I have no interest in any of this. I'm officially at the point. Here's why. Because
we're not going to learn anything.
We're not going to learn anything.
Yeah, you're right.
There was not much with JFK. We've been jerked around with Epstein. The one that I care about the most is July 13th and Ryan Wesley. I care the most about the 2 Trump assassination attempts. We're not going to know anything about that. You really think we're going to know anything about MLK or RFK?
No, but I mean, like, I wish we could.
I mean, I don't even know that we'll talk about it on the show, to be honest.
Of course we will.
I don't know.
I don't think anything's.
I might have to sign an executive order on wasting time.
Yeah, I don't know much about the MLK assassination, to be honest with you. But as far as JFK and RFK goes, I don't think there's any documents to be released because I don't think that they exist. I think if there were any memos, they've been destroyed.
Tony, are you?
By the way, I still have my Obama flip phone. Thank you, 91 Sixers. Yes, my Obama phone. Remember the Obama phone?
Yes. Yeah. I got my Obama phone.
I'd love to go back to the BlackBerry days. I love the BlackBerry.
I'm a Razor gal.
Razor?
Yeah, those were
I'm
slick.
a flip phone guy. I'm the folding flip phone guy. That's it. The disposable, burner phones that we all had back in the day.
Yeah.
Remember
With
the cheap? The cheap Nokia that you could get like at CVS.
Yeah,
it was in like plastic wrap behind the counter.
I think
with
you
the
still
cigarettes.
can actually, Nick. You get that, and you get the card. So you can call your family in Mexico. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
9 here, Tulsi Gabbard also announced that her office has obtained evidence of massive vulnerabilities on voting machines that allow hackers to flip votes.
Okay.
Roll this.
I've got a long list of things that we're investigating. We have the best of the best going after this. Election integrity being one of them. We have evidence of how these electronic voting systems have been vulnerable to hackers for a very long time. And vulnerable to exploitation to manipulate the results of the votes being cast, which further drives forward your mandate to bring about paper ballots across the country so that voters can have faith in the integrity of our elections.
Really radical hot take here. Voter ID, paper ballots, same-day voting, in person, results by 10 p.m. Florida gets it. Tony Bruno, Anna Hummel, you live in Florida.
Exactly. I mean, of all the arguments, of all the dumb, continuing to keep banging this drum argument, is that people still don't have the ability to get an ID. Some states are forcing you not only to have a driver's license, but a real ID. We have real IDs here in Florida. I have no problem getting one. They're hard to rip off. It's like the $100 bill where they have to put these stamps on it, and then somebody has to hold it up in a CVS to make sure it's real. So you have to have safeguards. But the whole thing about voter ID being racist, how stupid must people be? And I've seen interviews with African Americans, immigrants, asking them, do you have an ID? You cannot live on any planet without an ID. Now, you're in a third world country and you're one of those African tribes that live in the bushlands and they kill you when you come out and get near their island.
Yeah.
That's different.
Yeah, they don't have ID.
If you live in America, how can you function without an ID? Mm-hmm. It is the biggest Democratic crap show ever. And they keep beating the drum that this stuff we don't need IDs. Mm-hmm. Imagine dying on that hill day after day, year after year. It's pathetic. It's the worst of all the stupid things that the Democrats believe in.
Your state and Anna's state can wrap up a statewide election in 14 hours. Polls open 7, 8 in the morning, results by 10 o'clock at night. Yet you had districts. I'm not talking about the state. Districts in California that took 3 weeks. Districts.
Yep.
Inexcusable.
I know.
Do we have time for a call here?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, Anna Hummel,
go to the phone.
Put your hard hat on.
Let's go to the phone.
Somebody's coming for you.
Uh-oh.
Get your boxing gloves on.
This hat?
Get ready to spar.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, put your There we go. Somebody is not happy in my neck of the woods of Bluebell with your Bobby Kennedy impression. And we're going to go to Helen in Bluebell.
Helen,
hello.
Hi. Thanks for taking my call.
You're welcome.
Yes, I want to say that I think we're better than what comes across as a station that makes fun of someone like RFK. I do not appreciate making fun of him. I would rather see the station explain what his condition is.
I can explain it for you.
Saturday Night Live.
Do you like it when we make?
Turned me off.
Hang on. Do you like it when we make fun of Joe Biden? Do you like it when we make fun of Kamala Harris? Do you like it?
I do not like it when you make fun of Joe Biden.
Okay.
Honestly.
All right.
Okay.
Well, then we're probably not.
I don't
we're probably
mind
not the radio show for you then.
Well, here's the deal, Helen. I want you to listen through it. Stay listening after I drop you here. Thank you for the call. I'll see you in a little bit later. I'm coming back to Bluebell shortly. But no, in all honesty, he has spasmodic dysphonia, which is a voice condition that causes him to sound the way he does. And I can relate. I had a paralyzed vocal cord in 2016 that derailed my career for 2 years. Had to have surgery. That being said, now I had like a viral infection. I had to have my throat cut open. They had to put in a Gore-Tex plastic implant so my vocal cords would touch easier. That being said, I have no problem with you mocking Bobby Kennedy.
Thank God,
it's called
because
a
it's
joke,
not going anywhere.
and it's really good.
Oh, thank you.
And it's fun.
Been working on it.
My Lord.
Yeah.
Break.
So we can't. So now I'm going to assume. Now Bluebell very, very liberal, but I'm going to assume that Helen is a Republican or a conservative.
I'm sure,
but she does not like any mocking.
I'm sure there's a show. I'm sure there's a show right now who's talking about the Constitution.
Do we have my fader up?
Oh, no,
so
we don't,
if I've got drops where I make fun of Joe Biden.
Anyway,
when he loses his train of thought. I've got Cacklebox when she starts laughing mid-speech for no reason. I mean, I've got a board full of mocking pretty much every politician.
We got Biden, we got Trump, we got everybody in. This show, no one is safe. These aren't insults. This is called comedy. It's you're not making fun of the man. By the way, the Democrats were the ones who turned their backs on Bobby Kennedy.
Yeah.
They didn't want him to even be a candidate. They didn't want him to do anything. They're afraid of him. They called him all these names. Calling him names is to me much more offensive than doing an impersonation of his vocal situation.
And these are public figures. It's not like I'm making fun of like some kid with a disorder. I mean, these people are in the public eye, open to scrutiny. So why can't I make fun of them?
And also, at the end of the day, not to take Stalker's bit, Bobby Kennedy's kind of a scumbag.
Yeah.
Right? Like I like him for I like him for pharma. I like him for free speech. He's not Mother Teresa.
Scumbag.
He's
Can you do the push-ups he's doing out there?
Yeah, Kayal.
I'm not talking about
how many
his physical
deadlifts
fitness.
can you do?
Yeah,
on
Kayal.
the beach in Venice Beach, California, at the where people work out. Come on, man.
Are you talking about his love demons?
Yes, his love. Yeah, love demons. That's a good way of.
No, that's what he said.
No,
he wrote it in a diary.
Yeah, lust demons.
Lust demon.
Yeah.
That's what it was.
Driving around with a dead boar carcass in his vehicle, dumping it in Central Park. The Kennedy
Who hasn't done that? You see the guy in New York who was making love to a corpse in the subway?
Oh, we're good. Yes,
we got that story coming up.
Let's do that right now. Actually,
Okay.
We'll get back to the cabinet meeting, but
all right, but new rule.
Screw the cabinet meeting. Let's talk about necrophilia in New York City. Come on, folks.
We're really gonna offend Helen Bluebell now.
No more Bobby Kennedy impressions until at least 8:50.
All right, fine.
Can you go 23 minutes?
I think so.
Okay.
This is courtesy. By the way, this is not us being salacious. This is courtesy of NBC, the local NBC affiliate there in New York City. Roll it, Phil.
Say this man performed sex acts on another man who died on an R train. NYPD officers responded to reports of a body on that train at the Whitehall subway station just after midnight. That was yesterday. When officers looked at video from subway cameras, our police sources say they found the man in the yellow hoodie there sexually abusing the corpse, stopping only when passengers entered or exited the train. Police say that man had been dead for several hours before that vile attack.
So
death penalty.
No, I got a hot
It's
take
still
on
warm,
this.
right? So I mean, it's still warm. I mean, maybe it's like you drop a piece of pizza in the New York subway before a rat gets it. You pick it up and eat it. Isn't that the same thing?
Greg, you want to walk back your elitist comment of me when I said I will never ride public subways transportation? Now you see why.
Yes, yeah.
Philadelphia or New York.
Anna?
Isn't this okay? I'm going to get a lot of pushback. Helen's going to call back, so brace yourselves. But isn't this necrophilia? Say you didn't kill the person, but they're dead. Isn't this kind of like a victimless crime? I mean,
Jesus, man.
By the way,
didn't kill
Tom
the guy.
Walsh
He's
says,
dead. You're a sexual vulture. You know what I mean? You're just a scavenger looking for some crumbs.
Here's the bigger question, though.
Hey, was it good for
Tom
you?
Walsh on the chat.
Yeah.
Does that make him gay? That's the
That's
biggest
that's
question.
a great.
That's another
It'd be
great
one-
Tom Walsh.
question.
It'd be one thing if it was a female, but let's not go
Hands
crazy.
are hands.
At least he didn't set the guy on. At least he didn't set the guy on fire.
I mean, this guy. Can you imagine? Like,
What's worse, setting the dead body on fire or boning the dude? I mean, seriously.
Shafe says dead means no. Yes.
Dead means no.
That's a good point.
Not consenting. Yeah,
Not even kidding.
I mean, it's
This is
gross, but like.
This is the New York City subway, folks.
Yeah.
This isn't some, in the middle of nowhere redneck place.
Yep.
This is New York frickin' City.
Yeah. You got Eric Adams. He's doing interviews around the country talking about the deep state is real. Meanwhile, he's got dudes railing dead corpses.
Oh, God.
And he's a cop.
These people need to be picked up, put away. What did Sean Ferris say? A short room, short needle, long nap.
Yep.
Really? You think that this deserves the death penalty?
Well,
for
no,
having
no,
sex
no,
with
no, no. I didn't say that. I didn't say
okay.
that. I said long nap means they need to be put in a padded cell somewhere. You know what I mean? They're clearly not of sound mind.
Send him up to like
No,
Nantucket
he should
or
be
something.
he should be sent to that El Salvadoran prison and let him have his choice of guys who are still alive. Let's see how he makes out there.
Just give him a spare bedroom in Kathy Hochul's mansion.
I think you guys are blowing this out of proportion. I don't know. When you're talking about people who kill women and molest children, and then you got this guy who's just having a little fun with a dead body. I mean, I really don't think it's that big.
They have apps.
Do you realize, Anna, that people do not get sarcasm? A lot of people don't get sarcasm.
I'm actually being real right now.
I would walk 20 city blocks in a blizzard before I take public transportation.
Yeah. Well,
I'm not getting down there.
All right, let's get back to the cabinet meeting, shall we?
Let's get it back to necrophilia. Don't sleep on the subways. The great Petula Clark said, "Don't sleep on the subway, baby."
Are you going to
and
call
more
me?
importantly, don't die on the subway. Okay.
What was that drop?
I think this is Bobby Kennedy.
Are you going to call me a?
Oh no, that's John Kennedy. I got too many Kennedys.
John Kennedy from
one of your boyfriends.
Louisiana.
I've actually got Bobby Kennedy on the board. I've got John Kennedy, and I've got JFK Jr.
Soft, chubby, fat-looking children.
Right.
I love that. JFK.
Yeah. Let me grab Mike in South Jersey. He wants to jump in on our daylight savings time conversation from earlier. What's up, Mikey?
Hey, how you doing this morning? Just wanted to let you know that the poll is flawed, and I'll tell you why.
Okay.
Because everybody thinks that when they talk about this, they say the day is longer. I like the longer days. Well, your day isn't getting any longer than 24 hours. So if you look at June 20th, 2024, sunrise, 5:32, sunset, 8:28, 16 hours of daylight.
Mm-hmm.
December 22nd, 7:15 with sunrise, 4:39 sunset, 9 hours and 24 minutes of daylight. So no matter how you shift it around, let's say if you want to keep it how it is now, the sun doesn't come up until 8:15 in December, and the sun sets at 5:39 in December. So it's not about the length of the day; it's about the daylight.
Yeah, it's always about the width. You're absolutely right. It's never about the length. It's always about the width of the day.
Yeah, no, I
don't
know.
think we're buying more minutes in the day in terms of time. It's just daylight.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, I just want it to be light later.
Yeah.
I'm good with starting hour 2 of Kayal and Company at 7:02 and it's still dark out. I don't like the fact that I have to have darkness when I'm getting ready to make dinner. That's I want the light as late as possible.
I got you.
Yeah. Yeah, I know there's only 20. Should we add more time to the day? Should we make days 26 hours, or is that too much for politicians to figure out?
26 hours.
Could we do that?
I don't even.
Is
think
that
it's,
even possible?
I don't even think it's 24 hours. It's like 23 hours, 56 minutes, and like 14 seconds. And that's why you have the leap year extra day.
Oh,
that's why they give that to you.
You're throwing in like the curveballs.
Yeah,
here.
yeah, because it's not an exact 24 hours.
She's a dual threat. She can do all that and do an RFK impersonation.
By the way, I have breaking news now. I have
Breaking
news
news.
from the high-speed wire. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, Slim Jim has announced it's taking a stand for body positivity with the new full-figure gym. No longer Slim Jims, full-figure gym. Because who doesn't, the Slim Jims are just too thin. We have to have full-figure gym. And by the way, after the LeBron rip earlier about Chinese slave labor making his Nikes, there is now a LeBron Barbie doll. We got to get to that sometime this morning, too.
LeBron Barbie doll.
A LeBron Barbie
It's
doll?
a LeBron Barbie doll. I'm not making this
something.
up.
Like
Phil, can you find that, whatever Tony's talking about? Can you find like a news story or a photo of
LeBron Barbie doll?
Yeah.
But the question is, how does it identify? That's
true.
the paramount question.
Yeah. Does anybody like Slim
As
Jims?
not Jordan. It just says not Jordan underneath it. Yeah.
I used to eat Slim Jims as a kid back when the Macho Man used to pimp them on TV.
So gross. So gross.
Yeah.
Slim Jims.
Well, I wouldn't eat them now.
Secretary of Labor Lori Chavez Dermer spoke during the cabinet meeting. This is cut 10.
Oh, by the way, real quick, just for your conversation that we were playing with the clip with the guy with the necrophilia, Kurt Roth just chimed in. He says, that is in the period of rigor mortis. Like they say, a hard-on is a terrible thing to waste.
Oh, that's not right. That's not
Oh,
right.
come on, man. Come on.
That's not right.
Great job, Kurt.
Says that the Doge uncovered over $400 million in unemployment insurance fraud. Roll this.
Unemployment insurance fraud. That trust needs to be whole for the American people. When we need it for who deserves it. That's not what we're seeing. And the numbers that we saw last night, again, exposed by our partners at Doge at the Department of Labor. Since 2020, over $400 million of payments have gone out already. And when you hear these numbers, apparently in the United States, we have over almost 25,000 people who are over 115 years old who are collecting $59 million that we have sent out to people. Talk about fraudulent behavior. Mr. President, 28,000 people between 1 and 5 years old have collected fraudulent payments at the tune of $254 million has gone out. And lastly, 10,000 people who have not been born yet, 15 years into the future, $69 million, and they haven't even been born yet. In one case, they will be born 129 years from now. The United States government sent them $41,000, and they're not born yet. So, under the Department of Labor, those are the things that we're uncovering. I couldn't be more honored to tell the American people that we're bringing back their dollars, and we're saving them and returning them to the United States Treasury.
Tony Bruno, $41,000 to somebody that's still 129 years away from being created by mommy and daddy. I don't even know how it's possible.
I just want $100,000 so I can finish my home.
Yeah, me too.
You know, that's what I want. That's all I want.
Yeah. Somebody want to cut me a check by accident? Those down payments in Bluebell.
The government
are
never,
pricey.
you notice the government never, if you make $600 extra, they'll come after you from the Social Security Administration, and they want to see where every dime you make is. But if we're giving away money to people who aren't even born yet, or people who've been dead for a long time, we're not supposed to have a problem with that?
Yeah. Yeah, instead of you coming after me for a $600 Venmo transaction, why don't you clean up your own mess internally? How about that?
How does that even happen? When I filed for unemployment last year, it was a nightmare.
It's awful.
It was like 2 months before I even saw $1. I had to go to the office because they can't find it, and then this gets frozen and this. So I don't know how these people are collecting. If you can give me some tips, so for next time I know, that'd be great.
Yeah, my wife lectured me.
I need some WIC. I need some WIC cash. Wiki.
Yeah.
WIC. Now, that's women, infant, and children, for those of you who do not know about government agencies and performances. You ever get WIC, Anna?
No, I don't think so.
No, she just gets haters on social media.
Yeah, just that.
Linda McMahon, what you got for us?
Oh, I gotta
dig
into old Linda Mac.
We'll get to her in a second. Linda McMahon, what do you got for us? This is cut 11 here. Just going around the table, the cabinet table. Cut 11.
Wow.
Yeah, cut 11.
Love the table.
There we go.
Linda? Well, on a couple of fronts, we have been addressing the issue of anti-Semitism on campuses. There's been some grant funding and contract funding that we've reviewed, and some we've canceled, and some we've put on hold, waiting for that, while we do an investigation. On the other side of what my responsibilities are in having education go back to the states, we're meeting and talking with governors. I was with, this week, all 50 commissioners of education around the country, and because we also want to provide them with tools and best practices as education does move back to the states. Making great progress, great response from the states, and very positive.
And what about colleges? You're holding back $400 million from Columbia, $8 billion from Harvard. Can you imagine the money we pay Harvard? They have a $60 billion fund, and we're giving them $8 billion. And we're trying to figure that out. And then they hire de Blasio, the worst mayor in the history of New York, and they hire the woman from Chicago who was a disaster, total disaster.
Lightfoot.
And they pay them massive salaries, and they're supposed to be teaching you government. That's not Harvard. That's not Harvard the way it used to be. So, do you have anything to say about that? The dollars you're holding back from quite a few universities that were not behaving.
Yeah, and the other, there's some Princeton, Cornell, others that are coming in, and actually getting calls now from the presidents of the universities who really do want to come in and sit down and have discussions. And so we're investigating them, but in the meantime, we're holding back the grant and the fund money.
Okay, great job. Thank you.
I did not know de Blasio was hired at Harvard, but I do recall Lori Lightfoot after she got ousted in Chicago. And then Chicago made a bigger mistake by voting for and electing Brandon Johnson, who's even more insane than Lori Lightfoot. But that's where you go. When you fail in a big blue city, the Ivy Leagues hire you and they give you $300,000 salaries to be professors. It's a great
Trump
life.
dropped the ball with Linda McMahon, Nick.
He did?
He did not ask the most pertinent question, when is SummerSlam returning to the Wells Fargo Center? That's what I want to know.
That's a great question.
Yeah.
That is a great question. How do you bury the lead like that?
Speaking of Linda McMahon, I want to get to this.
Yeah, this is
cut 30. She was at a conference in Silicon Valley. It was a summit for Silicon Valley investors in California on Tuesday, where they were talking about AI and schools and stuff investing in AI.
Okay, artificial intelligence.
Mm-hmm. She referred to it multiple times as the wrong thing.
Okay.
Roll this.
Letter or report that I heard this morning, I wish I could remember the source, but that there is a school system that's going to start making sure that first graders or even pre-Ks have A1 teaching every year.
Steak
starting,
sauce.
That far down in the grades.
God.
And that's a wonderful thing.
It is.
Kids are sponges.
Yeah.
They just absorb everything. And
Right.
so wasn't all that long ago that we're going to have internet in our schools. Now, okay, let's see A1 and how can that be helpful?
The whole
How can it
bottle.
be helpful in one-on-one instruction? How can it be helpful in absorbing, more information for those fast learners? It can be more one-on-one.
All that
directed.
flavor.
And those are the kinds of things and innovations that I want to see continue to develop.
Right, and once we get done with the A1, we'll have a little Frank's Red Hot, maybe a little Tabasco, some Cholula, right?
She's just a poor old boomer baby.
Can you have somebody talking about artificial intelligence that might not be up to speed in the boomer generation, or is that a bad look?
Not a good look.
Disrespect to the boomers out there that know what AI is.
Yeah, we love them.
But, this is kind of like Bobby Kennedy with the whole Medicare, Medicaid debacle.
Yeah, it's
Kinda
not a
need
good
to know
look.
these things. Now, maybe she's just having a senior moment. God knows I have 4 of them a day, and I'm half her age. But, yeah, no. And by the way,
is there
A1 low
anybody who
energy.
didn't speak? Is there anybody at the table who didn't speak at this event yesterday? Jesus.
I know. Everybody did.
I know.
It's amazing.
It was like a summit.
It really was. And then the press asked questions. It was a whole thing. I love it, by the way.
Transparency is great.
I want more of this.
Did you ever see this with the Biden administration?
No.
once?
You never saw Biden, let alone his
I know.
administration.
Yeah.
And as anybody that's a grill master knows, and if you disagree with this, you're wrong, and I will die. I will die on this hill like the Democrats are dying on men being in women's sports in that hill. If you make a steak the right way, if you use a dry rub, if you season it correctly and cook it correctly, there's never a reason for steak sauce. A1 is like ranch on French fries or ketchup on chicken tenders. It's a kid's condiment.
I don't put any of that stuff on a steak. You don't ruin a steak. You put ketchup. You put any of that crappy. The rubs are different, but you can't put that stuff on the steak.
Nope.
Again, it's like putting ketchup on a hot dog.
Yeah.
It should be federal law, and we should be rounding these people up and putting them in camps.
Yes.
There's no doubt about it.
Tony, no ketchup on a hot dog, but you have to go
mustard.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
You definitely need
And even relish if they have
Yeah.
it. And even relish.
and onion.
Like you're in a Costco, you're in a DJ's, and you get the hot dog for $1.50 with a big soda. And then you go over and you pick out your relish.
Mustard.
No raw onions. Raw onions on a hot dog is another violation. I'm sorry.
Oh, you don't like onion on a hot dog?
Not raw. I don't like onions. Don't go on hot dogs. Come
Mustard, onion, relish, mustard, onion, pickle.
What's wrong with ketchup on a hot dog?
No. Chili. A chili dog is good. Sauerkraut is good.
I've made the controversial statement on this program.
Controversial.
That you should not eat ketchup after about 7 years old.
Yeah.
No.
Ketchup is.
I used to like. I had a really
is-
disgusting habit of almost drinking ketchup until the age of about 21.
My wife still does it at 41.
Yeah, ketchup is a child's condiment.
My wife, when we go to Sam's Club for our bulk items like spring water and things like that, she'll buy the two massive the duo kit of ketchup.
You
well,
got
summer's
to.
coming. Before long, you'll be able to get the snow off your grill and go outside and put a couple of raw dogs and burgers on the grill. You think it'll be happening before Memorial Day weekend?
Let me check.
Mustard.
By the way, the only way to eat a hot dog is grilled.
Yes.
And if you boil it, you should be shipped out of this country.
Tony, would you ever have would you ever have a veggie dog? Would you ever have a black bean burger?
Yeah, that's very San Diego of you.
No.
You go back.
I lived in LA for
burger?
I lived in LA for 11 years and I never had that stuff out there.
I got to tell you, Hummel, I read all this positive feedback for you with your Bobby Kennedy.
Don't tank your opportunity here in the closing hours on a Friday.
Your take on dead people, and now this. You're not winning over hearts and minds here.
I'm sorry.
She's a sharp broad. I got to say that.
Yeah.
We got to give her a roaring round of applause.
Let's give it up for this
clap
bullshit.
for myself. Thank you so much. Appreciate
We got
it.
to give her. I'm going to give her a standing ovation right now, right next to my Melania cutout.
I hope you were wearing pants. Okay.
By the way, Melania would look great with the Hummel hat on, by the way.
Oh, yeah, she can pull that off.
Yeah, it's definitely a Melania look.
Yeah.
Where's she from anyway?
Slovenia. Yes.
By the way, China retaliated with our tariffs by doing this. This is cut 13, and Trump had a really good response to this. Cut 13 here, Phil.
China retaliated today by reducing the number of American films that can be shown there. What's your reaction to them now targeting cultural exports from the United States?
I think I've heard of worse things.
He's the quickest,
So good.
wittiest, funniest president of all time, I swear to God. But I mean, look, now we have matching tariffs, right? 125, 125.
Yep.
China has said they will not go above 125. There are still people out there. I don't know. Is it the minority or is it the majority or is it a coin flip? Is it 50-50? There's some people out there that want higher on China, saying keep going, 200, 300, 400.
But the biggest question, though, Nick, is how is this affecting my Temu order that's coming in a couple of days?
It's a great question. It's a great question.
Ipso facto on the YouTube chat says this station has the most pretentious food people ever. I agree.
It does.
You are.
By the way, we're
you are
joking.
yeah.
That's see what this all means, guys. Is that you have a choice. I don't care what you put on your hot dog. It's all you can do. That's what's great about America.
You don't want hot dog mandates?
No, I don't want hot dog. Like for example, in New York. If you buy, you're not going to get a grilled hot dog. It's got to be in that dirty water in those soubrette carts at every intersection in New York, right?
Yeah.
They're cooked in dirty water.
Dirty water.
Dirty water
Oh,
hot dogs.
they're so tasty.
Done dirt cheap.
Yeah, they're done dirt cheap. Actually, they're not that cheap. But the bottom line is you can do whatever you want.
Amen.
I'm joking around when I say people should be put in camps.
Yeah.
I'm not a Democrat keying a Tesla here.
Yeah.
You can do whatever the hell you want, except you touch anybody's Tesla in my neighborhood, you're going down.
People are
going down.
You're going to get shot.
People are all up in their fields. People are all up in their fields.
About what?
No. I'm just saying. Tony's right. Everybody just relax. We're just having a good.
Here's the thing. So boiling a hot dog in water on the stove, terrible. Like that's what my grandmother used to do for us as kids. Now, if you stick it in a frying pan, a little bit better. If you deep fry, a deep fried hot dog's not bad.
What about a microwave?
Come on, man.
No, microwave.
Is that
no.
gross?
No,
I don't.
That thing will explode. That thing will split
I'm sorry.
wide open, man.
I don't know the physics of meat. I'm a vegetarian.
Tracy says, "I never yuck someone's yum." That's
my daughter said that to me a couple of weeks ago.
Never
really
yuck someone's yum. Okay.
That's a really good phrase.
Yeah, she goes, "Daddy, don't yuck someone else's yum."
Tracy, you win. You win YouTube today.
I was chastising my wife for putting ketchup on something that I marinated some chicken breast in fresh garlic, cilantro, red onion, and some Worcestershire sauce. It was amazing.
Yeah.
So Oh, I'm sorry.
No, and I finished it, and I served it. I cut it for my girls as we're ready to go. Chicken and salad night, eating healthy. Wife pulls out the big drum of ketchup. All over the place. I'm like,
or like Miss Robin put, and the Dutch, they put mayonnaise. They put mayonnaise on everything. Mayonnaise on French fries.
Yeah.
Listen, there's nothing wrong if you got a little mayonnaise, but that's just
some
wasted
Midwest
calories
stuff.
there.
Is she from the Midwest?
No, she's from Holland.
Oh, that you just said that, right? Okay, well.
Yeah.
Ipso facto says I wasn't referring to Tony. It's mainly Greg, Nick, Dom, and Rich. I guess we're the food snobs. It's good.
We are.
It's fine.
Yeah.
I will continue to say.
I'm telling you right now, the majority of hot dogs sold in this country are boiled in water because that's how it's easier to mass produce them. Now, you can go into a Wawa or a 7-Eleven and you got the ones on the grill.
Yep.
The ones that keep turning. And then at 2 a.m, you're hungry. You're drunk.
Green.
You go in and there's like 2 shriveled up, still turning on that rotating grill hot dogs.
Yeah.
And you say, I got to have them.
Yeah.
You got to have them.
Anne Marie says, I cannot believe you're still talking about hot dogs and food. It's true. Come on, guys.
It's coming up on the summer. It's springtime.
And it's Friday.
So what if it's 40 degrees
By the way,
out?
I'm mixing.
Let's dial it back in.
Maybe we can spend 2 more hours talking about Trump v. DeSantis. I'm mixing in cuts here.
We got the whole cabinet meeting. We did every single sucker sitting
Yeah,
in
let's
the
talk
White
about some
House.
dogs.
I want to get to.
Who cares about the cabinet meeting? I don't give a crap what all these people say.
I really want to hear. We'll do this. We'll do this at the top of the next hour because I want to. RFK said something. RFK said the most, and this is not like.
Wait a minute. Is Anna going to do it now?
It's 8:50. You're allowed.
Not in a mocking way, because I do want to get. I want to get to the serious part of this, where he said, "Well, all right. Do we have RFK saying this?
You can.
We do.
Oh, okay.
Sure
you
we
can.
do.
You can.
Just give me the script.
Just give the transcript to Anna.
We'll get to that in 1 second. Let's close here with cut 14 about these countries that are coming to the table for deals with for tariffs. 14, go.
So how close are we to the first country coming to actually make a deal with the United States over tariffs? Is it days, months?
Well, I think it's very close, but we have to have a deal that we like. We don't want a deal that's going to be a bad deal, or I could make every deal in one day if I wanted to. I could do this all in one day. I could just say, here's what we'll do. And I was saying to the people before, mostly to Scott and Howard, and some of the other people that work with us on the negotiations. We have a lot of law firms that have paid me a lot of money in the form of legal fees. We're going to probably use those firms to, if we can, I think we can. I'll make a contribution to the country, but they're great firms. They're the best firms, the biggest, and really the most prestigious. And we may be using them to help you guys out because you're going to need a lot of lawyers. And I'm not sure Pam's going to be happy if I say, can you send over about 200 lawyers that work on trade? She's working on criminal stuff, and I think that's going to be her focus more than anything else. So we'll find out if we can do that. But we have a lot of lawyers that you've been reading about where they paid $100 million a firm on average. Now we have the final 4 or 5 are at $125 million. So I have a lot of legal fees I could give to you people, and we might as well use them. Hopefully I won't need that many legal fees or that much. I may. Who knows? After it ends, after we leave, maybe I'll need it. But if I do, it's not going to be very pleasant. So I think we're going to try to use these very prestigious firms to help us out with the trade because we have a lot of countries. But we want to make deals that are proper for the United States, not just we can make deals easily. We want to make them proper.
So just to catch people up, if you haven't been paying attention or maybe you forgot, there's roughly 75 countries that have, quote, come to the table to negotiate. That is why Trump and his administration did the matching 10% tariffs across the board for all of these nations that are, quote, willing to do business. And we're down to the whole China thing at 125%. If that number is correct, my guess, here's my prediction, I'll go on record. If we're talking about 75 countries and getting down to 0% tariffs and having free trade, I'll say the majority of them. So that'll be 38. 38 or more deals will be in place before Memorial Day, 6 weeks from now. How about that for a take? Mark the tape, Jimmy. If I'm wrong, I'll admit it.
All right. On the other side, I want to get to not Elon Musk. RFK Jr. said something about autism research yesterday, and then he expanded upon it on Fox News that I want to discuss on the other side.
And if this is true and this comes to fruition, this will be one of the biggest stories of all time.
I don't know how it can be, but sure. We should get into it on the other side.
All right, Kayal and Company, final hour is coming up next. The 8 o'clock hour, by the way, was brought to you by Natural Lawn of America, where you can get free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED today. But first, let me tell you about our friends at Piazza Auto Group, and we're talking today about a brand that I know very well, and that is Acura. The all-new 2025 ADX, Piazza Acura's latest addition to their precision-crafted lineup. The premium compact SUV is a breakthrough in design, performance, and innovation. With a turbocharged engine, available all-wheel drive, and cutting-edge technology, the Acura ADX is engineered for those who demand more but don't want that demanding price tag. Best of all, now available at all of Piazza Acura dealerships, including Ardmore, Reading, and Westchester, with leases as low as $389 per month. A 2025 Acura SUV, and you're getting it for under $400 a month. Check it out today. Visit piazzaacura.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Are you a small business owner who needs immediate cash flow? At Swish Funding, we have flexible funding options from $25,000 to $2 million. For the best rates and terms for your business, just one application to Swish Funding gives you access to our entire network of funders, with cash in your account in as little as 24 hours. To qualify, you must be in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000. Apply at swishradio.com and use code FAST. Swishradio.com, code FAST.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through Hims.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. It's springtime. Time to think about your lawn. What about your lawn care service? Years ago, I chose a lawn care service which delivers great results and is actually safer for my family, kids, and pets. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. At Natural Lawn, they do not believe in using harsh chemicals. Instead, they use environmentally friendly products to grow lush, green lawns naturally. With organic fertilizers to the safer weed and insect controls, your lawn thrives season after season without compromising any safety. But you don't have to just take my word for it. Homeowners everywhere are making the switch to Natural Lawn's proven eco-friendly approach and loving the results. Now's the time. Just schedule Natural Lawn's full-service program. Get free seeding every year for a greener, healthier lawn, plus free seeding. 800-FREE-SEED. Call 800-FREE-SEED. Tell them Dawn sent you.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, it's Nick Kayal. Major Championship Golf returns to Philadelphia in May of next year. Watch the world's top golfers compete for the iconic Wanamaker Trophy at the 2026 PGA Championship at Aronimink Golf Club in Newtown Square. To purchase tickets to the 2026 PGA Championship, you must first get registered. Registering today at pgachampionships.com/register. The earlier you register, the better chance you have at securing the most popular tickets before they sell out.
Bill Spadea lies about being with President Trump from the beginning. Here's Bill Spadea in his own words.
I'm not here to fight for Donald Trump. Again, I have my issues with Donald Trump. I wrote about how he failed as a president. Trump should have been tougher in his first term. I've said this before. President Trump failed. I don't want him to run again. I do not want President Trump to run again.
Bill Spadea, full MAGA? More like full of Paid for by Chitterelli for Governor, Inc., 99 Grey Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
See Joe Conklin this summer on the Ocean City Boardwalk with the City Rhythm Orchestra, Saturday, July 12th. It's Philly sports put to music. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com!
Steel walk-behind, zero-turn, and stand-on mowers are built to get the job done. Shop online or at your local Steel dealer. Steel. Let's go mow.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
It's on. Hello, hello, hello.
Oh, it's been on, and it's been on since 6 o'clock. And then Tony Bruno joined at 7:30. Anna Hummel imitated RFK Jr. Helen and Bluebell got mad. And now we've arrived to the most rambunctious hour of the week.
By the way, just a programming note, Dr. Maz coming up at 10 o'clock. So he's going to be filling in for Dawn. You remember Dr. Maz, the CEO of Cooper University Hospital. And love Dr. Maz.
Yes.
Him and I have been friends for 20 years.
There you go. Coming up at 10 for the Dawn Show.
Bluebell, sorry, real quick. Is that where the ice cream's from?
No,
Bluebell ice cream is
no, it's Blue Bunny.
That's not the actual Bluebell ice cream is not made in Bluebell.
Oh, okay. Just asking.
It comes from
It's delicious.
China. No,
What?
I'm kidding.
Well, what did John Kennedy say? God created heaven and everything else came from China?
Everything else came from China.
9 o'clock hour brought to you by Kitchen Magic. You can make magic happen with Kitchen Magic. Their experts will guide you every step of the way, from free in-home design consultation to top-notch installation. Right now, enjoy 40% off installation, 40% off the cost of installation. Visit kitchenmagic.com today.
By the way, speaking of Senator Kennedy, Phil, this is cut 20. He said this the other day when he was talking to Sean Hannity. They did that round table with all the senators, and he said this about AOC, which is hysterical.
I consider Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez to be the leader of the Democratic Party. I think she's the reason there are directions on a shampoo bottle. Our plan for dealing with her is called Operation Let Her Speak.
Yep.
Amen.
I said that a few days ago with Jasmine Crockett. The whole plan, the Republicans want these women that are out of their mind to keep chirping. Great for them.
By the way, I wonder if Helen in Bluebell is offended by that. You know?
Oh, yeah.
Personal shot.
I don't like it when you make fun of Biden and Kamala. Yeah, sure you didn't. Sure you didn't. Speaking of all of this, RFK Jr.
By the way, does anybody really need to read the directions on a shampoo bottle? Haven't we kind of figured that out?
Oh boy.
Does anybody read directions on anything?
Did you ever read those directions before like smartphones came out when you were on the throne? You know what I mean? Just like read random bottles.
I don't even read the directions on food that I put in an oven.
No, but I mean, like when I was a kid and I would be, going number 2.
Yeah.
I didn't have a smartphone, so you just kind of read a bunch of bottles and no.
Well,
Maybe not. Maybe you guys did magazines like adults.
You get a frozen pizza. If you don't know $3.75 for 18 to 20 minutes by now, what's wrong with you, right?
What I think is interesting is that we've learned that that women have the same technique as men do when they're when they're using the facility.
What else are we gonna do? Just stare at the wall?
I don't know.
Some women will claim they don't poop,
I'm in and out. No, Robin will bring in her phone and her tablet and then spend an hour in the bathroom going to the bathroom.
Do her taxes.
Oh, man.
See, that's ridiculous. You get in,
Tony,
and you get out.
What are you doing, man? You don't out your beautiful wife like that. What is wrong with you?
I have
He's looking
out
to
her.
see
I'm
if she's
sorry.
listening.
She's right here. She's standing right
Oh.
there. She knows I'm going to out her.
Yeah.
That's an out. You don't need to be in the bathroom for an hour looking at your tablet.
You think he's outing her now? Wait till they go into the night and the red wine kicks in around 8:30 tonight.
That's right. By the way, tonight when we go live again from 7 to 9 p.m. Eastern Time, we will have fabulous product to give away because we're going to do tests on how much we're building the home. We have all the exterior painting is now done, and we have all of the 5-gallon buckets outside now because you're not allowed to throw them into the landfills.
True.
So we are going to do a contest. How many 5-gallon buckets did we need to paint the exterior of Casa Bruno, and how much did it cost for the amount of buckets? So there'll be multiple prizes given away tonight. You know what I'm saying?
Now, is this paint and primer or just paint?
Well, it's a combination of primer and paint. So you got to put the primer on first on raw stucco.
That's right.
Because it absorbs a lot.
It's good
so
stucco knowledge.
It doesn't matter the breakdown of how many 5-gallon buckets of Loxon, which is the Sherwin-Williams primer.
Yeah.
It's just total number of paint buckets, 5-gallon buckets required to paint the house. We're going to give away some gear tonight. We'll give away some Crumb Bum shirts.
Nice.
So there'll be multiple prizes. So if you got to listen tonight on X, on YouTube, on No Filter Network, we're going to have fun.
You want me
and maybe
to?
Anna can call in if is Anna going to be back home by then? Maybe she can.
Yeah.
Check
When
in
do you land in Florida?
12 noon tomorrow.
12. She's unavailable, Tom. If you want, though, I'll have about 4 cocktails in me at that point. I'll call in.
Yeah, but that's good. That's a perfect. Most people have 4 cocktails in them when they're including the hosts. So it's a red wine Friday. It's we'll have vodka, whatever you want to drink, as long as you're not driving in your home in the comfort of your own home. We're gonna have fun.
Yeah, by the way, just a programming note, and we will get to, I want to get to this RFK Jr. autism thing here in a second, but just a programming note. On Monday, so Monday, Anna is not available, so she's not going to be on the show, but it will be Nick Kayal, Tony Bruno, Harry Mays, Greg Stocker.
Oh, my God.
No!
Oh, hold on a second.
Harry, get your fat ass out of the couch. You're going to vote for Trump today, Harry.
So I'm expecting that show to go to about 11:30. So that's on Monday, and then Anna's back with us on Tuesday.
It's a one-day only reunion tour.
Yeah,
that's right.
And then Dawn, I actually don't know if Dawn's coming back. She might just stay in Italy.
I mean, I go both ways.
All right, RFK Jr. said yesterday in the cabinet meeting that he thinks he's going to identify the reason that there has been a rise in autism, and the study will be released in September, he said.
This is huge.
Right?
This is huge. I saw this.
So he kind of said that, and everyone's like, oh, great, cool, wonderful. Like they talked about it a little bit and how it is now there is one out of every 37 or 36 children has autism.
Something
right now.
has changed big time.
And they say that in the years ago it was 1 in 10,000. All right, let me ask you this before we play this. Has something changed, or has the testing and screening for it changed?
That's a good question. I read something from the Cleveland. The Cleveland Clinic does confirm these numbers, so they're not.
Yes,
they're not exaggerating.
And when you say, can I say one thing? And I don't mean to keep stepping on you, Cal.
Good.
The 1 in 36 children is not even 3%. So it does sound like a lot when you say it like that.
Mm-hmm.
But when you bring it out to yes,
right.
it's like not even 3%. So it does. It's not a lot.
That's true.
But it is more than it used to be.
Yep.
Way more.
Yeah. All right. Let's hear from Senator Kennedy here, Phil.
I know you've just been out across the country, promoting MAHA and talking to people, and you just dropped something at the cabinet meeting moments ago, where you said that you think there'll be an answer to what causes autism, and we have seen tremendous growth in autism in this country, and you're going to have that by September. Can you open the aperture on that a little bit and tell us what you are working on, or what you think this is going to show?
We are launching requests for scientists from all over the country and all over the world.
Stop it, Anna.
To start to directly answer that question. Nothing like that has ever been done before. It should have been done 20 years ago. When I was a kid, the autism rates were about 1 in 10,000 to 2 in 10,000. Today, they are 1 in 36 officially, but the new ADEM reports are going to come out the next week. And the preliminary numbers look like it's dropped to an extraordinary, astonishing 1 in every 31 kids, with some communities being very, very badly hurt. Black boys, it's down to, it looks like about 1 in 12 or 1 in 10. So this is an epidemic like nothing we've ever seen before. It dwarfs the COVID epidemic. The cost to our country, these are children. COVID was killing elderly people at the end of their lives. This is disabling children for their entire lives.
So for a long time, there was a thought there was a thought that vaccines might be related to this. Then they did several studies that said that there was no connection between vaccines and autism. So what are you seeing in this data that you're looking at, or is it all going to be brand new?
The studies that they did were very, very narrow, and there were about 17 studies. The Institute of Medicine, which is part of the National Academy of Sciences, says that 14 of those studies are invalid. And the biggest weakness in those studies is they never studied vaccinated versus unvaccinated group, which is the only way that you can really make this determination. And more importantly, none of the vaccines that are given to children during the first 6 months of life were ever studied. We're going to look at vaccines, but we're going to look at everything. Everything is on the table. Our food system, our water, our air, different ways of parenting, all the kind of changes that may have triggered this epidemic. It is an epidemic. Epidemics are not caused by genes. Genes can provide a vulnerability, but you need an environmental toxin. So we know that it is an environmental toxin that is causing this cataclysm. And we are going to identify it. We are narrowly focused on identifying it and using as many scientists as we can from universities and research centers all over the world to focus them through NIH, through Jay Bhattacharya, to focus them on answering this question.
So it's not in your genes. It's not something you inherit from DNA from your parents and things like that.
Right.
And if you're not doing a sample of vaccinated versus unvaccinated, you truly can't get that definitive answer, at least from what Bobby is saying versus talking about how narrow this study is. So if it's an environmental thing, then what are moms or dads in the build-up to the creation of their child consuming that is leading to the rise? And now, I know you said it's 1 in 36, and that only equates to, 3%, but what are these people doing? Is it something they're drinking? Is it something they're eating? Is it something they're breathing? Why are we seeing it? I don't know the answer.
I would like to know how many vaccines were on the schedule or the roster,
Oh,
back in the 70s and 80s versus now. Because you got to think, as soon as a vaccine gets on the schedule, that's a billion plus dollar cash cow, because then all the kids have to get that vaccine. So, the pharmaceutical companies are going to do everything in their power to cover this up, because this could be damaging to their profit margins.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
It's the same thing with ADHD. I mean, how many people had ADHD 25 years ago? Nobody heard about it. Now everybody goes to the doctor and they immediately prescribe all these psychotropic drugs because, you have ADHD and you can't think. So it's all about drugs. That's why the nonstop ads are on TV. And that's the one thing I hope that Trump and the medical community and the real people, I know it's going to hurt advertising dollars at radio and TV stations, but the amount of drug ads on TV is absolutely ridiculous.
It'll kill CNN and MSNBC. I don't know if you know this. 75% of their ad revenue comes from big pharma.
Yeah.
That's all TV. Fox, they all run nonstop drug ads. You can't go into one. And they used to be you couldn't play a drug commercial back to back or a car commercial. It doesn't matter now. You could play 15 pharma commercials in a row. And that's all it is when you watch TV anymore, unfortunately.
Real quick before I want you to get your point in here. But to Greg's point with the testing, I just looked this up. So it says that the diagnostic criteria for autism has evolved with the DSM-5, which is the Diagnostic Statistic Manual of Mental Disorders, broadening the definition to include more that would qualify you under that category. So when you were saying, are we testing for it more? What has changed? Maybe they've broadened the definition.
The spectrum.
They did.
I mean, the Biden administration changed the definition of a recession.
Yeah.
Yeah. And by the way, gender dysmorphia is still in the DSM-5. So it's still considered a mental disorder. So when people ask you, I'm actually a boy, I'm actually a girl. No, you're not. You're mentally ill.
Right.
But
and that's not me taking a shot at you. That's what the DSM-4 or 5 says,
yeah,
right?
Yeah. And my hot take from earlier, just because I haven't pissed off the listeners enough yet.
No, it's been a half hour.
And I don't mean to disrespect anybody in this room if you're affected by this affliction, but I feel like ADHD is not a real thing.
You think it's a made-up thing?
Yeah.
I agree.
Or
I
at
totally
least
agree
way
with you.
overdiagnosed, because they're like, oh, my 5-year-old boy is rambunctious. He has ADHD. I go, no, he's a 5-year-old boy.
You're 100% right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Because it's more profitable to diagnoose somebody with something
get that kid on
versus-
Ritalin or Adderall or all those sorts of things. Adderall, can be fun. I've heard, whatever.
It's
But
a lot of it is parenting. A lot of it is parenting. You're like, my kid is jumping off the walls and he's running all over the place. Well,
take him outside.
Yeah, or you don't discipline him.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like you're not going to jump around.
My parents had me tested for it in 6th grade because I was a little unruly at that time at 12.
What little boy isn't?
Well, and it was, and they said, no, you don't have ADHD. You're not really interested in science and English. You're more of a math and social studies guy.
You're definitely not interested in English.
No, as you can tell, ran versus run. And now, I mean, my wife will say, in a day and age of dying attention spans, my husband's got a great attention span. I never zone out on anything.
Really?
Ever.
That's great.
Yeah, I'm
Really?
like,
Me neither. I'm locked in. I don't need any drugs to be up and ready to go. I really don't.
Yeah.
I need drugs to go to sleep, but I don't need drugs to get up and get ready.
Yeah.
Once I'm up, as Nick, you said it earlier, I'm one of those guys because I'm so tuned to having to get up and be ready to go immediately.
Right.
So I do get the cup of coffee, but I don't even, I put the coffee on first And then, but once the alarm goes off, if I stay in bed, I'm not getting up again.
Right.
So I don't do the snooze thing and hit it and come back in 10 minutes. That alarm goes off. And most times I actually wake up before the alarm goes off,
Now you're just
knowing that it's
bragging.
going to go off.
The problem,
right? No, it's not bragging.
No, you're
that
bragging.
means I don't have ADHD.
I'm a snoozer,
Like,
Tony. I'm a snoozer, and I'm not happy about
Robin
it.
told me, no, you can do whatever you want, but Robin has to stay in bed for 2 hours before she comes out because she has this thing where she's not ready to go. But if she has to, she'll get up and do it.
Sure.
But when you program yourself, because you do it forever, especially in morning drive, you have to be up and ready to go.
You do.
Now, a lot of people can fake it, but doing this, you have to prepare.
Yep.
You just can't drop into a show and just ramble for 4 hours.
I'm
sometimes
fast.
you can. Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, sometimes you can. By the way, also, like, doctors are getting back to the ADD and ADHD thing, too. Doctors are they're too quick to say, yep, get them on pills. Like, let's look at their diet. Like, how much sugar are they consuming? How much like crap are they consuming that is bouncing them off the wall? And then when they crash, they have a major tantrum because they're coming down off of said sugar. So we should be looking at that stuff and parenting instead of just throwing kids on this medication that starts this vicious cycle of them being on said medication or some different type of medication for the rest of their lives.
Totally. I mean, if I had 2 liters of soda and ice cream and a milkshake before bedtime, I'd be bouncing off the walls too.
Agreed.
Let's go out to West Grove. It's been a while since we've talked to Wild Bill. Wild Bill, you're on Talk Radio 1210.
Wild Bill.
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call. I can never tell you how I developed that name, but we'll get to that some other time. Listen, I'm a Yoder toter. I'm out here in Amish country driving the Amish around. And my sister's down in Lake Worth, just around the corner from Mar-a-Lago. She does a lot of research on fenbendazole and ivermectin, things like that. In the Amish community, there is no autism. None. And during the COVID period, when I was out here at all the weddings and stuff, nobody came down with COVID. So it might be something that they really need to research amongst the Amish country and, find out what's going on and what the differences are.
Because the Amish don't vaccinate, right?
I don't know that they don't vaccinate completely. They probably do it holistically. My sister didn't want to do it to her daughter because she just doesn't like all the vaccines that give these kids. You want to give them 72 shots before they're 2 years old. That's just out of the question. It's crazy. Mm-hmm. And when I was in the eye business, one of the preservatives that we removed from the eye optical world was thimerosal because it would cause massive red eyes and infections and just irritations to the eye. We didn't know what was happening with contact lens patients until, they got rid of it finally, and that cleared everything up.
Wow. Okay. Good to know. Wild Bill, thanks for checking in.
That's a great point.
Yep.
That's a great point because following my eye exam the other day, now they're telling you preservative-free. When you get eye drops, they expire, and everything's about sterile, especially when you're putting stuff in your eyes. So preservative-free now, if you're using eye drops, just, because your eyes are dry, and you just want to get preservative-free stuff because they put so much junk in this stuff. You don't need it if you have dry eye. Yep. You just need lubrication. So preservative-free, if you're going to buy that, and it's everywhere, you can go into Walgreens, any of these places, and get it. And you don't need a prescription for it. This is over-the-counter stuff.
Right. It's good stuff. Tony Bruno's going to stick around with us for... Oh, go ahead, Greg.
By the way, Conrad, just so you know, Anna, it's not just you that's getting hate. I get hate.
I saw it.
Every day.
Sorry.
Conrad says...
Everybody gets ripped on this show.
Stalker is such an irritant. Ketchup is a major food group. Oh, all right there, champ. And Bobby Kennedy's voice is music to my ears compared to Stalker's voice. Listening to Stalker is like having a railroad spike jammed in my ear. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate you listening. I love reading my own hate. I do.
You do.
It gives me like
2 decades of it. 2 decades of it.
2 decades of it.
Wow.
It's amazing.
So ketchup's a major food group, huh?
What a dummy.
I like it.
Dairy, vegetables,
Can you
fruits,
imagine?
grains, and ketchup.
Yeah. It's tasty.
Gene pool not too deep in your family, is it there, Conrad?
It's not deep in mine either. I'll be dead in 18 years. All right, Kayal Company, as we continue, but first a word from our friends at Natural Lawn of America, because when you're choosing a lawn care service, it makes sense to hire a company that provides better results and safer for you and your family as well as your pets. That's why I chose Natural Lawn of America, my lawn care company. They believe in growing greener, healthier lawns without the harsh chemicals, and they use environmentally friendly products from organic fertilizers to safer weed and insect controls. They make sure that your lawn thrives naturally season after season. You can join the growing number of homeowners switching to Natural Lawn's safer services and start enjoying that beautiful, eco-friendly lawn that you can be proud of. Schedule Natural Lawn's full-service program today, and when you do, free seeding every year. How about that? Not a joke. If you want a greener, healthier lawn, plus free seeding every year, call Natural Lawn at 800-FREE-SEED. That's 800-FREE-SEED. Your lawn deserves the best, so why don't you call the best? Choose My Lawn Care Company, the locally owned and family-operated Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
Hi, it's Dom Giordano. It's said you just don't visit Sicily. You fall head over heels in love with this ancient crossroads of civilization. The Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs, the Normans, the Spaniards, the Germans, they all left their cultural mark. I'd like you to join me for the sun, the sea, and the unparalleled beauty of Mediterranean Europe in Sicily and Calabria this fall. I'm headed to Europe again. I'm going with the best tour operator in Italy, Conservative Tours, 5544, including airfare. The dining events we enjoy in Italy are the stuff of legend. Bustling Palermo, the Quattro Conte, stunning Monreale, the Palace of the Normans. Call 888-733-9494 or go to conservativetours.com. We'll even enjoy the Godfather tour and visit the locales from the movie. The crown jewel of Sicily has to be Taormina. I'll see you on the Esplanade, Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples. This is Sicily, ancient, charming, picturesque, and always a country within a country. I'll see you in Savoca.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
With Fidelity Wealth Management, a dedicated advisor gets to know you and your goals to build a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth. Backed by a team of specialists, they'll analyze all your accounts, even the ones they don't manage, to keep an eye on taxes and provide proactive portfolio insights that can help you unlock your wealth's full potential. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. Member NYSE SIPC.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Yo, Doylestown. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
Kayal and Company. 9:30 Friday morning as we continue. Nick Kayal, Anna Hummel, Greg Stocker, Tony Bruno. Don't forget, coming up in just about 17 or 18 minutes, your morning mystery movie clip, as well as what occurred today in music history. Also, Phil Almquist, what happened this week in music history Saturday night.
Woohoo!
What is it, episode 4?
Is he going to go? Will Phil Almquist be going live from the North Lawn of the White House for his Saturday night show?
He should.
That's the big question.
He absolutely
Most
should.
Americans are asking.
He's going to broadcast from the Rose Garden.
He's going to ask President Trump what songs he should play next.
Trump does have his playlist on the golf cart, as he likes to listen to music while he swings the sticks.
Yeah.
All right, as we
I'm
continue.
glad Trump banned, got rid of the low intensity showers. Building a new house, I got to have maximum water pressure. Anybody out there, he banned skinny jeans, and now he's banned the Obama and Biden act on. And women are the most hardest hit with no water power, right?
Yeah. The worst.
You're taking a shower, you got long hair like Robin or Anna and many other people. You can't get in and out of a shower in 1 minute. So the government telling you how much water you can use in the shower, that is fascism.
Yeah. Plus women like those, those high-powered knobs too.
Yeah. Nothing like a high-powered knob.
By the way, we talked about this yesterday, Tony. What was the are you a 1 shower a day guy, 2 shower a day guys? How much?
It depends. I mean, I know people who do like 5 showers a day. I don't need it. Now, when I go out, I'm in the dust. I try to take a shower. You should take it at night before you go to bed. But if I'm out working outside all day, which I'll do, I'm going to go back to the lot, get the garage door in today. Mm-hmm. I'll come back, take a shower before I go on the air at 6, 7 o'clock tonight.
Yep. And
so, sometimes you have to take more than 1 shower a day.
Yep.
But I think once, I used to take a bath on Saturday nights when I was a kid in South Philly. That was it.
Yeah.
You got in the bathtub. Nobody had showers. You got in the bathtub. And on Saturday nights, that was bath night. And then you had a whole week to get dirty again.
Yeah. I'm having flashbacks to the Mike Myers, Danny DeVito SNL skit where they're sitting in the bubble bath in the tub together. You want to broadcast from a bubble bath.
I would love to.
You would break the internet.
This Baltimore high school student was suspended for asking why the American flag is not hung in the classroom. This story, now this is a news report, so I'm just going by the news report. There has to be more to the story. Who gets suspended for asking that?
If your teacher's a fascist.
This is cut 23.
Have you been to Baltimore lately?
I guess you're right. This is cut 23, Phil. Look at this. You can watch this video, by the way, youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. Make sure you're hitting the like and subscribe buttons while you're there. Roll it.
Parker Jensen.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
A senior and prospective U.S. Marine.
Yes, sir.
Noticed something that concerned him at his high school that violates state law.
So I'm only in 2 classes, but both of my classes do not have American flags.
Jensen took his concerns to the Baltimore County Board of Education.
I was looking to speak to a supervisor of some sort that regulates Baltimore County public schools.
Instead of speaking with someone,
3 cop cars for a kid.
the school system called the police and suspended him for 7 days.
You're actually suspended from the sport. It used to be the boost and the fun.
Now,
do you believe Jensen's constitutional rights were violated?
Absolutely.
He has hired an attorney to fight back.
He did nothing wrong besides try to bring forth his First Amendment right and really enforce a Maryland law, which is to have American flags in every single classroom.
That's outrageous.
What do you guys think about that?
Would he have been suspended for 7 days if he said, why don't you have a pride flag hanging up? It's
BLM
June.
flag,
We're
yeah.
getting ready to let out for the summer. School's about to end, but I'm bothered by no pride flag. Would I be arrested and suspended? No.
You'd be praised.
You'd be praised.
Let me repeat. Have you been to Baltimore lately?
The hell is Wes Moore doing in that state?
Yeah. Jasmine Crockett,
Our favorite,
says that you need to connect the dots, that if you cannot afford your home or groceries, it's because of deportations.
Oh,
of course.
Roll this.
Realm. So I am telling you that this is a failed thing, but we've got to do better to connect the dots and let people know the reason you can't afford a home is because of these failed immigration policies. The reason you're not going to be able to afford your food is because of these failed immigration policies. And the same can go for the hospitality industries, where we have so many of those in the hospitality industry that are saying they do not have the workers that they need right now.
You still think Stephen A. Smith doesn't have a chance?
She's the greatest thing that ever happened to him.
My God.
Yeah.
Wow.
She has become the vocal mouthpiece of the party. And I don't think she has said one thing yet that I even remotely come close to agreeing with. Not even
Of course not. I mean,
good point.
She's forgetting that the guy who was in office for the last 4 years opened the border and said the border was secure. And now all of a sudden, those people who are coming in or still in the country, many of them trying to get here and have a living and work here. The bottom line is that's when all the prices went up. Yeah. They went up over the last 5 years. And now all of a sudden, Trump's in office for a couple of months, and it's his fault that these people now. The reason California is going to hell is because Gavin Newsom raised the minimum wage to $20 an hour. And now every restaurant and every fast food joint has kiosks. You can't even go into the most popular fast food joints without having to walk up to a kiosk to put your order in. Yep. And then there's just a couple of people in the back flipping the burgers and making the sandwiches. Mm-hmm. They are trying to get rid of people because the amount of money it costs now. And these fast food places are profitable. Imagine the ones that aren't chains, the ones that mom and pop ones, they're going out of business. Mm-hmm. So don't give me this crap. If she's intentionally that dumb, then I can't believe anybody voted for her. But the fact that every time she opens her mouth, there is not one scintilla of fact that comes out of it.
Well, she's done picking cotton, so
yeah, it's for illegals
I'm done
now.
picking cotton too.
That was an actual quote from a United States senator.
It's amazing.
Yes.
And she said that with conviction too.
Yeah, like
we done picking cotton.
That was beneath her.
That was beneath. Yeah, okay.
So are we calling him Timu Obama or Dime Store Obama?
Is this Hakeem?
Hakeem Jeffries.
Yeah. No, it's Timu Obama. Come on, now that the tariffs are up to 145%. I mean, his Timu order, my Timu order. I hope it doesn't go up while it's in transit on a ship from China.
On the budget resolution, he said that we had 2 tragic deaths in the House Democratic Caucus. Had those deaths not occurred last month, Republicans could not have passed the bill today. So he's admitting that his caucus are a bunch of aging fossils. Roll this.
Passing this initial budget resolution should have been a slam dunk for Republicans. They had to pull the bill down off the floor last night and barely struggled to pass it today. We had 2 tragic deaths in the House Democratic Caucus. Had those deaths not occurred last month, Republicans could not have even passed the bill today. So it's going to be very difficult for them because once the committee process starts, they can no longer pretend as if they're not intending to cut Medicaid and nutritional assistance and hurt veterans all across the country.
Oh, yeah.
Boy, after 25 hours of nonstop talking, I would have gone dark for a month. Yet here he is.
That's not him.
That's not him, buddy.
Oh,
No, I know. Could you imagine?
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right.
They don't all look the same, Nick.
No, it's a bad take out of me. You're right. That's a bad
I
take.
hate to do it to you.
Oh,
Nick. You have
man.
those bumpy bumps.
Yeah, I
Give
gotta
him the
rip
saxophone.
myself. That's a bad
Gotta
job
get
out of
one
me.
of those.
Wow.
I had that take lined up for like 40 seconds too.
First of
Man.
I
all,
should have proofread
there's no
that
way
one.
there's no way Timu Obama could stand up there. His arms would fall off, just
Yeah.
like me. If I had to talk for 25 hours, that he can't talk without his hands, and he's not even Italian.
That's true.
There's
Yeah.
no way he could last 25 minutes speaking, because he's another guy that one scintilla of fact comes out of his mouth with this whole Medicare is going to be cut and Social Security. It's all garbage lies. I can't believe anybody believes this guy. Thank God Trump won, because this clown would have been the stinking majority leader. He would be the Speaker of the House.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're
Believe
right.
that.
Yeah.
What's going on with Gretchen Whitmer here?
She's pivoting away from the insane.
She said this about Trump and the tariffs yesterday, and we reported we had her. She was in the White House talking about the invasive carp, and also that naval base there in is it a naval base?
I don't know.
It's some
I
sort
only
of a
lived there
base.
for 4 years.
It's some sort of a base out there in Michigan.
What's up with Democrats' concerns over fish? What was the fish that Gavin Newsom was worried about in California in the streams?
The smelt.
The smelt.
The Pacific smelt.
Yeah, it's a smelt.
It smelled
Never even
bad,
heard of
actually.
that.
That's how we found out about it.
Yeah.
It smelled so bad because all that sewage was running into the waters from Mexico, and now they're trying to figure out how to stop it.
Governor Gretchen Whitmer on Trump's tariffs. Roll it.
I understand the motivation behind the tariffs. And I can tell you, here's where President Trump and I do agree. We do need to make more stuff in America.
Wow.
More cars and chips. More steel
Cars.
and ships. We do need fair trade.
Did you know? Morning Consult poll just out an hour ago. Trump's approval rating is in the positive in the state of Michigan.
Wow.
Maybe, just maybe, she's reading the landscape and saying, you know what? He's not as hated as I thought he would be in the Wolverine state.
So she's a political.
Plus, she also wants to be president. She
Yeah.
also wants to be more moderate because she knows how far left most of them. And she also knows, as you mentioned, that Trump won Michigan. So, the entire state of Michigan, and the fact that Trump has support from the auto workers, if she can get the auto workers' jobs back and some of these plants operating again, that's a win-win for her. So you got to put her name in the list of potential presidential nominee or presidential candidates for the Democrats in 2028.
By the way, here's Trump's approval rating in the swing states that he won. North Carolina, he's +9, Georgia +8, Nevada +8, Arizona +6, Pennsylvania +3, Michigan +1, Wisconsin -1. Just want to pass that along. Morning Consult.
26, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth announced this stunning amount of waste found in DoD contracts by DOJ. Roll this.
Right now, directing the termination of $5.1 billion in DoD contracts. Not million, that's with a B. $5.1 billion in DoD contracts for ancillary things like consulting and other non-essential services. So here's a few examples. DHA contracts for consulting services from Accenture, Deloitte, Booz Allen, and other firms. They're going to save the department $1.8 billion. How about a software reseller contract for enterprise cloud IT services, saving the department $1.4 billion. A $500 million Navy contract for business process consulting. Again, process. Lots of process.
Trust the
lots of
process.
consulting.
Trust the process.
For administrative
Trust the
offices in the
process.
Bureau of Medicine. By the way, we need this money to spend on better health care for our warfighters and their families instead of $500 an hour business process consultant. That's a lot of consulting.
All right, can we pause that right
How
there?
about
I've got a
this?
take that I got to get off my chest. I never realized how much money was in the consulting industry, whether it's defense contracts or broadcast media or anywhere in between. What an operation that is.
Consulting.
Think
What is
Consultants
that
are those.
really? Just like giving advice?
In radio, in our business, consultants are the people who failed as broadcasters, who then get hired to tell broadcasters how to do their job better.
Right.
Thank you.
Because they have a panel, they have 5 people in a room,
Thank
you,
and they all tell them what to think.
Yes.
And then all of a sudden, he comes in and tells you how to do your job.
Thank you, Tony.
Even though that person never, ever succeeded at any level of the industry in
Tony
Tony
Bruno, genius. Thank you, sir.
And I'm all for collaboration. I'm all for getting varying viewpoints and let the marketplace of ideas settle all the dust. But when you're hired to run, whether it's the defense budget or any position in Trump's cabinet or a radio station or a television station or an accounting firm, and you have to hire a third party to give advice and pay an exorbitant salary to those individuals, were you ever qualified to run anything in the first place then? Right?
Yeah.
I don't get it.
Yeah, by the way, unless I actually solicit your advice on my radio station, I don't want it.
Yeah.
Please don't give it to me.
Please don't give it to me. Unless I actually say, hey, can you listen to this and tell me what you think?
Yeah.
I'm not looking for input.
Well,
I know what I'm doing is correct.
And with Pete Hegseth.
By the way, do you have a sign? You should have a sign, no solicitors, right outside the studio, right outside the building.
Love that. And if you're Pete Hegseth, and if there's something that's way over your head or multiple things over your head, then you weren't qualified to be in that position in the first place.
Right.
All right, just because we have to break here. $5.1 billion in waste discovered by Doge in DoD contracts. So, I'm glad all these numbers are being thrown out. Doge has all these numbers, and the DoD has all these numbers. I'm glad for all of that. I just want to. I don't want this money to then be allocated in the defense budget of $2 trillion.
To the war machine.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. I want this cut.
Yeah, I think most people agree with that take. You're not going to get rid for that one.
Yeah.
Yeah. We want to see that money go in 2 different areas: paying off the debt, and some of us getting those kickbacks and tax returns.
Amen.
There you go.
Damn right.
Damn right. We have to break.
Movies, music, and what's on tap for the top of the hour. You stay right there.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Spring is here. Don't let stiff or achy joints hold you back. Rescue Natural Supplements is proud to bring you Rescue Glyco Plus. This incredible supplement is specially formulated to support joint comfort and flexibility with a powerful blend of green lip muscle complex and UC2 collagens. This unique combination helps maintain healthy cartilage and provides smoother, more comfortable joint movement. Right now, Rescue Glyco Plus is buy one, get one free for anyone with our exclusive radio code. Just use the code RELIEF to double up your order for free. Again, that's RELIEF. Call today at 800-26-LIFE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable rescue product consultant. You can also use the code online when you visit res-q.com, res-q.com. Get back into action with less pain and more comfort. Again, use that code RELIEF to buy one, get one free on Rescue Glyco Plus.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A. member FDIC.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
At California Psychics, we know that when you haven't found love, it feels like everyone else has. Every movie has a love interest. Every song is a love song. Where are all the songs about cats? Or the joy of early bedtime? And of course, the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to help you find the one. We connect you with the very best. In fact, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. That's why we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. So you could be feeling all lovey-dovey real soon. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Get ready to hit it out of the park every time you fire up the grill this spring with Hatfield. Swing into action with Hatfield's variety of marinated pork, ground pork and sausage, ham, bacon, and your favorite Hatfield Phillies Franks. With over 24 distinct flavors that can be ready in minutes, Hatfield pork is food you'll feel good about serving. From home or at the ballpark, find your flavor with Hatfield, the official pork provider of the Phillies. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and put pork on your fork.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
All right, Kayal and Company, 9:51 Friday morning. As we get set to wind things down, Nick Kayal, Anna Hummel, Tony Bruno, Greg Stocker. The music is on the way. But first, as always, it's the Morning Mystery movie clip.
Hang on.
Oh, no. The Morning Mystery
I'm doing a lot here.
Movie clip.
Everybody just hang the F on.
Yeah, take your time. Bum, bum.
All right, ready?
You like
Here
this,
we go.
You like this beat? This is called a quick rejoiner.
Here we go.
Yes.
And now, the Morning Mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
But Daddy, I gotta go. You're just like your mama. Your mama can't drive more than 2 miles before she's gotta take a squirt. Hurry up now, give it a fast shake.
Daddy, my zipper's stuck.
Get in the car, Junior.
But Daddy, my zipper's stuck.
Get in the car, Junior. Daddy, my fly's still open. Let me tell you something, Junior. If you ever embarrass me like that again, I'm going to get an axe. And you're never gonna have to open your fly again.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Final pair of Fandango movie codes to see The Amateur from 20th Century Studios. It's rated R. It's only in theaters and IMAX Studios, and it comes out today, Friday, April 11th. If you want to go tonight for the opening, Fandango movie codes. Identify that movie clip. Caller 12, 855-839-1210. Best of luck to you. Odyssey employees and co-hosts not eligible. All right, right now, the man that's on his way to Washington, D.C. tomorrow, Phil Almquist, with Today in Music History.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, April 11th, we celebrate the heavenly birthday of Stuart Adamson from Big Country, as well as Doug Hopkins from the Jim Blossoms. Signature Jet Airliner by Steve Miller in 77. Flight of Icarus by Iron Maiden in 83. All Stand By You by the Pretenders in the UK in 94. Supersonic by Oasis in the US also in 94. And Tattooed Millionaire by Bruce Dickinson in 90. Albums include Astro Creep 2000 by White Zombie in 95. British Steel by Judas Priest in 80. Did you listen to my show last week? Sirens by Savatage in 83. Mardi Gras by CCR in 72. And Rock the World by Kick Axe in 86. Also in 81, Eddie Van Halen married Valerie Bertinelli. In 77, Alice Cooper played to an audience of 40,000 in Sydney, Australia. In 66, Buffalo Springfield made their live debut. In 61, Bob Dylan played his first live gig in New York. In 91, Ringo Starr appeared on The Simpsons, and in 78, Liberace appeared on The Muppet Show. But lastly, on this day in 83, Dave Mustaine is kicked out of Metallica due to his drug and alcohol addictions. Of course, he later formed Megadeth soon after. For Kayal & Company, I'm Phil Almquist.
How about that? Phil Almquist, dazzling as always.
Tony has a question for you. Are you going to do any live hits from the White House?
I don't know if I'm allowed. We'll see what happens.
All right, cool.
Okay, there you go. Phil Almquist. We have Julia in Telford, who's identified the movie clip. Julia, what movie did we just play for you?
Is it Smokey and the Bandit 2?
That is correct.
Julia.
How about that?
Yes.
Final pair of
Yes.
Fandango QR code movie passes. They're yours.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Enjoy the movie, which comes out tonight. All right, Tony Bruno, great stuff. We'll get you out of here. We're going to do a little crossover on the other side. Great stuff, and we'll chat on Monday when Harry Mays
Sausage
joins us.
fest, baby. It's a sausage fest. Get ready
One
for
day
it.
only, baby.
One day only. Mays, Bruno, Kayal back together
Good
on
God.
morning radio in Philadelphia.
Good God.
Yeah.
God help us all. Who signed off on that?
Yeah.
All right, great stuff, Bruno. Thanks, buddy.
Bye, Tony.
Thanks, guys.
There he is.
Bye, Anna.
Bye.
Travel safely.
Thank you.
Dr. Maz, Kevin O'Dowd, they're going to be in for Dawn, and we're going to chat with them next as
Right
we
now.
wrap. Oh, right now. Where are they?
We're here. We are live.
Oh, hello. Dr.
Hello.
Maz, Kevin O'Dowd, how are you guys?
We're doing great, and we're excited to talk to you. It's an honor.
Oh, well, it's great to have you guys on. What do you guys have lined up for the top of the hour?
Well, we're going to start off. We're definitely going to talk about the latest in the tariff situation, a bunch of different angles there, and then, assuming there's so much there, I'm sure we'll be able to move on. But the de-extinction, the dire wolf is back. Is that a good thing? Like, is that playing God?
We talked about that. We talked about
Well, hang on. Anna here, who's guest hosting for Dawn, is throwing a little cold water on this. She thinks it's kind of fake.
I think it's fake news. I mean, I hope it's not. I'm a big dire wolf fan because I knew what that was 4 days ago. I didn't, but I think it might be some overhype.
Well, it's overhype in that it's not a complete. Here's the deal with the overhype.
Yeah.
You think of the Jurassic Park, like pull the blood and like clone the T-Rex.
Right. That's kind of how they're advertising it.
It's a little bit different. This is they have dire wolf DNA and they know some of the changes, and then they took a base of a gray wolf and they inserted the dire wolf changes into the gray wolf. So it's not like.
And then they
it's not the
inserted
same
that
as Jurassic
into just a dog. I think it was a dog that gave birth to the animal.
They had a dog
That's right.
carrier.
That's So I don't think that that's a dire wolf. That is.
The thing is, it's the next step though, right? Like
Sure,
this is,
sure.
You wouldn't ever see in the wild the gray wolf with the dire wolf genes, and then it also is the question: how many dire wolf genes do you need before you're a dire wolf?
That's true.
It's a great question.
It's a great question, right?
It's a great question.
Yeah.
So we're going to talk about that.
We're going to go deep on that.
Deep dire dives.
What's up, Kevin? How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great. Great.
Good.
It's great to be here.
I'm so glad you guys are filling in this morning.
We're excited and honored to do so, and we're certainly going to talk a little bit about AI and.
Not A1.
Not A1.
Did you hear Linda McMahon kept calling it A1?
Yeah, we're gonna do AI.
Okay.
And then what we're gonna talk about. This guy yesterday tried to have an AI lawyer represent him in court, and he got shot down by the judge.
Oh,
Wow.
boy. Oh boy.
So we'll
An
even have some of the
artificial
audio.
intelligence attorney. Wow.
Yeah.
Yes.
Guaranteed to be cheaper and more effective than Sonny Hostin or Jasmine Crockett, who both have law degrees.
and yelled at him too, right? Like the judge yelled at the AI lawyer.
Yes, and then said something interesting, which we think is revealing. Said, "We're not going to let you launch your business here." In other words, it sounded like the judge was really talking about protecting the job of being a lawyer.
That's what it felt like.
Which never should happen because nobody likes a lawyer, right?
True. don't say that to these two. I was just gonna say.
Not today, though. Not today.
We all love lawyers today, guys.
I tried to be one for all of 90 days, guys. It didn't work out too well.
Yeah,
the good ones.
they are the good ones.
There you go.
I've known Maz for 20 years. He's a good friend of mine, and you're in good hands coming up at 10 o'clock.
All right.
Or
Have a
10:05.
great
10:05.
There you go. Have a great show, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks,
You
guys.
got it. All right, Anna Hummel, great work.
Thank you.
Boarding a flight in
It was
what,
so much fun.
4 hours. Are you taking the cold with you?
I guess I am. Yeah.
Okay.
The flight is supposed to be at 2, but that remains to be seen if it leaves on time. So we'll see. But
Okay.
thank you so much for having me. Seriously, the hospitality was unreal.
We'll be back. You'll be back with us on Tuesday
And
right?
Wednesday.
Yeah.
That's correct. All right. Everybody have a great rest of your day. Stay tuned for Dr. Maz and Kevin, and we will see you on Monday with Tony Bruno and Harry Mays at 6 a.m.
Good night, everybody.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going